Hello. Hi. So yeah, it's a very special day, especially for the Thomas and Friends community, Thomas the Tank Engine community. Um, as one who is a member myself, I am proud to say that I am a fan of Thomas the Tank Engine. As of today, May 12th, um, I don't know what time it is in like London time right now, but May 12th marks the 40th, or no, I'm sorry, 40th, 80th anniversary of the Railway series made by the Reverend W. Audrey. Or if you don't know, he is the original author that is basically led up to the creation of Thomas the Tank Engine years later. So, in commemoration of that, I want to do like a celebratory stream talking about how I got into Thomas the Tank Engine in the first place, as well as what Thomas means to me as an individual, and how up until now I still love the little blue tank engine to this day. So, if you guys want to listen in to my stories and all, thank you so much. Um, Actually, I also want to leave this in the chat as well, just in case if you want to just say if you want to leave something for me. Otherwise, if not, it's okay. Because I'm just going to be blabbering about my childhood and what Thomas means to me as of right now. So I want to get things started off first by talking about my nostalgia for Thomas the Tank Engine and what brought me into Thomas in the first place. Um, so raising being raised by parents too, I was the eldest child of the family, so like they're trying to like experiment with their child about like things that I was interested in, especially when I was really young as a kid. Um so for me originally the stuff that I grew up with were like stuff on PBS Kids around that time, that era, as well as like Winnie the Pooh, who is my favorite Disney character of all time, even to this day. Um, they raised me with like Disney movies as well as like stuff from PBS Kids because of like of course it was free around that time. So I grew up with TV shows like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, Sesame Street, Arthur, all that type of all that type of thing. Um, but the one show that I knew my parents really like saw me watching like start to finish, like all the way through, was Barney and Friends. Um, because around that time, uh, as like a little 1 and 2 year old child, I was like obsessed with Barney the dinosaur. Enjoying like all the shows, enjoying the singing from the diversity of the kids and whatsoever. Um, Man, it was just my childhood back then. I enjoyed it. It wasn't until I was actually like 2 years old. Um, my mom brought me to the store. If you know what Dominic's was, basically I consider that as like another version of Jewel Osco. If you guys are familiar with that, but my mom brought me to the store to find like stuff for me to watch that I wanted to, you know, like have as a kid, like have in my collection and stuff. Um, I came across a VHS tape of Thomas Comes to Breakfast, and this was the first ever VHS tape that I've gotten that was basically Thomas related. Um, but the thing was, my parents didn't know anything about Thomas around that time and how popular it was in the States. Um, because when my mom first checked out Thomas, like she knew that I was holding it in my hands, right? And then like I told her to buy it for me. Again, she had zero knowledge about the show whatsoever. Um, so it took some convincing for me. I think, like, I don't know if I was crying back then as a little 2 year old child, like telling my mom that I really wanted to get that VHS as a kid. But um, my mom ended up purchasing that tape anyways and brought it home. And then afterwards, my mom literally called my aunt, my tita, about what Thomas the Tank Engine was, and then she's like, "Oh no, your child is gonna love it because Thomas is really popular right now." And then I think what made it popular too was that when my parents popped the VHS inside and they listened to the theme song, they knew that I was hooked for life. Yeah, just from the intro alone, you knew how much that meant to me. They knew how much it meant to me as a little 2-year-old kid, like being hooked in, sitting in front of the big screen, watching Thomas the Tank Engine all the way from start to finish. And not only that too, that VHS holds a special place in my heart because it contains some of my favorite episodes of Thomas the Tank Engine, even up to this day. Of course, like the interest kept growing, like as a kid and whatsoever. Of course, it went from like collecting more VHS stuff as well as like my first ever Thomas toys. Actually, this one right here. This was my first ever Thomas toy, like official. So I believe I had this ever since I was, I want to say 5, 6 years old. And right now, in my late 20s, I still have this with me to cherish as my memories. So it came with this Thomas, alongside with like a figure eight track, and it came with like a tanker car and a caboose. So that was my very first ever Thomas, and to this day I still have this with me. What year was this released? Does it say? I think it says on the wheels. Britt Allcroft, rest in peace. 2000, yeah. The wheel says 2000. So this is about like when I was, I want to say 3, 4 years old. Like this was my first ever Thomas toy, and I'm still happy that I still have this in my collection to this day. Of course, like me, like as a kid, like bringing this with me everywhere too. Like Thomas meant so much for me. Yeah. And then, of course, like I mentioned too, I collected more VHS along the way, or my parents bought me some more VHS tapes. After Thomas Comes to Breakfast, the next tape that I would have gotten was 10 Years of Thomas and Friends. And in my opinion, to this day, is still my favorite Thomas home media ever. When it comes to like episodes and stuff, compilations, even just like the transitions of everything. 10 Years of Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends is still my favorite VHS to watch. Hands down, love it to death, honestly. Hands down, one of my favorites. And then of course like sing along songs with Thomas, and then like everything from like season 5, because that was my version of Thomas the Tank Engine. Besides like the older Thomas shows. So I grew up with like Thomas and Friends, Cranky Bugs, Races, Rescues, and Runaways, Make Someone Happy, Trackside Tunes. What else? I think I was missing one more. Those are like the main ones that I could think of. Like I love those. Those are hands down my favorite Thomas tapes that I've owned too. Well, excluding 10 Years of Thomas, because I still think that's my favorite of all times. But I grew up around the phase like when Thomas and the Magic Railroad was releasing in theaters. In fact, that was my very first movie that I ever seen in theaters as a kid. And then after that, my parents just kept buying me like more Thomas stuff in regards to like home media. So it was mostly just like VHS stuff. So like besides like season 5, they also bought like season 6, season 7. Back when it was like transitioning into the hit entertainment era phase, like I was like my VHS collection mostly Thomas stuff, and then like other stuff as well. But yeah, my exposure to Thomas the Tank Engine was literally from the Thomas Comes to Breakfast VHS. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't found my love for Thomas to this very day. Sorry, my birds are being chatty. I love them though. I don't want to like force them to like stop or whatever. Let them have their fun. And plus, it's a really hot day outside. I say hot, but it's like cloudy too. I'm concerned about walking my dogs outside. They're mini Bernie doodles, so they're like mixture of like snow dogs and poodles. So I don't want to expose them to the sun too much. We did that yesterday too. It was hot, but but yeah. So yeah, that was sort of like my intro to Thomas the Tank Engine and stuff. Of course, like I also have other interests too. If it wasn't for Thomas and Friends, like my other favorite TV show to watch as a kid was Arthur for sure. I loved. I think it was like I said, my inspiration for me wearing glasses is because of Arthur. And then there's another show that I used to watch that was sort of similar to Thomas the Tank Engine, and surprisingly, it's not Tugs, but it's Theodore Tugboat, if you know what that is. So basically, think of that as Thomas the Tank Engine, but for boats. Sort of like structured in a way that Thomas the Tank Engine was, but it didn't hook into me as much compared to Thomas the Tank Engine. The number one thing that I love about Theodore Tugboat was its theme song. You could search it up later on and hear it for yourselves. I don't know if I get copyrighted if I listen to it right now. 'Cause I don't think it's owned by anyone at the moment. So, because if I play the Thomas theme, I know for sure I'm gonna get hit by Mattel. So, but Theodore Tugboat, you could search it up on YouTube. That was one of my favorite childhood shows too, besides like Thomas the Tank Engine, Arthur, and I also grew up with the Big Comfy Couch, if you knew about that show as well. Like I said, I was a PBS kid, so Barney and Friends, Sesame Street, Zaboomafoo, Zoom. What else was around this? I'm trying to remember like I think it was like 2005-ish or so. That was like my childhood era of like PBS kids that I could remember off the top of my head. Those are the ones that I really miss watching too as a kid. But yeah, like technically yes, Thomas did appear in PBS Kids, but it wasn't until the hit entertainment era. I want to say that was around like what 2005-ish or so. I did watch some of it. Don't get me wrong on that, but it wasn't my Thomas. My Thomas was literally all the home media collection that I've gotten. That was like based off from season 1 all the way up to season 6, season 7. Oh gosh. Hi Maya. Hi baby girl. Baby girl. Baby girl. How are you? I know it's hot. It's hot. It's okay. I want you to relax today. That's why I've opened the windows, okay? You feel that nice fresh air inside the house, okay? Yeah. Yeah, I know you want to be pet. I know you want to be pet. There you go. Yeah, it's a nosy household, especially if I have a bunch of birds and a bunch of dogs. And I'm waiting for them to start barking, especially if they say that you want to go outside for your walk. Not today, not today. I'm concerned about the pavement, okay? That's why I'm waiting for you getting the opportunity to buy you guys a swimming pool, little swimming pool, so that you guys can play in the backyard, okay? Yeah. Because I don't want you to walk on hot pavement, okay? It's not worth it, okay? You're snow dogs. I want you to enjoy the snow more. The cool, okay? Yeah, you could stay with me, though. I'm talking about Thomas stuff. Yeah. I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. Yeah, she's sleepy. She's sleepy. You sleepy. Go ahead and go to sleep, okay? You want to stay with me on the side here while I talk about Thomas stuff? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, to continue on from where I left off too, yeah. I still grew up with Thomas, even like during the phase when Hit Entertainment brought off Thomas the Tank Engine. But Like I said, I was more familiarized with like the original Thomas theme, the nameplates and stuff, those episodes in general. So when they transitioned over, when they did like those learning segments or whatever with the new updated theme song, I was hooked. Don't get me wrong on that, especially like as a kid, like still not processing everything about the transition of Thomas, but I still love the show regardless. But I didn't look at it as the same light because I knew that there was a shift in the episode changes, because I felt like I understood more about the shorter episode lengths. I loved the quality of the show when it transitioned over to the Hidden Entertainment era because everything looked presented well, but I didn't enjoy the stories as much. I remember that. I felt myself being bored by it, and I got interested more in the learning segments. If you knew that I was interested in the learning segments more than the actual episode, you know you've done something wrong. The only episodes that I cared about were like those middle shorter episodes because they were based off season 6 and season 7, because that's the one that I knew. Holy moly. But at least around that time too, like even before that Hidden Entertainment transition era, I still like got some stuff too. Like if you guys knew what Zany Brainy was back in the day, like I remember that being like my childhood store, but at least it moved on and became Five Below. So if you also know what that is too, basically it's like a spin-off to Zany Brainy. Zany Brainy's made for kids, but for Five Below, it's more for like older kids, I want to say. But a majority of times for me, it's I want to. That's like that was the store where I originally bought like my Thomas stuff, or my parents bought me my Thomas stuff. So like that Thomas that I showed off in the beginning, I think that's where they bought it from me. It was either that or Toys R Us, I forgot. But yeah, my parents bought me my first DVD there too, Zany Brainy. It's called Salty Secret. So basically, the first kickoff from season 6 is Salty Secret, and when I saw that in the store, I begged my parents to buy it for me, and they did. I noticed that there was a transition between like everything from like season 5 prior all the way up until like the new build up to season 6 of Thomas the Tank Engine. It wasn't to the point where I started hating the show, but I noticed that there was a difference. It was still Thomas to me at heart, but I knew that it wasn't like the type of stories that I was interested in compared to like season 5 prior, because I knew it was more different around that time, especially the change with Alec Baldwin and his narration during that time. I knew there was a drastic difference, but at the same time too, I still enjoyed it for what it was. Even to this day, I still have that DVD, as well as Salty Secret, James and the Red Balloon, Percy's Chocolate Crunch, Best of Gordon. Those were like my main childhood DVDs here. And then of course, like growing up with a bit of the Hidden Entertainment stuff too. Like for example, you see Thomas's Sodor Celebration over there. And then I also have songs from the station that I had as a kid. And then, of course, like Calling All Engines, that's special too. And I'm trying to remember what else. I used to have It's Great to Be an Engine, but I gave that DVD away. The Best of Thomas DVD, I have that like in my current years. I had the VHS as a kid, but not the DVD version. This one I have actually purchased online, or not online. I found it in a store. And I bought it there. That was like when I got back into like my Thomas phase as an adult. But yeah, that's like how I got into like the Thomas media in the first place too. And then growing up, my childhood toys when it came to Thomas stuff was the Thomas Wooden Railway. Hence having the different Thomases that I have here. Of course, showcasing the original Thomas that I had from the 2000s. Like, this was my childhood Thomas. But when I grew older and then the hit entertainment phase came around, this was the main Thomas that I used. Of course, it had like the updated design. It has the stripes on his boiler and everything. He has a more clear face. He has his name underneath. When did this one come out? So this one's by Gullane. So this is actually before the purchase of Hit Entertainment. So this was like when season 6 and season 5 were around. 2003. So this is like 3 years after my parents got me this one. Yeah, so this was before Hit Entertainment. Okay. Yeah, so this was like my main Thomas after this one. And this one was still probably my favorite Thomas toy that I still have to this day. But for now, it literally just sits in my room and it's pulling my first Annie and Clarabelle for Wooden Railway downstairs. So if you see my the tour of my room, you definitely know. Then you know where I place all my Thomas stuff and everything. So. And then, of course, they have the limited 60-year edition Thomas as well. This was from the Sodor Celebration pack. I can't point. There we go. The Sodor Celebration DVD. So it came along with the actual Golden Thomas. And then Songs from the Station came with the Silver Percy. And then Calling All Engines came with the Bronze Diesel. So I have all of them in my collection. When did this one come out? Gullane, 2003. Oh no, so this is I guess I don't remember it all as well. So 2003 was around the time when Hit Entertainment came out. Never mind. I guess I was wrong about that. So yeah, so I'm guessing this Thomas, the more current Wooden Railway Thomas that I have, is around the same time as this one. Yeah, I don't remember playing with this one as much. I just have it just because I could have it to my collection as a kid. I mostly played with these two Thomases right here. But this one, I just have it just because of the Sodor Celebration thing. And plus, I collected a bunch of Thomas Wooden Railway stuff as a kid. So I literally have my collection downstairs wrapped up in a bin. So, yeah. But then, of course, like... I also have like other sets too, like I have well, when it comes to Wooden Railway stuff, because that was like my main childhood stuff. Like I would literally like create my own variations of my own railway of Thomas, and you know, like have like the proper like setups and everything so that I could like have my own stories or even recreate stories using the Wooden Railway stuff. That was basically like my childhood mostly when it comes to like those type of toys. I also grew up with the Tommy Thomas toys, but not as much. Yeah, so I have this motorized Thomas. This is the Tommy Thomas 1992. So this is a Gullane 2002. So this is from the right when the Hit Entertainment stuff like bought off Thomas. So I actually have two Thomases. I have this one and then I have another one. But the only downside that I don't like about this Thomas is that the buffer beam in the back, the running board I should say, is broken on the side. My other one's more intact, but it's like mostly like scratched, as well as like the sides are like broken. So, this is the one that sits in my room right now. I used to own a James one too. And then, there was the Ultimate set that came with like Mighty Mac, if you know who that engine is, as well as like Bulgy the Green Bus. It came with like the suspension bridge, the tunnels, Brendam docks. Like, it came with all that. That's where I got this Thomas, too. And then I also had the set where you put water into Thomas's boiler and then steam comes out. I also had that too. It wasn't my favorite, but I loved it for like what it was. But man, watching like this version of my Thomas like going around the track too is definitely my favorite. But for me personally, I think I prefer the Thomas Wooden Railway stuff over this one because I grew up with that more. So, but I still love this thing for what it was, and of course, like you can like free roam this thing, and plus the good thing about the advantage that I love about this compared to Wooden Railways are the moving side rods. So I thought that was pretty cool. And plus, like, it's motorized. You can move these on your own. And you could, like, have the engines, like, go around the track and whatsoever on their own. But for me, personally, I just rather, like, push them and stuff. And I think maybe because, like, I don't want to say my parents were cheap, but, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that the Wooden Railways actually cost less than purchasing the Tomy stuff. So that's why like I played more of Wooden Railway as a kid. Can I put you back? Yeah, I've been knocking some stuff over too. And then like not only that too, I almost forgot. Also, wanted me to do that. Collected books along the way. And by books, I mean um like these type of books where it's like narrated from like the actual story, from the actual episode, I should say, and it also comes with like I don't know, it doesn't come. What am I saying? But I also love how it like has like these different advertisements as well. So I remember having Trouble for Thomas, James in a Mess, Edward's Exploit, and especially this one, A Cow on the Line. You can see how beat up this book is. This was my childhood book. The reason why is because this came with like a video cassette of like the actual stories in here, and it was narrated by Ringo Starr, which was amazing. So it was my first exposure, besides Percy Takes a Plunge in Best of Percy, that I first listened to Ringo Starr narrating these Thomas stories. It was amazing. And then what else here? Devious Steed. Also have The Cranky Day. This isn't the original book that I had as a kid, but I remember having this one as a kid as well. Better be for Gordon. No, no. I also had this one, Percy's Chocolate Crunch. Hooray for Thomas. I remember having this one as well. And I think that's it, because the other stories that I have are more like the newer stuff that I wasn't interested in, or I collected as an adult. Like for example, like I remember like seeing Thomas Gets Tricked in my library, but I never like physically owned a copy. So when I got older and I was able to like purchase my own stuff, and then I was able to have this in my hands. What else? Diesel's Devious D was another one. So this one, as well as Thomas Gets Tricked, I've like my library had also had the video cassettes too, so my parents would like play them anytime we were in the car, and I would follow along with the stories as well. Also narrated by Ringo Starr, which is amazing. Let's see, Better View for Gordon. I actually didn't realize that this was a book until like when I learned about it recently. It also contains some of my favorite stories too, or episodes, I should say. Thomas and the Rumors. I was also pretty new too, so I wasn't really familiarized with this. Percy's Chocolate Crunch, James and the Red Balloon. I actually saw this recently in my bookstore too. I believe I didn't pick this up from the actual bookstore. I bought this online. But again, at least I'm glad I'm actually able to have this one in my collection as well. Also has some pretty interesting stories from like season 6 as well. Hooray for Thomas. And then of course, after season 7 came with like these stories as well. So track stars Thomas's milkshake model. Hi baby girl. Hi baby girl. Hi baby girl. You're not rest with me, baby. It's okay. I'm gonna be here all day. Probably, I don't know. Because I want to do a bunch of stuff Thomas related just to celebrate his the Railway Series 80th, I should say. But yeah, track stars, Thomas's milkshake muddle, Thomas and the treasure, and then my last one, steam engine stories. So these are the ones that are based off of the model version of Thomas the Tank Engine, and I would have these so that I could narrate, or if I ever want to like narrate my own stories, I have those as references. I don't know if the CGI version has some. If so, especially if it's like season 17 onward, until it reaches season 22 with the Bubba series, then I will probably collect those books as well. But yeah, those are those are like my childhood stories. Like I actually got the Railway series during the pandemic. Actually, like that's when I really got into my Thomas phase again as an adult. Hold on, let me get to that in a second. I'm trying to figure out like what else like I did like as a kid back then and like gotten myself into Thomas the Tank Engine now. Because another thing I could remember are those Day Out with Thomas events. Like I'm pretty sure like if you see like it's still going on to this day, and I'm very happy that it's still continuing on too. It's a great way for Mattel to make money, honestly. But I remember my first and only Day Out with Thomas event happened when I believe I want to say I was 5 or 6. It was like right before season 6 came out. No. What am I saying? Before the hit entertainment era came out, I should say. When they did the transition to season 8, because I remember like going there, listening to the classic Thomas songs, and then like seeing the old version of the Thomas model that they use for their dummy locomotive. Amazing, I loved it. Of course, meeting Sir Topham Hatt. Going to like the play areas to play like my Thomas Wooden Railway stuff. I believe my parents got me something on the Day Out with Thomas stuff. Otherwise, if not, I don't really remember. And then I remember one of my favorite moments from that day was actually like leaving the place and then saying goodbye to Thomas as he was literally about to leave and depart. And then my family departed from there as well. It was absolutely perfect timing. I loved it. It was a picturesque, perfect moment. And I'm glad I got to witness it with the old Thomas locomotive too. Because that literally made my childhood. Seeing him in person, that man makes me so happy. And I remember like being a very curious kid too. Like when we were doing photo ops with Thomas as well, I remember like sitting on his buffer, or not his buffers, but like his running boards or washboards, or I forgot what it was called. But sitting like there and then like very curious, like touching his eye. That was like my experience of Thomas as a kid. And my first and only ever Day Out with Thomas event. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I'd love to go back to a Day Out with Thomas event. It's not with the original Thomas that I'm hoping to see again, and plus, not only that, it's with like the CGI version of Thomas alongside with like paint splattered all over him, which I don't really like. But you know what? It's a good feeling. Plus, at least it brings you back to your childhood. But the thing that I'm hoping for is that not just attending any random Day Out with Thomas event, but it's the one held in Pennsylvania, specifically the one in Strasbourg. The reasoning is because the original Day Out with Thomas was held at that specific place, and the engine, the steam locomotive that's still using that version of Thomas to this day is still running perfectly fine. And at least they also have more, such as a dummy Percy, Alongside, I think they also have a Mavis as well and a Rusty. I could be wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that. Um, but that was that's my dream. Uh, Eventually, when I have my own family and have my own kids, I want to take them to that Thomas's Day Out with Thomas event. Because, like I said, that's how much Thomas means to me as a kid, and like growing up with him literally made my childhood. Absolutely love him. Um, and then not only that, I'm trying to remember like what other Thomas memorabilia I also collected as well. There was a Thomas CD that I have as well. Um, so I believe it was called Thomas's Roundhouse Tunes or whatever. So it contained like the Thomas theme, the Thomas's anthem. It's great to be an engine. Really useful engine. Toby, Sir Topham Hat, Harold the Helicopter, Donald's Duck, Let's Have a Race, Gone Fishing, Accidents Will Happen, uh, Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining, and then a reprise of the Thomas theme. I think I'm missing a song, I don't know, but that was my childhood music right there too. With my personal no, actually no, I'm probably gonna do a tier list on it later on, or at least my a personal ranking, I should say. Um, but yeah, I used to have that as well, but it came along with like a little like I don't know if you guys like know what I'm talking about. I think wait, one of the books had it. I showed it too. 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Was it this one? Oh, is it this one? Nope. It's one of these books. I'm pretty sure. Unless if I'm not look. Oh, it was the older book. Shoot, I was wrong. Yeah, yeah. It's this one, and it's the same CD too. Let me get that there. Yeah, there we go. Thomas's Songs and Roundhouse Rhythms. I had that one as a kid, and then like the All Aboard with Thomas playset. So it's like, how do I say it? It's sort of like a, yeah, it's like a pop up book that has like a layout, and then it has like little, like stuff that you could put around the island and stuff. And it comes with a wound out Thomas. You can wind him, and he literally runs around the tracks. And then with that, it came with the CD version of Thomas's Roundhouse. What was it again? Thomas's Roundhouse Rhythms. And to this day, I think I still have it somewhere in my room. I just don't remember where I placed it. Um, but yeah, that's like the type of music that I listened to as a kid. Besides like other stuff that was on around that time. I also had like a Barney CD. I had a Blues Clues CD. But that felt like an actual episode than like music too. I grew up with that. Um, and then like I'm thinking like what other stuff that I had as like a kid. Like I remember like my parents threw me a Thomas the Tank Engine themed party when I was younger too. That was amazing. Um, oh, I also had Thomas CD ROMs, if you guys are familiar with those as well. So back then, when we used to have like CD players inside the computers, where you would like press a button, insert your CD-ROM inside, and then it runs a game. I used to have three of them. So I had what was it called? It was the one with James, like going off the tracks, and then like Thomas has to save him. I forgot what it was called. Trouble on the Tracks, I believe it was called. I had that one. Building the New Line. That was the second one. That one's actually my personal favorite as a kid. And the other one, I think it's called Thomas Saves the Day. That one I also really played a lot of. But out of all of them, Building the New Line was my favorite. You get to choose between Thomas, Percy, Edward, and James, and then you would create your own line by laying out different railroad tracks, design it however you want it to, and then you would do activities by running the engines on the track. So like you could cause hazards, you could click on different areas so that you could play like little mini games. And then once you're satisfied running your engine around the track and you move on, you basically like prepare them for like an event that's happening at the station. So you would like scrub the engine down, you fix up the engines, and then afterwards you would decorate the station any way you want to. And then afterwards, like Sir Top on Hat presents you with like a certificate or whatever for helping out on the railway. Man, I played a lot of that as a kid. That was fun. And plus listening to the different themes that you hear in the back too, like Bill and Ben's theme, Donald and Douglas's themes, Toby's theme, Birdie the Bus's theme. Man, it just like plays on back to back. It's great. I loved it. I don't really remember as much with Trouble on the Tracks with the James story whatsoever. I remember having that, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe it didn't play well compared to like the rest because our PC didn't have the proper specs to it, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. But then afterwards, after building the new line, it was Thomas Saves the Day. So it's sort of like it's around like season 6. So season 6, season 7. So that's when Thomas was like, it still had like the classic series stuff onto it because for the transitions they literally play clips of what was the episode? It wasn't A Big Day for Thomas or Thomas's Train. It was the one, I think it was after that, when Thomas was pulling like Edward's load. Shoot. Oh, darn it. I'm a Thomas fan. I don't remember the episode off the top of my head. Oh my gosh, I feel so ashamed now. Help me, help me, help me. Trouble for Thomas. That's what it was. Oh, I feel so dumb. Yeah, it played transitions of Trouble for Thomas. That was the that was like the transition scenes, and then like of course it has like different mini games that you could play as well. It's like a story too from like start to finish because it occurs like a big storm happened on the island and stuff, and then your goal is to like help clean up the island with Thomas and stuff, and like rescue things and like do things to better off help the island or whatsoever. I don't really remember off the top of my head. Like, again, it's been ages since I played that game, so I still have the CD-ROMs, but I don't know if I'm able to play it now due to like the old specs or whatsoever. But if I could, I'd love to. Honestly, maybe if I find it and it actually somewhat works on my PC or my laptop, I should say, for sure, I'm gonna stream it because I miss that. That was my childhood stuff. At least I'm still glad I have those. I just need to find where I've stored them. So, when I take my chance to, yeah, for sure, I'm definitely gonna play those again. What else? I talked about all my favorite Thomas stuff and like what Thomas means to me too. Anything else that I'm missing when I'm trying to remember too, because like I'm trying to remember like the different phases that I had growing up after Thomas the Tank Engine. Because like that was my phase when I was like strictly watching PBS Kids as well. So like I mentioned before, I grew up with Arthur and stuff, so I watched him religiously as a kid as well. And I have a bunch of Arthur DVDs downstairs and a little toy doll that I have of him. And then I think like that was my transition to like watching other shows too, like stuff from like Cartoon Network, Disney Channel, and Nickelodeon, because I was a humongous fan of SpongeBob as well. It was SpongeBob, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, Ed, Edd and Eddy on Cartoon Network. Like that was like my phase, from like pre-teens like onwards too. Thomas still hasn't left me, obviously, because I still like come back to like collect the Thomas toys as well. And then afterwards, well, I'm trying to remember too, because I remember when YouTube was still a thing. When it was actually like brand new. Like I knew about YouTube like in its early heydays back in 2006, I want to say, because I think it started 2005 and I started like watching until like 2006 because I was trying to like watch some stuff online. And then one YouTube channel that I came across, and I know he probably won't like be active on it anymore because of like, you know, he moved on from the channel and like does like what he wants to do, which I highly respect him for. Miss Oliver and Blossom, he was the reason why Thomas never died for me. Like that was around the time where I was like watching other stuff too, but when I watched his stuff, I fell in love with Thomas again. Like he was the reason why I love Thomas the Tank Engine again, around that time. Because like for me, I was like interested in other stuff around that time too, right? But Thomas, like I said, Thomas hasn't left me. But it was through Miss Oliver and Blossom and his friend Train Lover 476 or Joey Turner today, and Miss Oliver and Blossom now is the Wilstonator. So if you want to check them out on YouTube, they're there. But they were my childhood too. Like I felt like anything when it comes to like Thomas stuff, especially if it's like content that's like you know, like not like Thomas based, but like more for like the humorous types of Thomas content, like those two I love to watch. Anytime Miss Oliver and Blossom uploaded a new episode, I would immediately watch it. Anytime Train Lover 476 uploaded a new video, I would always watch that as well. But Miss Oliver and Blossom was really my main. That got me into my love for Thomas the Tank Engine around that time. And I know it's like sort of a niche thing too, because a lot of them are like transitioning to a phase where they like act as adults. But for me, I love my nostalgia. I love everything that I had as a little kid, and it still continues on with me to this very day. Even around that time as well. Heck, I even love to reminisce and like go back to watch the original Miss Oliver and Blossom episodes as well as like some of the Train Lover 476 stuff as well, because that was also like that was like based around my humor back in the day too. I love those. It was entertaining. And yeah, I was devastated in regards to learning that, you know, like Miss Oliver and Blossom left the channel and focused on talking about MLP. But then at the same time too, I was a brony too, so I didn't blame him on that. And then Train Lover 476 also stopped for a while. I was very devastated about that. But you know what? It's their decision. It's what they wanted to do, so highly respect them for that. But I still love going back to their videos and like watching them, even now, as a grown adult. And like reminiscing on like my childhood back in like the good old YouTube days, where we could just like, you know, be whoever you wanted to be. Heck, that's what I'm doing right now on my YouTube channel. Like express who I want to be as, not like the popular or like whatever, or you do this so you can make money. No, I'm doing YouTube because I wanted to be myself. I want to enjoy the things that I want. I don't care about the money. I don't care about the fame. I just want to do stuff that I wanted to do as a YouTuber that I wish I would have done as a kid. Because like for me, I didn't know what I wanted to do for YouTube. Like I created my very first YouTube channel, not I See the Weebs, but my personal YouTube channel back in 2011. And it wasn't until literally 2023, I want to say, when I actually uploaded my very first video, not on that channel per se, but on the I See the Weebs channel. Because like I've seen like some others like uploading videos on their channel as well, and like doing stuff that they wanted to do. But because like podcasts were like booming at that time, I had a best friend who has like similar interests as me. Maybe not with Thomas the Tank Engine, but with other stuff as well. So why not talk about it? So brought me a him and I are like working together on the channel, and then because of like his time schedule now, we don't really do the podcast often, or like then again, we haven't touched the podcast in such a long time. But I'm still running the channel under my interest as well, and hence trying to like branch out to other platforms too, which is why I'm also streaming on Twitch, so that I could also like have that experience about like you know differences between streaming on Twitch and then stream or like doing videos on YouTube. So because one day, maybe in the future, I love to actually like go into content creation more, but it just depends. But at the same time too, I want to do stuff that I want to talk about. And for me, like I mentioned before, I like to talk about the niche sort of things that aren't like as popular as like what people are who are interested in nowadays. I'm like one of the very few, like the very small percent that talks about like stuff that like no one wants to talk about online. Maybe Thomas being one of them, because we're such a very different community compared to the rest. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna hate on it. So Thomas is very special to me. Then again, I think after that transition too, I sort of stopped watching Thomas for a while, because like if you like around that time, it was like when Hit Entertainment transitioned over from the model stuff to the CGI stuff. Of course, I got Hero of the Rails, and I thought it was really good for what it was. And then I actually started watching season 13 episodes, and then that's where I sort of lost more interest into the show, and just like straight up stopped watching Thomas for a while. Of course, I'm hearing from like Miss Oliver and Blossom, Train Lover 476 talk about like other stuff too. And then I don't know where Miss Oliver and Blossom's mind was when he first said that Misty Island Rescue was a great Thomas movie. But he learned, especially when he talked about the season 16 retrospective and stuff. Good gracious. But I stopped watching Thomas completely. It wasn't until like a YouTuber by the name of The Unlucky Tug popped up into my feed and started talking about Thomas stuff. So he did like video essays on stuff. He talked about like his interest in Thomas and stuff. And then I dove deeper into his channel and started like regaining my interest in Thomas again. Hence, today I'm still following him. And I absolutely love his work. In my opinion, from what he's doing now compared to what he did like years ago, I absolutely love his content now, because he takes his time and his craft into talking about the stuff that he loves as a Thomas fan, and understanding the knowledge of what it has, or what it takes, or not what it takes, but like how the roles of Thomas, if that makes sense. Like today, he just for the 80th anniversary of Thomas, he uploaded a new video, the complete history of Thomas the Tank Engine. And honestly, this was something that I've been waiting for so long, just to watch him talk about. Because, like I said, he helped me regain my interest in Thomas the Tank Engine again. So, and plus, I think around that time too, I was like sort of like regaining my interest back too, because from time to time I would actually go back and watch on PBS Kids, because that was around the time when the CGI series was still around, but it was with a new different narrator, Mark Morhan. So for those of you who don't know, he's the narrator of season 17 through season 21 of Thomas the Tank Engine. So basically when Thomas actually got good again. Because like what I mentioned before on my my mental awareness video, I thought that because of like CGI was like going straight downhill, I just mostly stuck to the Thomas model stuff. Um, it wasn't like my cup of tea. But when I took the chance and I ended up watching some of the episodes more and more, I started developing an interest into the show again. And even to this day, like I mentioned before, I love some of the episodes there compared to like the old model series. Especially when it comes to season 6, season 7 standards, man. Season 17 through 21, especially season 20, good gracious, I love some of those episodes. I can't name them off the top of my head, but man, it was just so good. I love I love this era of Thomas too. Like it rekindled my interest in loving Thomas the Tank Engine again. And then of course we heard about Big World Big Adventures, and then that started to decline on me too, because like of course you started seeing the engines bouncing, and I absolutely despised that. I was like, what made the original Thomas so great is because of like how realistic they made the show. And then when they brought that back in season 17 through 21, you felt that. And plus the stories actually felt genuine too. Sort of like how like you would depict it back when the Reverend W. Audrey created his Railway series stories. But no, they had to get greedy because like, Thomas is popular and everything, and then like Thomas needs to go around the world because he hasn't done that. I still wonder why they went with that decision in the first place instead of like sticking with what's good with the fan base, because at the same time too, as the fan base grew older, they started developing or started having kids for their own, right? And so they want to show something that they want to show to their kids as well. Thomas was definitely one of them. I know for sure when I grow up, I'm going to be showing my kids the classic stuff as well as season 17 through 21. So definitely, for sure, I'm going to enjoy my time having my kids, letting them have their fun, learning about that version of Thomas as well. Of course, whatever they want to watch too, I'm also going to respect that too, especially if it's going to be Bluey. I heard it's really good. I need to watch that show for myself. Because as a fan of My Little Pony, Thomas the Tank Engine, like that type of stuff, I gotta watch Bluey. I heard Bluey is really good, so. And plus, like having dogs as well. Yes. Exactly. I feel like I definitely enjoy that show. Right, baby girl? Right, Maya? She's wagging her tail. You want to make a guest appearance every time I talk on stream, don't you, huh? I love you. It's okay, it's okay. But yeah, I think what really kicked my interest back, though, other than like Unlucky Tug or whatsoever, was really during the pandemic. 2020, 2021, that's when I've gathered all my interest back in Thomas the Tank Engine. Not only like learning about like the actual lore about like the Railway series and everything, because like even like during that phase I never really understood the Railway series until like the pandemic. So I went out of my way and actually purchased the actual books and like read them to myself as well, and like started understanding the reasons why Thomas the Tank Engine became as it is because of the Railway series, and I understand why too. It's absolutely great. Definitely these books I'm gonna read to my future kids as well. No, they're gonna love it. And it has that nice charm to it too, because like as the Reverend W. Audrey mentioned as well, you're not writing just for mere kids or whatever. You're also writing for the parents who have to read to the kids and pass it on to a new generation onwards. That's what I want to do as well. With my kids. So I'm reading these stories as well as showing all my Thomas stuff to them as well. Yeah, and it still hasn't died with me today too, because I've also continued to collect like other Thomas media as well. Like any Thomas stuff that I didn't collect as a kid, I would actually go out my way and purchase those DVDs or like other stuff that I want as well, including like, you know, the Best of Thomas DVD there. I have a bunch of other DVDs that are in my room right now. Um, Unfortunately, I lost some of the DVDs that I had in my room. I don't know how, but for some reason, it's just lost somewhere, and I'm disappointed because it was my childhood and I lost it. So unless for some reason like my parents were like cleaning my room and then like they broke a DVD by accident, and that I understand, but for me personally losing it, oh man, it hurts. I don't know where I put it and like whatsoever, but you know, one of these days I'm gonna end up trying to find them anyway, so it is what it is. But yeah, I collected those DVDs as well, and then of course I collected like the books, all the other Thomas books that you saw up there. Anything that I mentioned earlier, I actually collected during the pandemic too. And then any other missing stuff that I didn't get as a kid, I would also get as well. Like for example, if you know FYE for your entertainment, they actually still had like some Thomas stuff that I ended up purchasing as well. So I bought like Thomas's Snowy Surprise. There's a humongous DVD set, about like 6 Thomas DVDs, and I bought the entire set. The Ultimate Christmas, I also got at FYE, I think. And then there were like a bunch of other DVDs too that I got too. Oh shoot, what was it? Thomas Percy and the Dragon. I also got it there too. The good thing about it too is that it also came with like those Thomas Wooden Railway figures that I haven't gotten as a kid, and I now have it in my collection. Like for example, I bought Mavis with Snowy Surprise. And then like the Christmas caboose that came from Ultimate Christmas are now finally in my collection. So technically, those were my last Wooden Railway products that I purchased, because it came with the actual DVDs. And plus, I didn't own Mavis and the caboose as a kid, so now it's in my collection. I'm probably not going to play with them as I used to as a kid, but hey, at least I have them, so I'm happy. Not only that, but I also, or at least from what I remember last time, I think 2016, I want to say. I'm trying to remember when Toys R Us closed in my area, because the last products that I purchased there was a Rosie and an Emily. Before like my Thomas Wooden Railway phase, phased out, I wanted to get female characters for my cast. All the ones that I have, all male. Besides like Annie and Clarabelle, Elizabeth. I think that's it. Like the rest of the characters that I have, they're not a many females. So I ended up purchasing Rosie and Emily. So I got them in my collection too. So cool. And then years then, Snowy Surprise, I ended up purchasing that DVD set with Mavis in it, so I'm very thankful for that. So at least I was able to score that for my collection. And then yeah, like I said, like it hasn't died on me, because the number one thing that kept me alive from that too, and learning about it from Unlucky Tug, was this gem right there. The Thomas Cool Props that released in, I want to say 2002. Like they started production like pre-pandemic. I think it was 2018 or 2019, and I didn't receive my Thomas till 2022 or 2023, I want to say. But hold on, let me get it real quick. This is my favorite thing that I have in my collection that's Thomas related, hands down. I love this thing. It literally resembles like the actual Gauge prop from the actual show, and plus I love how the wheels like freely move as well, so that's cool. You could actually remove his face and change it to a different face, but I personally love his smiling face, so I kept it as is. And then inside the mechanism as well, you can move his eyes, but I just kept it as is, just cause. And then he has a back lamp as well. but I abused the battery so much, so it's currently turned off at the moment. Um, but yeah, the only thing that I really don't like about this is his color. In my opinion, it's a little too dark a blue compared to the rest of the Thomases that I have in my collection. But at least he's better than Annie and Clarabelle, because Annie and Clarabelle, in my opinion, is way too dark for their color. But this Thomas, I absolutely love. Like, um, if I gave this to my 5-year-old self, I know that little 5-year-old self is screaming with joy, knowing that this Thomas is finally in my hands, in my collection. Um, Honestly, if Cool Props did more models as well, I think they're doing a Bill and Ben, but I don't know if that was in production or they stopped. But heck, I'm happy I have this in my collection. Hands down, my favorite Thomas memorabilia that I have. And I know for sure I'm not giving this away ever. This thing's going to be cherished with me for such a very long time. That's how much Thomas means to me. Like, I'm not an expert in the show, but like I said, he is my nostalgia. He is my everything when it comes to like growing up as a kid. Well, other than like like the Wiggles, Arthur, like I mentioned, but when it comes to like entertainment, all in all, it's Thomas the Tank Engine. So let me put him back. Not trying to. Okay, there we go. I was trying to make sure that I put him back in this rail properly. And then, besides that, that's not the only like recent stuff that I have with him too. If you guys remember the Hot Wheels collaboration that they did with Thomas, um, I have the Locomotion Thomas as well. It's not the best Thomas that I have in my collection, but at least I have it. Um, yeah, I'm sort of not a fan of the way how this looks, obviously, but hey, at least I could say that I have it. So, um, it is what it is. When did this one come out? 2019. I don't remember when I purchased this one though. I think this was also during the pandemic. I could be wrong though. But like the main thing that I purchased during the pandemic, during my Thomas phase, were like the little N scale Thomas stuff. So I have the N scale Thomas. Look how small he is. Can my camera focus? No. That's how small he is. Like this is my first N scale Thomas. And then not only that, but I also have a little bit of a bigger version of him. This is the Tomix version of Thomas. Can you zoom into his face now? No? No. Okay. But yeah, I have this one as well. So I have the Tomix N scale and the Bachmann N scale Thomases. Unfortunately, both of these aren't running as smoothly as I'm hoping for. If I run this one right now, he actually won't move. Like you'll hear the motor running, but you won't see him move unless if you like push him. He'll move like a couple inches and then just stop. So I have to fix this thing up. Otherwise, if not, at least it's in my collection. So I'm happy with that. So the Bachmann one still runs fine, but not as smooth as it used to. Not good enough. But yeah, like that was like around that phase, and then like literally this is just this year. It's not officially Thomas related, but or like based off of like Thomas stuff, but this was during February, literally earlier this year. So my brother's girlfriend had a party going, not a party, but like a thing going on where like a bunch of her friends came along, and then like you get to choose like a sculpture or whatever, and you get to paint over it. I saw a train, or technically a steam locomotive, and I was like, you know what? I want to try to paint Thomas. And then I took my chance. And then I hear like some of the other friends like tell me like, hey, that's cool. So you got inspiration for Thomas? I'm like, yeah, he's my childhood. I might as well, right? So this thing's a piggy bank. So right there, and then like the little circle thing here, so you could pop it open, get all the coins out. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to use this like ever for coins for a bank, but at least I'm happy to have this, and it's sitting in my room. Like I try to make it as close as possible. Like of course I'm missing the red stripes across. It was just hard for me to like paint over it though. Um, and then it's not like completely like filled and like as I wanted it to be, but at least I got it as close as I wanted to, and I think it looks absolutely wonderful for what it is too. Of course, like I can't make the face, but I try to make it as like the actual like real life engine's face, if that makes sense. So like the face is covered, sort of like how Unlucky Tug does his train models. That's sort of my inspiration for making this version of Thomas. So of course it's not like to the T where it's like 100% Thomas, but at least it's close. It just like screamed out Thomas to me, so that's the reason why I chose this in the first place. It was either going to be this or a dog, so I'm glad I did this one. This one's awesome. I love it. And it sits in my room along with the other Thomas stuff that I showcase. So literally all these Thomas stuff here are literally sitting on my shelves downstairs. I want to say collecting dust, but at the same time too, it's like in case the like visitors wants to see, it's like on my little Thomas shrine. So, but that's like literally my interest in Thomas. I absolutely adore Thomas the Tank Engine, even up to this very day. So, but yeah, that's why I'm like doing this 80th thing now. Hence, talking about my childhood nostalgia along with Thomas the Tank Engine. I also want to do other stuff too today. So other than just like other than just like talk about my stories of Thomas as a kid all the way up to adult as now, but maybe like give you guys like a more ideas and more topics about like Thomas stuff in general. Like for example, what are my favorite episodes? What are my favorite songs? Maybe when it comes to like YouTubers, who are my favorite YouTubers to watch when it comes to Thomas content. Besides like Unlucky Tug, Train Number 476, and Miss Olive and Blossom, like who others do I watch? And then of course, just as a couple days ago, the pilot of Down the Mine also released too. Maybe get a chance to talk about that as well. I don't know how long it's gonna be, because I also want to do like a reaction of Unlucky Tug's video of the complete history of Thomas the Tank Engine. I don't want to show it on screen, but at least you could probably hear like a bit of the audio in the back or whatsoever, and give my takes on it. Just how much Thomas means to me, as well as like everyone else who's part of the Thomas and Friends fandom. So at the same time too, I'm one that I'm really hoping to anticipate to get in the future is this documentary that's called The Unlucky Fandom. It literally talks about Thomas and Friends stuff, especially Thomas the Tank Engine Railway series, and the fans behind it. So eventually, if it does like release in physical media, I want to get my hands on it, because I really want to watch it. Like they hosted an event in New York, but I'm not willing to like go all the way there to watch it and then go back just to say, hey, I watched it. I actually want to own it for myself. and then like I could just watch it whenever I want, just to see how much the Thomas means to me. Not only like watching it now, but like as part of a fandom. But yeah. So maybe I sort of want to transition over now. So I guess that I've been talking about like the Thomas stuff, or like what got me into Thomas. Maybe we could talk about some of my favorite Thomas episodes, shall we? A majority of the stuff that I'm going to be talking about when it comes to Thomas stuff will be mostly between seasons 1 through season 7 anyways. Maybe with the hints of season 17 through 21. If I could recall any of the moments stuck in my head. But a majority of my favorite episodes are literally just classic series episodes. So seasons 1 through 7. I'm probably not going to remember all of them off the top of my head, but it is what it is. So, and maybe some of my favorite episodes maybe might have you guys like thinking about like, is it really his favorite episode? Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. Maybe some of the controversial episodes that I'm also going to be bringing up too, especially in like season 6 and season 7. Yep, I'm also going to bring that up too. But yeah, let me start off with season 1. Season 1, I think it's a really good season. It's not my favorite season out of the classic series, but it's charming for what it is, and I'm not gonna lie, I really love the music in the series, in that particular season, I should say. Yeah, I love how they upgrade the instruments and stuff, but there's just something about listening to the classic music from season 1 and even season 2 is just so wonderful to hear. I love each of them like have their own unique themes and what makes it so special to watch them. And then plus all the stories are amazing. Even for like the small letdown stories, I want to call them, they're good for what they were. Like I don't have an episode that I actually full on like not like. All of them one way or another I like. Whether if it's like really really good or if it's just good, I still like them. But I think for a bias, I think my personal favorite, it has to be the Flying Kipper. You can't go wrong with that one too. Honestly, everything about that episode just like works so well. Plus, having the first episode to be set in like the early morning setting where it's like dark outside and you see the silhouette of Henry pulling the Flying Kipper, it's just amazing. Not only that, the music is very stellar. The Flying Kipper theme, as the fandom loves to call it, but for me, I personally call it as Henry's theme set at night. Because it's literally Henry's theme. But, it is the Flying Kipper technically because, Henry's pulling it, so. And then plus, the crash is amazing. Like, everything just like rolls into one, making the Flying Kipper one of my personal favorite episodes. And plus seeing some of my favorite music videos too, from Thomas the Tank Engine back in the day, especially like the shots where you see Henry like going across from one side to the other in the silhouette. Take Night Train for example, where you see Henry pulling the Flying Kipper on one side to the other is so beautiful in that setting, and seeing it for the first time, I think I've seen this episode on YouTube of all things, but man, I loved it. It's great. Hands down one of my favorites. And plus, I love it when Ringo Starr narrates the episode as well. It's very nice. Season 2 was very personal to me because, like I mentioned before, a majority of my favorite episodes all came from Thomas Comes to Breakfast, that VHS, and literally all of them, or majority of them I should say, is all season 2 stuff. Thomas Comes to Breakfast, the Duck and Diesel trilogy, Double Trouble, or Thomas, Percy, and the Coal. And I think the rest are season 1. So like Gordon Takes a Dip or Off the Rails. What am I missing? Trouble in the Shed. Oh, season 2, A Cow on the Line, or Cows. Um, but for me personally, I have two, and they're actually from the Thomas Comes to Breakfast VHS. Of course, the first episode is Thomas Comes to Breakfast, and honestly, I think it's probably my favorite season 2 episode. Just maybe because of, like, nostalgia kicks in and it's a bias, because like after watching it first and then you see Thomas like doing his things and whatsoever, I loved it. I really loved it. It's just so special to me, and plus like the crash and everything too. Yeah, it's just so special. Um, oh, sorry. Hold on 1 second. I just need to check something. Oh, that can take too long. So my mom just messaged me, and I need to check up on something. Ooh, dang. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Um. But yeah. Other than Thomas Comes to Breakfast, one of my other favorite ones is also from the VHS. Surprisingly, it's not the Duck and Diesel trilogy, although that one's really good. Um, this one just personally has a special place in my heart because this is the first ever Thomas episode that I actually like memorized from start to finish. And if you told me like which Thomas episode I can narrate off the spot, it's Double Trouble or Thomas Percy and the Coal. I know it's not really as much as to like everything too, and plus this is the first episode of season 2, so um, I loved it. It's just something special to me, and plus I think what the bias about it too is because of the book that I have. Um, this one, Cow on the Line, because I would consistently just read this too. And then the first story is literally Double Trouble, or like I said, Thomas Percy and the Coal. So actually, I memorized all the stories in this book in particular. So Thomas Percy and the Coal, Cows. That was also a really good one. I would also mention Cows too, because I actually know the story memorized from start to finish too. But I'm gonna give it to Double Trouble instead. This one also has Old Iron and Percy Takes the Plunge. Those are like the stuff that I grew up with. When it comes to like learning about those stories, but Double Trouble, in particular, is my favorite. Plus, it's also the one with the Thomas meme, right? It was time for Thomas to leave. He had seen everything. It's literally from that episode. I didn't like it just because of the meme, but I just love it because it personally, like I said, it's the first Thomas story that I've actually memorized from start to finish, and I could still probably recite everything to this day. Um, Maybe in the future I'll probably narrate that story on the YouTube channel for fun, but for now I'm just gonna hold back on that. But yeah, I know I would probably also say like Edward's exploit or whatsoever, but a bunch of other people, especially Thomas YouTubers, talk about it way too much. So I'll give something a little different, right? Because I would say Edward's exploit too, but just to mix things up, why not? Season 3, oh boy. Personally, my favorite, and I know everyone's gonna say Escape, and I honestly understand why you would go with Escape. Me personally, my favorite is Thomas Percy and the Post Train, or Thomas Percy and the Mail Train. And there's one specific reason why I love this episode too much. It's the music. Good God. Like I would say, I prefer the themes of seasons 1 and season 2, but man, season three's Mail Train theme is hands down my favorite theme throughout that season. Heck, it's probably my favorite theme out of all the themes from the classic series. I just love it so much. And then having it, and then hearing it develop into the song Night Train is just amazing. I already have the melody stuck inside my head. That's how much I love the song, or that music piece from Michael Donald Jr. Campbell. It's amazing. The music is great. I love the story too. It's not like full on like great or whatever, but I love how it like fits the theme to it, if that makes sense. And plus, I guess it's like the trope too, like, you know how Percy loves pulling the mail train. I think it's literally from that episode. But at the same time too, Thomas also pulls the mail train too, so I don't know. But yeah, I love that episode just because of the music. Okay, season 4. I'll do a narrow gauge episode and one after the narrow gauge episodes. So back to the full scale engines. Surprisingly, I'm not a. I know this is going to be very controversial. I'm not really a fan of the narrow gauge engine stuff. For me, when it comes to watching Thomas and Friends, I want to focus on like, you know, like the main cast, like Thomas, Percy, James, Toby, Edward, Gordon, Henry, like all of them. But no, we were given these different stories of the narrow gauge engines. Don't get me wrong. Nowadays, I absolutely love and respect the narrow gauge engines, but they're not like my up to favorites compared to like what I've seen when I was younger. If that makes sense. But there's still hidden gems, and I love some of the episodes too. Heck, I still think the Skarloey Railway theme is probably one of my favorite personal themes of all times too. And plus there's some like hidden gems inside there too that that are still better than the latter half of season 4, I should say. But personally, my favorite is Bulldog. So for those of you who don't know, it's the episode with Duke and Sir Handel. In that episode, it's called Falcon. They were double heading a train. And then this is the one where Falcon falls off and almost falls off a cliff, and Duke tries to save him, holds him tight. I personally enjoyed this one. Because of like how the story like built up to that as well. Like, yeah, I would say like Grandpa and Sleeping Beauty as well, but I didn't grow up with that, surprisingly. The ones that I can really remember from season 4 stuff were Bulldog, Peter, Sam, and the Refreshment Lady, Trucks, or technically Rusty helps Peter Sam. I think that's the episode. And then the rest were like season 5 stuff. But yeah. Oh no, wait. Whatever was on Thomas in the Special Letter too. That was also there. Like Home at Last, Rock and Roll. Ooh. What else was there? Shoot. I don't remember off the top of my head. But those are the ones. But yeah, Bulldog is still my favorite out of all of the narrow gauge engine stories. I just love how the setting is like, and plus like how heroic Duke was trying to help Falcon out. Otherwise, we would have seen an engine careen off the cliff. That was cool. I liked it. But if you're talking about like the mainline stories, I gotta go with Thomas and the Special Letter. It's very, very touching, especially for like how special it is for like not only for like us Thomas fans watching it, but like what it means for the entirety of the show. And plus, everything about it, in my opinion, was really fun. The only thing is that I felt like the ending was a little bit rushed, but I still enjoyed it for what it was and how special it is. Especially Thomas's crash. Come on, one of the best in the series. Come on. if it weren't for an episode that I'm gonna be bringing up later on, is one of my favorite crashes besides like Flying Kipper and stuff. Or at least when it comes to Thomas, I think that one's probably my favorite crash from Thomas. Yeah, that's season 4. Season 5, I have a bunch of this because this was my childhood season. A bunch of my favorite episodes are here. Duncan Gets Spooked, Haunted Henry, James and the Trouble with Trees, let's say Toby and the Flood, Put Upon Percy, oh gosh, Sir Topham Hatt's Holiday, Lady Hatt's Birthday Party. Good gosh. But out of all of them, honestly, I think my personal favorite is Busy Going Backwards. The reason why, again, it's got to be the music, and that, and the hilarity of it too, because of like, you know, like Toad like wanting to like go forwards, and then like he got it granted just because like he's doing the runaway, and plus you gotta mention that runaway theme mixed with the William Tell Overture theme. Oh my gosh, it's great. I love it. Again, you gotta respect it for what it is. So, that's why I love that episode so much. The music and the story that it told, and plus listening to Alec Baldwin narrate the story. Oh my gosh, I loved it. Him doing Toad's voice is great, and then like of course it has the James voice. Oh my goodness, what was that? Is from that episode too. I loved it. It's funny. And then of course like then you see Toad like falling into the pond or to the ditch or whatever. I loved it. It's just something special to me. I loved it. What else? Season 6. I guess I can move on to that. I gotta remember, season 6 isn't one of my personal favorite classic series seasons. But I don't know why this one stuck in my head. I don't know, this is gonna be very controversial. I thought Middle Engine was good. Yeah, I'm gonna get berated by the Thomas fandom because I said that, but I don't know. There's just something about it that I just personally enjoyed. Even as a kid, I never really skipped out on this episode. I thought it was funny. Like, yeah, it didn't depict like how like Ari and Bert were in like season 5 and Stephanie gets lost, but you know what? That's how I depicted the Diesel engines to begin with anyways, because they're, you know, they're like the bully characters. They're rude. They're supposed to be like that. Like, yeah, they're supposed to be menacing, but at the same time too, like, especially with the transition over to the hit entertainment stuff where everything starts had to be more kid friendly. Oh, I just remembered another episode. I think that would probably be my favorite. I'll mention that in a second, but continue on with Middle Engine. I just love how, like, if you don't focus on the Percy stuff, especially like towards the beginning, especially when he gets pushed into the Lotus Tippers ramp, and whatsoever, and then like if you listen to Alec Baldwin's narration, ignore that. Oh no, there are 2 episodes. Shoot, yeah. Now I really have to bring it up. But I think for what it was, I thought it was okay, especially for James getting his James getting his I can't think of the word. Basically everyone getting back at James for like making fun of Percy for being stuck as the Middle Engine, and then he became the Middle Engine towards the end of the episode. I thought that was funny. I liked it. Even to this day, I still think it's like, it's not the best episode, but I don't know why. It was the first episode that came to my head, but I enjoyed it. I don't think it was the worst episode. And I think for people who are hating on the episode a little too much, okay, don't get me wrong. I think you have every right to hate the episode for what it was, especially either 1, Alec Baldwin's narration, or 2, because of Percy and his situation, whatever. But if you don't focus on that, I think the episode's just good. I like it. I liked it. In my opinion, I think the worst episode in that season was Rusty Saves the Day anyways. It was way too boring. I thought the plot was convoluted, and it didn't take me anything out of it per se. And then plus, anytime I seen it on the James and the Red Balloon DVD, I literally just skipped the episode. That's how boring it was. Oh shoot, another episode popped into my head. Dang it. Okay, so here, I'll go in my top 3 order from what just popped in my head. First, Duncan. One, because of the crash. That's the reason why I love that episode. I wish they would have brought back Duncan's voice from season 5, watching it from Alec Baldwin, but it is what it is. But yeah, the main reason is because of the crash. Same reason for the second episode that I'm going to bring up, World's Strongest Engine, where Diesel tries to pull 20 trucks, and then he falls off and crashes into what was it, not into the sea or whatever, but a really large ditch or whatever, and he falls down. That was funny. I liked it. But my all-time favorite episode from season 6, Gordon Takes a Tumble. I don't know why my mind glossed over this episode, but yeah, this one hands down is my favorite episode, and I think you probably know the reason why. It's because of that amazing crash. But not only that too, it's also like a fun story to learn as well. Why you shouldn't underestimate someone's words just because what you think is correct. At the end, you have to humble yourselves and just accept the fact that sometimes you have to be wrong. Hence the relationship of Gordon and Salty in that episode. Although I wish Salty made an appearance at the end of the episode and said he was sorry. At least he got a mention or whatever. But yeah, I loved it because of the crash. I saw a YouTube video about a psychologist saying hey, this episode is bad for kids. It's teaching them bad stuff that they shouldn't be doing because it's going to be too traumatic. And then you see the kids watching the episode and they found nothing wrong with it. They just thought it was great and funny. It's not going to be traumatic where it's when you grow up, you're going to start crashing your car into stuff. No, that was me as a kid. I loved the episode because I thought it was funny. I thought it was great. I never saw it as let me go into my parents' car and just start crashing it into everything. Because no. And plus, watching Gordon crash into it, I thought it was funny. That's it. Don't take things seriously because of something like that. It's not going to be traumatizing when I'm my age right now, and I'm gonna start having flashbacks about oh shoot, Gordon crashed into a wall. Oh shoot, Gordon crashed into a bunch of house, a shed or whatsoever. That doesn't shock me. At least he didn't run over anybody. I'd be more concerned about that. That's more traumatic. But no, he just crashed into a bunch of things. He didn't hit anybody. He caused maybe thousands, if not millions of dollars of damages in that farm, but he didn't hit anybody. Let me know if he hit somebody during that crash. If so, then I'd be a little more traumatic. But no. I just personally like that episode. I don't know. Season 7. Let me move on to that one. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a fan of Season 7 as much. I'd see that a majority of Thomas fans prefer Season 7 over Season 6. Me personally, I don't like Season 7. I think it's way too boring. You could say the same thing for Season 6 because of the color and the visuals and stuff. I find Season 7 more boring because of the stories. I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of Season 7 as much. I don't really like how they reuse B-roll footage. You could see something that's from Season 7 and then they show something that's from Season 5. Or see something from Season 7 and then you go back to Season 1. What? Why? Why are you on a top budget? That doesn't make sense to me. And then plus this was for me, I grew up with Michael Brandon, right? So this was when they added in new music and added in his narration. Don't get me wrong, I don't think Michael Brandon is a horrible narrator, but he's not the strongest narrator. That's one thing's for sure. Um, but I appreciate Michael Brandon because he was still part of my childhood too. Even if it's like during like the hit episodes that I really didn't like. Um, but I have to respect him for what he did. So, he narrated season 7 for me, and I would say that I could go back and watch Michael Angeles too, and I did, and with the original score from Michael Donald Jr. Campbell too, but I think it was a little too late for me too because even with that, it was still hard for me to pick a really good episode to like. So I guess for my personal favorite, I'm gonna go with Three Cheers for Thomas or Hooray for Thomas. Because technically, it still holds a special place in my heart too. Because it's the very last episode that we see from the classic series. If you want to say mention that, if you don't include season 5, then season 7. And plus, I really love the story. It's very lighthearted, very laid back. And plus, it brings back to the elements of Thomas and Birdie racing each other again as they did in season 1. And then plus, if you watch the UK version, you get to listen to a rendition of Let's Have a Race or Birdie's theme remixed into the season 7 soundtrack. And I love that. Even the Michael Brandon's version in the US dub, I think is also really good too. That episode literally made me smile all the way from start to finish. I mean, if it wasn't that, then I think Best Dressed Engine would be the next follow-up because of Gordon doing Gordon stuff. But yeah, Hooray for Thomas or Three Cheers for Thomas. Probably my favorite episode of season 7. Sorry, my dogs are out and about. But yeah. I'm surprised it's past 3 o'clock. I was supposed to get a package at the door, but I need to talk to the mailman about returning something, but I guess they didn't show up. Oh well. But yeah. Those are my favorite classic series episodes. That's one thing's for sure. I can't really remember all the episodes from season 17 through 21 off the top of my head. I'm trying to remember the name of my favorite CGI episode. Shoot. I think it's called Over the Hill. It's the one where Steven and Glenn raced each other. That episode. That one's my favorite CGI episode. It was really funny. It has the Eye of the Tiger vibes, and then when they started racing, you hear old music of old people racing each other. I love that episode. It was way too funny for me. That one's my favorite. Other than Last Train for Christmas. In my opinion, if it's not for Thomas and Percy's Christmas adventure of season 3, besides Thomas, Percy, and the Post Train, that would probably be my runner-up as my favorite season 3 episode. Then Last Train for Christmas is my favorite Christmas special. Or Christmas episode, I should say. I loved it. It's very lighthearted. It's great. It's touching. And plus the love that Connor gets in that episode too, holy moly. Very lighthearted. I love it. But yeah, those are my favorite personal episodes that I could think of too. I also guess I could bring this up too. Actually, let me see if I can try to find something online real quick. Because if so, what I want to do is that I want to do a tier list of my favorite Thomas songs. I want to specifically see if I could try to stick with just the classic series songs and maybe a bit of the hit entertainment songs because I don't know all of them too well. Thomas and Friends songs rank tier list. Let's see. Ooh, okay. Oh, okay. I think this one has a bunch of stuff that I could talk about too. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna set this one up. this is, I'm assuming, like, for any of you guys who are watching this stream, because I'm probably gonna upload this to YouTube too. I'm assuming that you guys probably already listened to the Thomas songs already. So I'm gonna pull this up then. Let me see. Let me open up this tier list right here. So you see, this Kuma boy. He is one of my first doggos too. So give me 1 second. Let me see if I could set this up. Oh, oop. And then I'll go ahead and give you guys my rankings on these Thomas songs. There we go. Cool. Have that set up now. Let's make my tier list, shall we? So this is based off of the who made this tier list? I gotta give credits. I don't want to take all the credit for myself. There we go. The Slickstinator. So thank you so much for creating this tier list. I'm going to use your tier list, my guy, as my own stuff too. Let me see. Let me fix a couple things though. Let me base this off of Thomas themes. Because like the way how I did my tier list before is that I based it off of like catchphrases from the show. Let me base it off of that as well. Just so that I can keep the consistency. And I sort of want to switch the colorings around too. So let's have this one be at the bottom. Because this is like the songs that I don't want to listen to. Let's bring green to the very top. Go orange down here. This orange down here. Perfect. Okay. All right. So let's put a couple catchphrases. So you are a really useful engine. This one, you have caused confusion and delay. There we go. Let's do cinders and ashes. No, wait, no, actually. Oh, the Kuma. Sorry, that's my dog. So, oh, the indignity. There we go. Actually, maybe we'll do cinders and ashes is a good thing, because I've heard Thomas use that phrase several times for good and bad. So cinders and ashes. And then what's a good middle ground? You're a really useful engine. Cinders and ashes. Oh, the indignity. You've caused confusion and delay. What's a good middle phrase? I gotta look up some Thomas quotes real quick. Hold on. I can't think of a good middle ground. I don't want to do bust my buffers because it's the same as cinders and ashes in my opinion. Let's see, Thomas the Tank Engine quotes. Wake up, lazy bones. Why don't you work hard like me? You're too fat. You need exercise. Oh. No, actually, sorry. I'm going to replace this one. I just saw something better. Disgraceful. Disgusting. Despicable. Here we go. That one's way better. I like that one a lot. Actually, let's switch this one up. Little engines can do big things. I don't know if I should switch this one around with "You Are a Really Useful Engine" because I feel like that's more than just this. But at least for this one, at least I could put cinders and ashes. You know what? Just for fun. Slash bust my buffers. There we go. Okay, so the way how I'm gonna do this then, I'm gonna keep it as is. There we go. Let me fix this up. There we go. There we go. Okay. So the way how I'm gonna set this up is that "You're a Really Useful Engine" is my favorite songs to listen to. Little engines can do big things. It's good. It's getting there. Cinders and ashes or bust my buffers. I think they're just okay. Disgraceful, disgusting, despicable songs that I wouldn't really listen to. And you have caused confusion and delay. Absolutely, the songs that I do not want to listen to. Actually, maybe I'll include one more. One more at the bottom. Add a row below. Because this is one that I actually don't really know as well. What the heck? Hey, what happened to the color? Keep it red. Come on, there we go. So it keeps the consistency. It's just this one I need to change. Let's do gray for this one because these are for songs I don't remember. I listen to all the songs, but there are some songs that I actually don't remember the lyrics to, for good or wrong reasons. So, unless if there's a phrase that's like similar to this. Let's see if I can find one. Hmm. Let's see. You gotta learn to shun freight cars. Whew. Yeah, I don't remember as well. Okay, you know what? I can't really think of it. You know what? I'll keep it as is. Songs I don't remember because I don't remember phrases properly as well. Okay, there we go. Because yeah, I know for sure that some of them I don't really remember or like I know some like briefly, but they aren't like 100% popping in my head. So I'm gonna keep it as is. So I think without further ado, let's get started. Starting out with a banger, absolute banger. Accidents will happen. Come on, you can't go wrong with this one. This is like classics Thomas songs. Like you can't go. This is one that you would continue to listen to and put on repeat if you're a fan of the show. But yeah, You're a Really Useful Engine. Definitely gets my vote there. Ooh, Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining. Actually, I really enjoy Bill and Ben's theme a lot too. But then for some reason, this song sort of like fell off from me for a bit. Like I would listen to the song like religiously back in the day, but now it's sort of like falling down for me. Not like to the point where it's like, oh, it became one of my worst songs ever. It's just like not as much as I listen to now compared as I would back in my youth. So I'm gonna respect it and say little engines can do big things, but very high. It's great to be an engine. Oh, okay. So I don't think it's the best. And honestly, I think I also prefer listening to Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining over this song, but I really like it for what it is. So I'm gonna respectively place it right after that. The Snow Song, definitely one of the more beautiful songs in the classic series. But where would I place that, honestly? The Snow Song. Snow Song. Because I don't think it's a really great song that deserves to stay in the top, and I don't think it's better than It's Great to Be an Engine. But do I think the song is mid? I don't think so. Because from what it is, I think it's really good. I'm going to place it here for now, but at the very low end of things. Donald's Duck, I'm also going to be placing it above the Snow Song and in between. No, actually, you know what? I'll bump it up just by one. There we go. In between It's Great to Be an Engine and Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining. The reason why is because I love the chorus. I really think the chorus is pretty catchy. And I gotta be non-biased about this too, because I'm also thinking about Headmaster Hastings covers of these songs. But I want to focus on just the classic version, the original. So I'm gonna keep Donald's Duck there. Sir Topham Hat. I'm gonna place it. I'll place it there. It's definitely above It's Great to Be an Engine, but below Donald's Duck. Again, it's good for what it is. I respect it. Ooh. After that, I see another banger. Come for the Ride. But do I like this more than Accidents Will Happen? I sort of have more nostalgia for Accidents Will Happen. So Come for the Ride will go after. It's still a great song, though. That's why it deserves to stay on You Are a Really Useful Engine. So it's going to stay right there. Alright, Harold the Helicopter. Ooh, I don't know where I'm honestly going to be placing this. I know for sure it's going to go on Little Engines Can Do Big Things, but I think it'll go there for now. I sort of like it more than It's Great to Be an Engine, but I don't think it's better than Sir Topham Hat. Again, I'm probably going to rearrange this list in a bit anyway, so. Ooh, Percy's Seaside Trip. Ooh, it's either very low or very high here. You know what? I'll place it very low here. I like that song. It has I love how it uses Percy's theme, of course. And I love the theming to it, too. Yeah, you know what? I'll keep it there. Ooh, James the Really Splendid Engine. This is good. I like it. I don't know if I want to place it here, though. Or above the Snow Song. I love the lyrics to this because it helped me to describe, like... let's see, if I remember off the top of my head. Gosh. How do I not remember the lyrics? I feel bad. But yeah, I'm probably going to keep James there for now. Oh god, Thomas's Anthem. Sorry, I'm bumping you all the way up here. Sorry, not sorry. I love that song so much. You can't tell me. There's just something about that song that I really love about it. Very, very sweet. Very wholesome. I think, honestly, it just deserves all my love. It's definitely one of my favorite classic songs of all times. That's one thing's for sure. Let's see. Little Engines. Oh, gosh, okay. I know a lot of people in the fandom really like this song. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, no, not there. I think the song's just mid. Like, I love the message that goes with it too, don't get me wrong, but it's not a song that I would actually like put on repeat on my list. It's just like, it's just there. I don't know, I'm not a fan of it. That's just me personally though. So I'm sorry if you guys like this song. For me, I think it's just mid. Down by the Docks. Sort of the same with Little Engines, but I'm not gonna lie, I sort of personally like it more than Little Engines. Oh no, actually, you know what? No, I think I actually like Little Engines a little more. Down by the Docks is really catchy. That's one thing's for sure. In my opinion, I think it has the catchier music, but I think when it comes to lyrics and the message, I think I prefer Little Engines over Down by the Docks. Oh gosh, Winter Wonderland. I don't know what anyone else thinks about this. I'm gonna place it here. Um, I don't hate the song, but I don't think it's something that I want to listen to every time I'm listening to the song. Anytime other than the month of December. Like, for Snow Song, I feel like I could like listen to that to reminisce about like how beautiful the music is. But Winter Wonderland, it sounds like more bright, peppy, happy. Like for me personally, I prefer like the more beautiful sounding music. That's why I put the Snow Song above like Winter Wonderland. But yeah, I don't know. There's just something about Winter Wonderland that just doesn't really like hype me up. Okay, next, Boo Boo Choo Choo. Boo Boo Choo Choo. Don't be afraid of the dark. It's really you see why things go bump in the night. Boo Choo Choo. Don't wander from your track, and don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of the dark. Okay, here's the thing. There's two versions of the song. So there's the album version. In my opinion, it's way far superior because it sings lower than the original. And then the second one, like I mentioned, is the original that you hear from like after Thomas and the Jet Engine VHS. Well, if you live in the States, it's after that. I prefer the album version, but if you want me to go by standards from like what they uploaded on YouTube, from that version, I'm honestly, yeah, it would probably go like right. No, actually, I think I somehow prefer that over James the Really Splendid, and maybe because of the lyrics and the theme and the setting of the song. Yeah, I'll probably just keep it there for now. So it will go under Little Engines Can Do Big Things. Never, never, never give up. I love the message. I'll give the credit where credit's due on this one. Oh man, but honestly I love listening to the Michael Donald version of this one more than the original. But I'll place it here. It's good. It's good for what it is. I like it. 5 new engines in the shed. 5 new engines in the shed. I do like it. I like the music, and I love the lyrics too, because it's so bright. It's so like, I wouldn't say orchestral, but like grand. That makes sense. I'll place it here. Ooh, the Red Balloon. I actually really have a soft spot for this song. I'll place it here. So, above Donald's Duck, but below every cloud has a silver lining. I love how beautiful this song is. It's pretty nice. I like it. But yeah. There once was an engine who ran away. It's not, I don't think it's the worst song ever. I think it's sort of mid, but it's not to the point where I want to listen to it as often. So I'm going to keep it there. Troublesome Trucks is sort of the same, but at least I sort of like listening to it more than Little Engines and Down by the Docks, let alone There Once Was an Engine Who Ran Away. But it is what it is. Salty. Okay. Salty was actually pretty good. I think I'll put it above Down by the Docks, but below Little Engines, though. It's good. It's good for what it is. Ooh, we got a classic one. Let's Have a Race. That one's a really good song. But honestly, it's not my favorite personal classic Thomas song. I'll place it here, though. It's not bad. Little Engines can do big things. I maybe could place it higher when I change this rankings later on, but I'll keep it where it is. The Whistle song, I honestly don't remember it as much. I do listen to it, I just don't know the lyrics well compared to all the other previous Thomas classic songs. But actually, I sort of know more of Fergus's song than the Whistle song, surprisingly. No, actually, you know what? I'll bump it down. There we go. Yeah, because, like, honestly, I don't really remember much of the Whistle song. Like, I don't hate it, but I'm not going to place it here because I don't think it's the worst song ever, but I don't think it really stands much compared to the rest. So I'll just keep it there. Gone Fishing. Okay, so two versions again. So there's one with Junior Campbell singing in the stanzas, and one with just the children singing. The one that I grew up with personally is the one with the children singing the song. But I'm gonna try to mix in both in because technically both of them played during the classic series era. Honestly, I'm not really a fan of the song compared to like say Let's Have a Race. Um, I'll place it there. Let me switch these two around though. There we go. Yeah, I'm keeping it there for now. It's not bad. I still think it's one of the better Thomas songs, but it is. It is. Yeah. Oh God, Toby. Immediately right here. There we go. I have a soft spot for this song. One, I really love the music. And then I love the story, how it tells, of what it tells about Toby. And Toby isn't my favorite engine per se, but I really love his theme a lot. So that's why listening to it, oh my gosh, it just captures my attention so much. Very special place in my heart, so that's why Toby goes there. Next, I see Don't Judge a Book by its cover. It's gonna go here. Again, sort of the same reasons why I like listening to the Toby song. It's just gonna stay there because it's catchy. I love it, and I love how it's based off of Terrence's theme too. And of course the message. You can't go wrong with it. So that's why it's gonna go there. Okay, but the next song I see, it is my personal favorite Thomas song of all times. Besides another song that I'll be bringing up later on, but it is none other than the Island song. Yes, people may say it's overrated or it's the most liked song ever, but you cannot go wrong by how sheer the sheer beauty of the song, as well as like all the stuff, all the visuals they brought up, the music, the lyrics. Like I know how people would be offended by saying like that Thomas is or the island of Sodor is a made up land, but you know what? That still doesn't stop the fact that I really enjoy the song. So that's why it stays up there as my personal favorite. Oh God, really useful engine. I'm sorry for being biased, but it's gonna go up here. You know what? Actually, maybe. Yeah, keep it up there. Can I fix this so I can get that ad out of the screen? I'm sorry. How do I try to like scroll it down so it's not showing that? There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, yeah. So the reason why I'm going to put really useful engine up there is because I really love the Thomas songs, like specifically "Song for Thomas the Tank Engine" during that era. Thomas's anthem I really love because of the music. Really useful engines like really much up there too. The only thing for me is why it's a little lower is because I sort of like the music to Thomas's anthem more than really useful engine, but that doesn't stop the fact that I really love the music and the lyrics to really useful engine. So that's why it deserves its number 3 spot up there on "You Are a Really Useful Engine." Thomas's Christmas song, yes, it counts. Yeah, sorry, I don't remember this one. So I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna place it there. So this is the one with the choir boys singing the Christmas song with Thomas. Again, I don't remember this as much, so that's why I'm gonna place it there. Ooh, Night Train. This is a really damn good song. So I'm gonna place it up here somewhere. But where am I gonna place it? I don't know. Not there. Let me place it up here somewhere. Actually, I think I'm gonna place it here. Your Releaseful Engine above Percy's Seaside Trip. Again, because you guys already know that my personal favorite theme is the Post Train theme. I love how it sounds like very like cinematic when listening to it, and I love the up close shot of the spinning wheels of Thomas during the song. And then like I think this was the first music video that I saw with the shot of the flying kipper. So besides that one, the snow song and what was the other one? The island song. Oh no, shoot, the island song. What am I saying? Yeah, but Night Train, gosh, it's a very beautiful, very wonderful song. I love it. It gets bonked down because I prefer listening to like the original Post Train theme over the actual song version of it, but it's still pretty good for what it is. That's why it stays up there in the very top. Ooh, Rules and Regulations. This is also a good theme or a good song. But where would I personally place this? Let's see. I don't really have a soft spot to this song, but I do like the music. So, I'm gonna place it there. So, above Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining and Let's Have a Race. Actually, it's been popping up more in my music lately whenever I'm like putting my songs on shuffle on my Thomas playlist. So, you know what? I gotta give respect, so it's gonna go there. But speaking of, That's What Friends Are For. Oh no, it's not going there. I actually love the song. It goes up here. And I absolutely love the message to this. So it's gonna go here, above Toby, but below Releaseful Engine. I really love the song. I think it's one of the more very heartfelt songs that you feel when you think of not only Thomas but even like as like a friendship group that you have, and then you never know what could happen to your friends. You always come back to this song, and it's very, very touching. That's why I'm gonna leave that there. Really Useful Engine. Oh gosh. Okay, so we're gonna mix in all the other stuff as well. Okay, so real quick. So this is what I have for now for the classic series stuff. Before I add in the other songs, this is what I've gotten. So not including songs I don't remember. The Whistle song is technically my least favorite classic series song, but my absolute favorite 100% is the Island song. You cannot stop that from being my personal favorite Thomas song of all time. That's not changing. Besides another song that I'll be bringing up in a second. But really useful engine, the Magic Railroad version. Okay, here's a hot take. I personally am not a fan of this one. I there I personally prefer the original over this one. I'm not gonna lie. But do I think it's a really bad cover? No. I like it. But I don't think it does as much as it does in the original. That's why it gets bumped down. But where would I place this though? That's the thing. You know what? I hate to do this, but then at the same time, it's my list. I'm sorry, I'm placing it right there. That's how much I'm not a fan of it. Like, yeah, it was awesome as a kid, but nowadays, okay, don't get me wrong. I understand why people would love this because of like how like cinematic, how like orchestral it sounds, like how it feels grandiose for Thomas. But for me personally, I don't think it works well for me. The main reason why is because the song is way too short. I'm sorry. If you listen to Headmaster Hastings' version, though, if they added that and put that into the movie, I would have adored the song even more than needed to. But as of now, if it's just that version, I'm sorry, it's gonna go there. I'm not a fan of it now. I was a fan of it back then. I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of it now. But it's still a great listen. I'm not gonna lie. But it's not like going up here in the S tier or your really useful engine. But little engines can do big things. Shout out to the movie because he does say that line. So he's gonna go there. But really useful engine, the Adventure Begins version, I really like. Holy moly. But do I think it's better than the original? Here's the thing. I'm going to place it below the original because the one thing that I want to remember about listening to this version is that you hear it twice in the special, right? You hear it the first time and you hear the latter version of Really Useful Engines. So when they go, he's a really useful engine, you know. Maybe little, but he's never slow. You listen to that part, but then you get the rest of the song towards the end of the special of The Adventure Begins. That's the one that I'm going to be focusing on. I wish they did the entire song in full, because if so, then I definitely say for sure this version is definitely my favorite over the original. And I'm not doing that for nostalgia purposes. I really love that version of the song. But I'm a sucker for like listening to a song in full. So that's the reason why. But don't get me wrong, I absolutely love this version too. I also love Thomas and the Magic Railroad too. Don't get me wrong, but I love the Adventure Begins version just a slight bit more, obviously. Because you can see my placement, so... Ooh, Shining Time. This one also has a special place in my heart. So there are two versions of this. There's one by Marin Ord that's sung at the end of the credits, and the one that's sung by... Oh crap, I forgot his name. I'm sorry. The male version of it that they sing in the actual movie and at the end. But to be fair, this song actually does have a special place in my heart. And really above Really Useful Engine too. But where would I place this? I'm bumping it here. And whether if you're listening to the male version or the female version, it's such a great song to listen to. And I love the whimsical lyrics that they added too. I think that's the reason why I probably put that there. So I'm going to bump it there next to Night Train, but below Come for the Ride. I Know How the Moon Must Feel. I think the song's okay. It's not the best thing, but... No, not there. I think I'll just go here. Hmm. Actually, you know what? I'll bump this here. Yeah, there we go. So, below the really useful engine, Magic Railroad version, and above 5 new engines in the shed. I mean, it's not bad. I think it's very nice for what it is, but again, it's not like something that I put like on repeat. But when I listen to it, I love the beauty and the essence of it. Like, not just because of the music, but if you've seen the special of Tomy TNF, so the crossover between Miss Oliver and Blossom and Train Lover 476, I like the way how they use I Know How the Moon Must Feel in that over what they did in the Thomas movie, so. There we go. The Locomotion. I actually like this version of the Locomotion. But do I think it's like perfect or great? I don't think so. But I gotta give credit where credit's due. Kitty Atomic is actually Kitty Atomic or Atomic Kitty. I think it's Atomic Kitty. They did a great job covering the song. It's good. But to be frank, though, I think I probably place it here because I wouldn't listen to this song as much as the others. Speaking of, Some Things Never Leave You, it's only like heard in the radio in this one, so unfortunately I don't really remember this one as much, so I'm gonna keep it there just to respect it. Summer Sunday, this one isn't bad. I think it's pretty good. I don't personally have this on my phone, but I think it's good for what it is. But it's not to the point where I'm like not listening to it like here, because I actually do like the music to it. I'm gonna place it there though. Oh gosh, okay, here we go. The Sound Song. Oh god, okay. Where would I place that, huh? Because this is the problem for me now. When we start getting to the hit songs, I gotta figure out where I'm gonna place them because some of them I'm not really a fan of, but some of them I actually do like. I'll put it there for now. So a little below Little Engines and above Salty because I think the song is good. It's not the best, but it does what it needs to do. There's no one quite like Emily. Oh, I used to listen to this song a lot. Now it just definitely dropped for me. Because like after learning about Emily in like seasons 8 through season let's say 14 or no, season 16, I wasn't a fan of like the bossy Emily. I care for more about the older sister motherly type of Emily than the annoying bratty Emily. Because yeah, I think they're trying to push for like more female representation, which is understandable, but it completely like ruins Henry's character too. But actually I'll place it here because I'm not really a fan of that song as much as I used to back in the day. So I guess it gets my rankings and gets placed there, right, Maya, baby girl? Thank you, Maya. Next is Surprises. Okay, so I actually do like this song. And from the hit entertainment songs that we have so far, I think it's personally one of my more. What's Maya? Okay, I'll give you pets. I'll give you pets. You, because you're a good girl. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. Thank you, baby girl. Actually, Maya. Let me bump this up a bit, just a slight bit. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I prefer this more than the Really Useful Engine song from Magic Railroad. Yeah, yeah. Condemn me. But you know what? It's my list. It's my tier list. Let me like what I like. So I'm gonna put surprises there. And a little bit of like spoilers too. Like if I ever do a Headmaster Hastings cover version, I prefer this original over Headmaster Hastings cover version of the song. One, because they actually do the entire song, and two, I just like how it's used more in this one compared to Headmaster Hastings. But that's just my personal take. Yeah. Ooh, the engine roll call. Actually, let me do the original engine roll call first. Because honestly, this is a classic for me. I'm not gonna lie. I know a lot of people aren't really gonna like this, but me personally, I really like this song. I don't care what people have to say about it. You could say like it's the most overused, overrated Thomas song. Oh, it sucks because it doesn't really do much. Screw that. I love the music. Come on. Like, yeah, it was hard to listen to at first because you know it didn't derive from like the original Thomas themes or whatever. But you know what? I respect it for what it is. So, but where would I place this? I think it might be controversial. I'm gonna put it right there. So above Donald's Duck, but below the Red Balloon theme. And then there are other variations of this too. So like, there's a Calling All Engines version. I mean, it's pretty much the same. So I'm gonna put it right there. They just changed up a couple lyrics. That's it. And then there's the Great Discovery version where they added in Stanley. So that's pretty much the same. I'm gonna place it right next to it though because I prefer the original lyrics over the Calling All Engines lyrics. But this is where things get good. I'm gonna do this one first. This is season 19's version, all the way to season 21. I love this theme a lot. I'm not gonna lie. This is my favorite version of the engine roll call and probably one of my favorite CGI songs of all times. But because of that, I'm literally gonna bump it up right here. There. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That's how much I really like it. I love the instrumentals used. I love how more upbeat and how peppy it sounds. I love it. It's just so great. It just flowed so well. All the visuals that they use in the music video is great. It just works. And then you got season 22 to 24. This is garbage. It just absolutely belongs down here. One, they messed up the lyrics. I absolutely hated it. They did not need to change it. Well, they said like red and green and brown and blue, and then it's like yellow and green and something red and orange too, whatever. And then I absolutely hated how they switched Rebecca and James around, and Nia had the same exact lyrics as Edwards. Oh my gosh, this version of the song literally makes me mad. Like, I don't know if it's a spoiler or anything, but this is probably my most hated song out of everything in Thomas and Friends history. I don't care. I really didn't like the song back then, and I still don't like it now. Thanks for ruining my favorite Thomas song, the CGI version of it anyways, and then butchering it and bringing it all the way down to the most hated song in my list so far. A World Around You. Okay, this. I'm not gonna lie. This song has a special place in my heart too. It's not as beautiful as, like, say, the Island song, obviously, but to be fair, it did get knocked down a couple spots too. I'll place it there because no, actually, I'm sorry. Maybe not sorry. There we go. So above surprises, but below Boo Boo Choo Choo. Yeah, it's not bad. The only thing that I'm bothered about by that song is when the kids go doobie doobie dooba, doobie doobie dooba, doobie doobie dooba. If they removed that part, or if they just like hummed it, at least I would have been fine. But no, that was the one that like ruined it for me. Oh no, you know another thing too. Another thing that ruined that song for me was the full version of the song, because okay, so there's the one that I remember watching this one. I think it was in the I forgot. Shoot. Oh God, which one was it? I think it's one the It's Great to Be an Engine DVD. Again, I could be wrong, but they played a shorter version of the song, and I think the visuals of that look gorgeous and were great. And plus, at least the stupid doobie doobie doobah part doesn't show up until the end of the song. But for this one, they mistimed it. They mistimed the visual aspects, and the consistent doobie doobie doobahs I absolutely despise. So that's why I'm gonna bump it down from surprises. Sort of just like realizing that now. But I still like listening to the song. That's why I placed it up there. So oh no, actually, you know what? Thinking about this now. There we go. That makes a little more sense. There we go. Oh, Determination. I actually really like this one. This one is probably one of my favorite hit entertainment songs. I'm not gonna lie. Don't give up. Show determination. Don't give up. You'll be a big sensation. Keep your wheels a turning. Your pistons pumping hard. Keep your bullets burning. Don't idle around the yard. Yeah, it's gonna go right there. So I love the engine roll call a little more than this one, but actually, I'm sort of thinking about this now. I'm just like, you know what? I'm putting it above the engine roll call because I like the CGI version of that more, anyways. So yeah, if it wasn't for the engine roll call, yeah, Determination's still my favorite. Oh my gosh, the full version of the song is also really freaking good too. And just when I saw Determination, I also saw Patience. To be fair, this one also has a special place in my heart because of how beautiful and how somber the lyrics are. But where would I personally place this though? It's definitely better than A World Around You. That's one thing's for sure. I sort of like this more than Surprises too. I'll place it there. So it's gonna be below the all engines calling all engines version, but above Donald's Duck. The reason why, like I said, is because of like the music and like how soft it is. I love the ending to this one especially too, when it builds up to the final chorus, and then when the final chorus hits and then it becomes like very like not like I said, grand I think. Yeah. Yeah, this is how much I like that song too. Ode to Gordon. Oh gosh, yeah, this definitely goes up there. If I was ranking the Headmaster Hastings version though, it's going like top 5 for me personally, but like if I'm doing the original, I really like that song. Definitely not better than this, but I'm gonna place it there. I'm not a fan of repetitive songs, especially if they repeat the same verses over and over again. But there's just something about Ode to Gordon that's just like really captivating to my ears, if that makes sense. But this one, it's more of the chorus, anyways, because the chorus is so dynamic, very loud, and it fits so well with Gordon as a character. So I'm gonna place it there. I don't know the rock and roll version of this, so I'm gonna go leave that there. Oh, is that the Thomas the Tank Engine? Is this the Japanese song? I don't really remember it as much, so I'm gonna keep it there. Busy, we're busy. I mean, it's okay. Yeah, you know what? I'll keep it there. It's not like a song that I've listened to on repeat or whatever. The other one, on the other hand, trying to do things better. I listen to that one more, honestly. Maybe because I'm a little biased because of Headmaster Hastings' cover of the song, but it's okay for what it is. Yeah, I'll put it there. Anything that diesels do, steamies know that they can do. Together we make it happen. I don't really remember the song as much, but I do like the music. So I'm gonna place it. I'll place it here. Yeah, that should be fine. The Dream Song. I don't think it's the worst, but it definitely doesn't belong with the others up there. I'll leave it there. I used to actually like this song, but now I'm not really a fan of it. So that's why I'm gonna keep it there. Brave Little Engine. Oh gosh, I'm not gonna lie. I actually really like this song. It grew on me over time. Like, this was one that I thought that was annoying at first, but after like listening to it several times, I have full-on respect for this song. Right there. So below Ode to Gordon, but above Shining Time. Yeah, that's how much that song like really touches me. Like I said, I'm biased to the Thomas songs, this one included. So surprise, surprise. But it just deserves to stay there too. It's like something that I really like to listen to from time to time too. Especially if you listen to Headmaster Hastings' version. But I still have a soft spot for the original version, so that's why it goes up there. Day and night, as the day goes by, as the sunbeams shine, it's the start of a brand new day. It's catchy. I like that. I think I'll place it there. So above Really Useful Engine, Magic Railroad, and below Surprises. It's catchy. I liked it. Like I said before, the only downside for me is that the song is repetitive. Literally, if you play the full version of this, they sing the entire song twice, and I'm not a fan of that. But other than that, I like the lyrics. I like the music. I think it's pretty good. Especially the instrumental too. I forgot about that. Party Time. Okay, that one's like, in my opinion, it's not great, but it's not to the point where it's like super bad. It's party time. But it's not a song that I really remember as much. So I'm going to place it here. So below Together We Make It Happen, and above The Locomotion. Pride, whatever we do, we do. This song's okay. There. I got nothing to say about that, honestly. I think it's just an okay song. Every day's a special day on Sodor. I like this more than A World Around You. That's one thing's for sure. I especially love the final part of the song, where you hear the children like repeat like some of the words. Every day's a special day on Sodor, changing as the seasons come and go. Gentle spring comes down to summer sunshine, sunshine. Autumn winds give way to winter snow. I love that. I love that. Ooh, togetherness. I like this because it actually features a song about Edward and Henry together, and I'm very thankful that they've actually done a song with the both of them together. The downside for me for this song is that, like I mentioned before, it's repetitive. Like if you listen to the full version, they literally replay the same song again. But I like the music. Don't get me wrong. The lyrics are just okay, in my opinion. But it doesn't match up to their characters, especially if you're going to fit it in the classic series. Especially for the lines, Edward thinks he's getting old. But yeah, he is getting old, but he embraces it. But the visuals make it look like it's a bad thing. But it's not. But I like the music. Right there. So below, down by the docks, but above, there once was an engine who ran away. The work song, I don't really remember that one as much. Isn't I think it's the one that goes, Sodor's always busy with jobs that must be done. I think it's that one. Honestly, I'm not a fan of that one then. So it could belong down here. It's not to the point where I don't hate it though. One friendly family. Again, I don't really remember the song as much. But it's not to the point where I don't remember like from the bottom rows right here. But I do believe I like this a little more. So it goes right there. Ooh, well, I find this song the most annoying in the hit entertainment, so I'm going to place it right there. You have caused confusion and delay. I absolutely do not like that song. I think it's freaking annoying. Especially when the part when the kids go, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. I get it. Why? I don't like that song. I straight up don't like that song. Doing it right. Okay, don't get me wrong. I like the message of that song, but I don't think it's a banger. Honestly, I think it belongs here. I really don't like listening to that song. I think the song's annoying. Favorite place? Oh gosh, I really don't know too. I think here as well, but above Doing It Right. H is for Harold. Right there. Where oh where is Thomas? Again, this was a song that I actually liked to listen to back in the day, and then it just sort of like fell lower and lower for me. So I'm gonna place it right there. So in between the Whistle Song and Winter Wonderland. Thomas, You're the Leader. It goes right there. It's the worst song ever. Okay, next. No, I'm kidding, dude. I'm just kidding. I love this song to bits. If it's not the Island song, Thomas, You're the Leader is my favorite Thomas song of all times. I'm not joking 100%. I love Thomas, You're the Leader. The Island song, I love the beauty, Thomas, You're the Leader, because it makes things more different than it is for, than what it was originally when we first listened to the Thomas song. So, the reason why I have this here is because, I think if you don't include like the engine roll call, technically Thomas, You're the Leader is the engine roll call, only except like I want to say more modernized at that time. But I love it because like one, you don't listen to the children singing it. And two, my god, the chorus. I don't care if they repeat the chorus like 10 million times in the song. It is the catchiest Thomas chorus of all time. And plus, I love listening to that too. And plus, like, this is like, I think, because technically the song is a rap, right? So, this is my first rap song that I, like, fully, like, delve myself into. I love it. I love it. Navigation. This was also a really good one. Where to stop and where to go. These are things you have to know. When to stop, when to break. The choices you have to make. To know what signals mean. You know where you've been. When to straight, when to turn. All these things you have to learn. It's going up here. That's one thing for sure. I think I like this more than Determination. Actually, let me bump it up one more. There we go. Above the red balloon, but below every cloud has a silver lining. This is actually a really good song. I love it. Not only because of like the message, the lyrics, but oh my gosh, that saxophone solo in the full version, jeez, it's so freaking good. I love it. So that's why I'm gonna put it there. Okay. There's always something new. There's always something. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how the lyrics went for this one, but I remember it's not like my personal favorite, but it's just there. Where did I put one big family, one friendly family? Because I don't think this is the worst hit entertainment song, but I don't think it's the strongest too. So it's gonna go next to it. What makes an engine happy? What makes an engine sad? That's all I really remember. I mean, it's not bad. I like the music. But it's not to the point where I'm gonna start hating it. It is what it is. Oh, strength. You gotta have strength. Strength to make your wheels go round. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This was one Thomas song that I actually didn't like at first, but after listening to it and being convinced by Headmaster Hastings, I sort of grew a liking for this song. But it's not to the point where it's like all the way to the top. I'm gonna place it here. It's above the sound song, but below trying to do things better. It's not bad. I like it. Hi, baby. You scared me. I didn't know you were outside. Hi, Maya. I just saw something behind me. I didn't know that my dog was in the backyard. I don't know if she showed up on the camera, but give me a second. I think they want to go inside. My brother let them outside, so I'm going to bring them in. Give me a second. I'm not going to take too long. Oh my gosh. I got something to say about the narrow gauge engines, though, so I'll be back in a bit for that. Sorry, babies. I didn't know you were outside. Yeah. I'm coming. Here you go. Come inside. There you go, babies. There you go, babies. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for coming from behind me. I didn't know you were outside. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you, babies. It's okay. You go ahead and keep playing, okay? Okay, next. The narrow gauge engines. Okay. The full version, I absolutely think is just okay. But to the point where it's like the chorus, where they repeat itself, there's a specific line. I think it goes, That way. Yeah, the narrow gauge engines running on narrow gauge track. Rust, Fearless Freddy, my son's Rusty. Rusty. Shoot, that line, whatever it was, because they literally sing it 3 times, but one part where they were like Scarlowi, Reneus, Peter Sam, Sir Handel at the back, that line? That one gets sung once, but the other one gets sung 3 times? That annoys me. I don't know. That definitely brought it down though. So for this one, I don't know, it gets lower. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Right there. But on the very top, because at least I'd rather listen to this one than Favorite Place and Doing It Right. Ooh, Thomas and James are racing to the wharf. Let's see. Racing to the wharf. I think this is good. I like it. But it's not to the point where I want to put this on repeat. So, where did I place Busy? Oh, right there. Okay. These two are interchangeable because they literally almost sound the same. For me, because of like the pacing of the song and and like how fast it sounds, I guess. To be fair though, the one advantage that Thomas and James Are Racing has over them Busy is the part where they stop at a signal and then they change this to green. I sort of like that part of the song. Jobs aplenty, 5, 10, 20, just for everyone. That one's also good. I sort of like that one a little more than this one, but it goes above it. Go, go, Thomas. Go, go, Thomas. Go, go. Number 1. Go, go, Thomas. Let's see. This is the Hero of the Rails version too. And I'm going to do this one separately from the season 16 version of it, because I actually like the lyrics to this one more than the season 16 version. This is actually a really good song. I like this one. But where would I place this though? I think right here. There we go. So above Patience and below the engine roll call. It's good. I like it. Roll Along. Oh, this is such a classic banger for me. Like, if I didn't like the season 13 episodes in general, I love listening to the music. I thought it was great. It was good. Roll Along was good. In my opinion, it's also sort of like an underrated Thomas CGI song too, in my opinion. But I don't think it's better than Go Go Thomas. Where did I place it? There we go. I'm gonna place it here. So above Day and Night, but below Surprises. Go Go Thomas, the season 16 version of the song. It's gonna go slightly lower, but it's still a good song. I'm gonna bump it down by like 2 spots though. There we go. Because I think the lyrics are stronger in the Hero of the Rails version than it is in the Series 16 version. Searching everywhere. I don't remember this one as much though. All the music is good from what I remembered. I'll place it here. Because I don't think it's bad. Speaking of bad. Misty out of rescue, here we come. Well, to be fair, I don't think it's the worst out of the bunch here, so I'm going to place it right there. All You Need. Oh god, I absolutely do not like this song at all. But I'd still think it's slightly better than the engine roll call theme, so it is what it is. Or when I say engine roll call, I mean seasons 22 to 24. I still think that is the worst Thomas song of all time. All you need is a really close second, though. I'm not a fan of that one. Okay, so Top and Hat song. Okay, this song is actually like one that I didn't like at first, but it somewhat grew on me. I don't think it's better than the original Sir Top and Hat song, so there's that. I'll place it right there. So above 5 new engines in the shed, and I know how the moon must feel. Day of the diesels. So it sort of gives me the Go Thomas vibes, but I don't think it's as strong. Actually, I'm gonna bump it down for that reasoning. But I still think the music and the lyrics are good for what it was, especially for that time. So I'm gonna place it there, above or below, I should say, Little Engines. There we go. Hear the engines coming. Ooh, I like this one. Where did I put Roll Along? I think it goes above it, at least. Yeah, I think it will literally just go above Roll Along. Because it sort of like plays similarly to each other when it comes to like listening to how the engines sound or like whatever, but Hear the Engines Coming, I think it has that slight advantage. I don't know, maybe because I like the music more to that one. Maybe that's just me though. Working Together, oh, I love this one. This one's really good. Coming from a great special too. Working together, yeah, yeah, rocking and rolling, lifting and loading, blue quarry. I'll place it above Determination, but below the Red Balloon. And then there's the King of the Railway version. In my opinion, it's basically the same. They just changed a couple lyrics here and there, but at least it still sounds the same and it still sounds good. But choosing between the lyrics, I prefer Blue Mountain Mysteries a little more than this one, but I still love the song regardless. Oh, Blue Mountain Mysteries. Speaking of, where would I place this one? Oh, I'm getting closer to like the end of this too. Okay, so Blue Mountain Mystery. Let's see. I actually sort of like this more than Working Together. So it's definitely getting bumped up here. Yeah, I'll place it right there. So below, Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining, and above, Navigation. Cool. Thomas, oh, this one's also really good. I forgot how much of a banger that one was. To be fair, I was tired of the trope of like every song talking about like the different engines in the engine roll call. Like throughout almost all the songs that they sung in the CGI era, they have to name drop all the engines. That was my only downside for the song. But other than that, I really think the song's really good and catchy. I love the music. I love the lyrics. It just works. I don't know. Hi, baby girl. Down by the middle of timid sheds, 2 little engines, best of friends. One is blue, the other green, part of the really useful team. Jumping around and around the track, hauling cargo back to back. I sort of want to place this above Maya. I know. I'll give you touch, baby girl. It's okay. Baby girl, it's okay. I'm gonna place this above the engine roll call, but below determination. Oh no, actually, you know what? I think I'd rather listen to Thomas and Percy over determination. There we go. Baby girl. I love you too. Kuma boy. You wanna come down, baby? It's okay. Gosh, I don't know how many times you showed up in my stream now, but you're so happy. You're so happy. Yeah, I'm happy to see you too, baby girl. Ow. Don't step on me there. Baby. Okay. Can you move back? I'm still doing my work. I'm still streaming. You knocked my mic down. Sorry, guys. Maya. Go ahead, go that way. Good girl. Can you get that? Can you get that tennis ball? Can you get it? No? Okay, guys, give me a second. Make sure my doggo gets that ball. There you go. This dog is gonna chew up the tennis ball. Kuma. Her brother just ran downstairs to try to retrieve that ball. Hey, get the ball. Kuma, get the ball. Come up. Unless if he's just gonna be chewing on it too. I don't know. If you run out of tennis balls, we're gonna buy you some more. Okay, but going back. Oh gosh, it's gonna be a great day. I actually really like this song too. Let's see. Let me bump this up because I actually really like this song. However, if they included the draft version, that one's definitely going way higher. But oh good, you got the ball. Nice. Good boy. This is going way up. I actually really like this song. It's not my favorite CGI song. That belongs to the Really Useful Engine, the Adventure Begins version, as well as the roll call. But it's still one of my personal favorites. So it's going on under your Really Useful Engine. Actually, no, I think it deserves the spot right here. It deserves to stay there. I really like that song a lot. I think like from what it did for King of the Railway, it was really good. But like I said, if they did the draft version, it would go where it's at, but go like one spot higher. Hey, Thomas, we down the branch line. I love the peppiness and how catchy this song is, but it's not as good as like those other ones too. I'll place it there. So it's above Go Thomas, the season 16 version, but below Donald's Duck. Okay, cool. Ooh, On a Journey Today. Honestly, for like CGI songs, if not for It's Gonna Be a Great Day, this one I really like. It just sounds so catchy. I really love how nice the sound is, or the music is, as well as the lyrics, because it makes you feel energetic and it makes you want to like go out for an adventure. That's why I'm gonna place that there. It belongs to this there. Monsters Everywhere. What's that hiding round the corner? Let's see. It's not my personal favorite. I think Boo Boo Choo Choo sounds a little better when it comes to like theming or whatsoever. I'll place it there. No, actually, one more spot. There we go. I mean, it's still not bad for what it is, but it's not something that I put on repeat. Careful, Kuma. Careful, baby boy. Don't lose your tennis ball, okay? And both of the dogs are gonna fight for the ball. Let's see. Oh, when I'm with you, we rock and we roll. You make me happy, you make me bold. Nothing is hard, 'cause I'm feeling safe. This is our song, our tale of the brave. You know how much I'm singing this? Gosh, this is such a great song. Oh, oop. I grabbed the wrong one. There we go. No, actually, yeah. It's going to stick right there. So, above Ode to Gordon, but below Come for the Ride. It definitely belongs up here for me, personally. I love the message of the song, too. Because if you've seen me rank my Thomas specials, actually, I'm probably going to be doing that in a bit anyways. This song has a special place in my heart. And I'll explain why when I do my rankings in a bit. Keep on going that way. So, Let's Be Brave. Great, you ruined the ending to a great movie, or a great special, but you know what? I have to admit, the song's actually not bad. Like, it sounds generic and stuff to others, but for me, I think it's just okay. There we go. So, below, a world around you, and above, trying to do things better. Do I want to count this? I do like to be beside the seaside. I do like to be beside the sea. Because it's not really a Thomas song per se, but they sing it in the actual episode. I don't think that's fair, so I'm going to place this down here. Honestly, but if I did the Headmaster Hastings version, then I would absolutely place that in my S tier, because that sounds great. Ooh, it's Christmas time. This one's actually a really good song, surprisingly. It's Christmas time. I don't remember the lyrics to this. I need to grab my my winter playlist so that I can listen to this again. It doesn't belong up here though. Where did I put the snow song? There we go. Yeah, I think this is respectable. So above the snow song, but below Never 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 Give Up. The reason why is because I feel like for that song in particular, like I said, it's got to be at the right place at the right time type of vibes. Maya, get off the table. Get off the chair. Get off. Maya. Maya, down. Maya. Hold on, baby. Go down. Good girl. If this was played like during December, or even late November around that time, then I would probably bump this song even higher. But from where it is right now, I think it's more respectable for where it's at. And I think the song sounds better than any of like the Winter Thomas songs anyways. So, excuse me. That's why it belongs there. I don't really remember the Best Friends Express. I don't remember There's No Place Like Home. I don't remember Let's Go. I don't remember Race With You. I don't remember Spring Is Here. Never Overlook a Little Engine. I'm gonna place it. It's gonna go here. Honestly, I think it's gonna go at the very bottom though. Above, or yeah, below James and the Really Splendid Engine, in the bottom tier of Little Engines Could Do Big Things. It's a good song. I like it, but you know, it's not as much as I'm hoping for when it comes to this song. But on the other hand, We Make a Team Together. Oh yeah, this hands down a lot better, in my opinion, when it comes to Never Overlook a Little Engine in the Lost Treasure special. We make a team together. 1, 2, 3. Go full steam together. Him, you, me. Yeah, I'll respectively place it there. So below Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining, but above Blue Mountain Mystery. Glenn's Christmas Witch, I don't remember that. Oh, It's Halloween. I actually remember this one a little bit. I don't think it's better than Monsters. No, actually, no, slightly better. Just a little bit. But it's not like to the point where it's like catchy, interesting. I don't know what's the right word that I should be using for this one, but it's gonna go right there. Will you want to take me to the railway show? It's gonna be special, it's gonna be great. Leaving behind all our coaches are afraid. Please, I would beg you, just can't say no. Will you want to take me to the railway show? Will you want to take me to the railway show? Right there. It's just mid. Streamlining, on the other hand, that's going way up. Here somewhere. Because it's so freaking catchy. Right there. So above Surprises, but below Boo Boo Choo Choo. I'm full of surprises, as you can plainly see. It reminds me of C is for cookie, that's good enough for me. But where would I place that, though? I think it's better than Will You Won't You. Actually, I'll place it down here. Maybe at the very top, though. It's not that bad. I like it. It's like mid, though. He's full of surprises. It's literally the same song. But I sort of like the visuals on the original more. So I'm going to place it there. You can only be you. There's nothing else you can possibly do. Above Never Overlook a Little Engine, but below James and the Really Splendid Engine. There we go. The Shooting Stars Coming Through. Is it? I guess, you know what? Yeah, they did sing it in the special. So, wherever I place Streamlining, it's going to go slightly below it. I prefer Thomas's version. Be who you are and go far. Again, sort of like the same reasonings too. It's gonna go above Never Overlook a Little Engine. There we go. Somebody has to be the favorite. I love how catchy this is, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's just mid though. Right there. Speaking of, let me do the most important thing is being friends, because it's sort of the same anyways. They just changed everything. But it's going to go slightly higher because I like the message of that song more. Say what you will about Who's Thomas. I actually sort of like this song. I know I'm going to get berated by this, but Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, so below James and the Really Splendid Engine and You Could Only Be You. I actually really like that song. I don't care what the fandom has to say about my choice on this. I like it. It's catchy. I Want to Go Home. This song is very interesting for what it was. I don't think it's the worst song though. But I would rather listen to any of these songs than this one. So I gotta think about this. Holy moly. You know what? I'll place it there for now. So above Strength and above the Sound Song, I'm sorry, and below Strength. There we go. We can't do anything. Okay. Maya. This song was just decent in my opinion until Merlin comes in. Then that's when the song got better. Yes, baby girl. Yes, baby girl. It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead. But where would I place it though? To be fair, I'd probably place it like right here. I mean, it's not the worst thing ever, but oh no, actually maybe we'll bump it up a little bit. There we go. Dang, I gotta fix this ranking now. There we go. Let me put Party Time below. There we go. Set Friendship Emotion. I actually like this song. This is catchy. Let's set friendship emotion. Let's set friendship emotion. I think it's definitely better than Hey Hey Thomas. I'm trying to. Yeah, you know what? It's gonna go above Hey Hey Thomas, but below Donald's Duck. It's not bad. I like it. Let's see. The hottest place. Ooh, this one's catchy. I like this one a lot. Definitely my favorite song from the Journey Beyond Sodor special. Right there. It took me a second to figure out where I'd place it. Yeah, I know it's like close to Who's Thomas, but you know what? Hey, again, it's my list. I do whatever I want. Big World, Big Adventures. You know what? I hate to say this, but I think that this song is actually really good for what it was. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong. I love the original Thomas theme to death, but this theme is actually pretty good for what it was. Holy moly. So where did I put Set Friendship in Motion? Okay, it's gonna get bumped slightly higher. A little more higher. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you know what? I'll keep it there. No, actually. There we go. There we go. Okay, yeah, that makes a little more sense. Yeah, so definitely above the season 21 version of it, Set Friendship in Motion, Big World, Big Adventures. The theme song is actually pretty good. I like it. So it's gonna go there. Ooh, where in the world is Thomas? Could have bust into some buffers or into a mine. From the ocean, cause he passed the danger sign. He get stuck up in the tunnel. Can't seem to move at all. Where did I place Will You Won't You? Where did I place it? Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I sort of like this version a little more. I like this song a little more than intended. It's so dumb, it's so ridiculous, but you know what? I think it's funny. There we go. Above roll along, but below here the engine's coming. Wake up. I don't really remember this as much, so I'm gonna place it there. Same with this one, where Friends is just annoying. But to be fair, at least it's more tolerable than the rest of these songs, so I'm gonna place it there. Free and Easy, it's actually not that bad. But it's not something that I probably want to listen to as much. So I'm going to place it... yeah, right there. It's fine. Oh, Lorenzo's song. I don't remember this one as much. So I'm going to place it here. The Sodor Construction Crew. I also don't remember this one as much. So I'm placing it there. Don't Stop. I'm also going to place it here. I surprisingly don't remember much of it. Sometimes you make a friend. This one isn't bad. Right here. So above, the most important thing is being friends, and below busy. I like it. It's not that bad though. I mean, yeah, like I said, it's not like a song I put on repeat, but it's just there. The journey never ends. So this one's just okay for me. You know what? I'm gonna keep it there. Yeah, that seems about right. Oh God, all the girls around the world. Oh my God. This song is very, very controversial from what I could think of. Because I know if I'm gonna place it in a specific spot, I'm gonna get a lot of flack for just like the message of the song. But here's the thing. I'm not focusing on like the lyrics and the aspect of the thing and the messages of the song. Like, yeah, girls are like very well respected, especially like in this season when they literally shoved it down our throats. But because of this era and because of like all this happening, I am not a fan of this song. I despised it, honestly. To be fair, I liked it at first, but like thinking about it over time and understanding the aspects of what it's done to the show, it didn't really do much, did it? But to be fair, at least I think it's better than All You Need, but it's worse than Buffer Up and Share. The Steam Team. Okay, this is decent. I'm not gonna lie. Again, it's not like the best thing ever, but below the Whistle song, but above One Friendly Family. Let's Dream. I honestly don't remember this one. Wait, what does this say? Any song heard on the Indian Thomas YouTube channel. Oh, that one I'm not familiar with. Party Train, I'm also not familiar with. How does it work? Garbage. But at least I give credit where credit's due. At least it's better than All You Need, but slightly worse than All the Girls Around the World. Fall is so much fun. I actually don't mind this one. Surprisingly, I listened to this one too. It's also in my soundtrack or my shuffle list. So, but I don't remember this as much. But I think it's not that bad, honestly. It's like mid. Right there. Okay, I don't remember this one. The Little Engine Who Believed. New Year's Day with Thomas. I don't remember this one as well. I also don't remember this one. And last but not least, at least they saved something good. So let's go all the way where I placed the oh god, where did I drop it? There we go. Troublesome Trucks. To be fair, I actually like the Adventure Begins version more than the original, so it gets bumped up for that. It's definitely going to go up a little higher, though. Yeah, I think it deserves to stay there, honestly. Yeah, I definitely changed a lot compared to like my my original listing than what I did like years ago, back in 2020 or 2021, I believe. Man, this is definitely changed because I had never realized that I thought that I do all of them at the same time, and now I definitely like have like different placements on everything. Holy moly! So to recap everything first, so let's start out from like the songs I don't remember and work my way up the list to my favorites. So, a New Year's Day with Thomas, a Thomas birthday wish, The Little Engine Who Believe, Party Train, any song heard on the Indian Thomas YouTube channel, Let's Dream, Don't Stop, Legend of the Lost Engine. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that. Wake Up, Sodor Construction Crew, Glenn's Christmas Switch, Spring is Here, Race with You, Let's Go. There's No Place Like Home, The Best Friends Express. I do like to be beside the seaside. Thomas the Tank Engine, the Engine Roll Call, the rock and roll version, Some Things Never Leave You, and Thomas Christmas Song. Those are under the songs I don't remember. And going from the worst, starting last, is the Engine Roll Call, says season 22 to 24. Absolutely despise that song to death. All You Need, How Does It Work, All the Girls Around the World, Buffalo Up and Chair, H is for Harold, Doing It Right, Favorite Place, Misty Island Rescue, The Narrow Gauge Engines, and We're Friends. Okay, up next, Disgraceful, Disgusting, Despicable, so on par to being bad, but not the absolute worst piece of garbage, the worst song, The Dream Song, There's Always Something New, One Friendly Family, The Steam Team, The Whistle Song, Where's Thomas, Winter Wonderland, and There's No One Quite Like Emily. Cinders and Ashes and Bust My Buffers. So this is like the mid. The Journey Never Ends, Free and Easy. Fall is So Much Fun. Responsibility / Happy or Sad. Pride. Party Time, Summer Sunday, The Locomotion, We Can't Do Anything, Together We Make It Happen, Searching Everywhere, Somebody Has to Be the Favorite, The Most Important Thing is Being Friends, Sometimes You Make a Friend, Busy, Thomas and James Are Racing, Jobs Aplenty, There Once Was a Little Engine Who Ran Away, Togetherness, Down by the Docks, Salty, The Sound Song, I Want to Go Home, Strength, Monsters Everywhere, It's Halloween, Trying to Do Things Better, Let's Be Brave, A World Around You, Every Day's a Special Day on Sodor, Day of the Diesels, Will You Won't You, Little Engines, Troublesome Trucks, He's Full of Surprises, and I'm Full of Surprises at the top. Okay, Little Engines can do big things. It's good. It's great. It's getting there. Up to my favorites. Never Overlook a Little Engine. Be who you want. Be who you are and go far. You can only be you. Who's Thomas? James the Really Splendid Engine. 5 new engines in the shed. What am I saying? The Hottest Place in Town. Sir Topham Hatt's Song. The Season 14 Variation. I Know How the Moon Must Feel. Releaseful Engine. The Magic Railroad Version. Day and Night. Roll Along. Where in the World is Thomas? Hear the Engines Coming. Surprises. The Shooting Stars Coming Through. Streamlining. Boo Boo Choo Choo. The Snow Song. It's Christmas Time. Never, never, never give up. It's Great to Be an Engine. Sir Topham Hatt. Harold the Helicopter, Gone Fishing, Go Go Thomas, Series 16 version, Hey Hey Thomas, Set Friendship in Motion, the Series 21 version, Donald's Duck, Patience, Go Go Thomas, Engines Roll Call, the All Engines Go, or All Engines Go. I'm gonna get condemned by the fandom when I say that. Calling All Engines version, the Great Discovery version, the original Determination, Thomas and Percy, Working Together Again, King of the Railway version, Working Together from the Blue Mountain Mystery, Red Balloon, Big Engine, or Big World, Big Adventures, Series 22-24, Navigation, Blue Mountain Mystery, We Make a Team Together, Troublesome Trucks, the Adventure Begins version, Have a Cloud as a Silver Lining, Rules and Regulations, Let's Have a Race, and finally, You Are a Releaseful Engine. These are my favorite Thomas songs. Percy Seaside Trip, Night Trip, Shining Time, Brave Little Engine, Ode to Gordon, Our Tale of the Brave, Come for the Ride, Accidents Will Happen, Don't Judge a Book by its Cover, Toby, That's What Friends Are For, It's Gonna Be a Great Day, On a Journey Today, season 19 through 21, engine roll call. Really useful engine, the Adventure Begins version, the regular really useful engine theme, Thomas's anthem, and then these two are interchangeable depending on my mood, but today I'm feeling Thomas or the Leader second, and my absolute favorite is the Island song. So that is my personal song list. I can't believe I ran through all of this. This is my personal list from what I have right now. A good way to celebrate Thomas's 80th. What do you guys think? But yeah, it is what it is, so I'm going to keep it as is. And then, on the topic of that, so since I've done this, I want to talk about my rankings for my favorite Thomas specials as well. So let me switch on to my normal screen here. Just chatting. There we go. I don't want to do like rankings of the Railway series books or whatever because I'm not ready for that, but I am ready to do this again. So this is actually my list of my the Thomas and Friends specials, all the way from Thomas and the Magic Railroad all the way up until technically the current Big World Big Adventures. So I did a ranking on my TikTok about my favorite Thomas specials from worst to best. To let you guys know, if you've ever seen that TikTok, it's actually been updated now. I think I talked about my rankings last time in a previous stream as well, but that's also completely changed. After thinking about things now, things have like slightly been ordered a little bit differently, but not to the point where it's like that too noticeable. Like, if you guys know what my top 5s are, that's still the same, but anything below that is pretty much changed in an aspect or so. But I'll show you guys and what my least favorite Thomas specials are, and then afterwards I'm going to react to Unlucky Tug's video. So let's get things started with in my opinion, what I believe the worst Thomas special is, and that belongs to Blue Mountain Mystery. Again, I'm gonna get condemned for that. Misty Island Rescue. I absolutely do not like this movie. This is the movie, the special that I think that they did the absolute poorest job in telling a story, making the story more entertaining, and plus everything just drags, especially when it comes to the stupid consistent alliteration and the rhyming. How does it go? Something I've been told, be brave and bold, whatever. That's how much I don't remember about this movie and how much I could care less about it. The only saving grace about this movie is literally the intro sequence. Oh gosh. Guys, give me a second. I gotta... How about the pups? Give me a second, please. Okay, I'm coming. Oh, you saw a duck in the backyard. Babies, it's okay. Babies. Maya, Kuma, it's okay, babies. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. I don't know if you heard me from the microphone, but like I've been screaming on the other side that they literally just saw a duck. So they just wanted to chase it around. But yeah, continuing where I left off, yeah, in my opinion, this is the worst Thomas special. Not including All Engines Go, obviously, but this is absolute garbage. Can I reach? There we go. Next. This is actually a different placement now. Big World Big Adventures is next. So calling All Engines would actually be next, but now I replaced that with Big World Big Adventures. I absolutely think this is trash as well. Just as much as I thought. Hi, baby. You see my dog in the window right there? This is absolute garbage. No saving grace on this one as well. I think the music is absolutely garbage, except for maybe the first song. Where in the World is Thomas was really fun. Free and Easy was okay. The rest, it says otherwise. So, and plus, I'm not really a fan of the story. And plus, the consistent bouncing is absolutely ridiculous. I don't like it. That's why it belongs at the very bottom heap next to Misty Island Rescue. Here we go. Next is Day of the Diesels. Sort of like the same reasonings that I gave for uh, Misty Island Rescue. It's the same as this one, but at least in my opinion, this one's a little more tolerable. Because at least it's not to the point where it's like, oh, I want to rip my face off because of the stupid consistent rhyming. I mean, they still do it, but it's not as obnoxious and as consistent as Misty Island Rescue. But at least this one has a better story because at least the main protagonist of this special is not Thomas, it's Percy. But at least it's got a good story to it. But there's another special, in my opinion, that's done this trope a lot better. Speaking of, I believe it's this one too. Yep. Calling All Engines. This one would have been the second worst, but it bumped up because after realizing about the meanings behind the Steamies versus Diesel's plotline, this one actually does a better job at it than it does with uh Day of the Diesels. And plus, at least for this one, I think this I sort of like this one a little more. Like, in my opinion, this Diesel 10 is like the worst version of Diesel 10. Day of the Diesels is like a really close second though, but this one's just like okay. Again, if they got rid of the learning segments, this would have been like a million times better than it needed to be. But at the same time, too, it's just like a 1 hour special. But that's it. It is what it is. But it's pretty enjoyable. After like rewatching it again and like going back to this as well. So I mean, it's cool. Are my dogs at the door? Yeah. I'll continue in a bit again. I just want to make sure that the dogs are okay. I'm coming, babies. Oh, is this you? Where's Maya? There she is. Right, good. It's okay. Next time, don't bark at the duck in the back. Oh, man. Yeah. Just as long as the dogs aren't barking all the way to the back. Just to keep barking at more ducks. But yeah, continuing where I left off. Next in my list, this is also changed. Journey Beyond Sodor. So, the main reason why I bumped this lower than it is in its original spot is because I'm tired of seeing the bouncing. Like, I don't think this special is like bad, but at the same time too, it's not to the point where it's like, oh, it's great, you need to watch this. It's like decent. Like, it has its strong points, don't get me wrong, especially like the moral lessons being taught. And of course, like, it has some really good songs in this thing. But it's just so bland, in my opinion. Like, the settings is just there. I think the only good thing about the special was literally just James. That's it. If the special was based on James, I would appreciate this one a lot more. So, but yeah, it just gets bumped down because like there's nothing really going on with it. Like they say that Thomas like journeys beyond Sodor. They're like, it doesn't really do much when he does do so, anyways. But next, I believe this one also gets knocked down a little bit too. So King of the Railway. So for King of the Railway, it's like the most mid special ever. Like when you think about this too, it's like 3 episodes rolled into one. So this is like the start of season 17 too. I mean, this is when like when the show actually got good again, but it didn't leave a good first impression for its special. I mean, yeah, it is cool for what it was, but I felt like it's separated into like 3 different episodes. I think Unlucky Tug also mentioned that in his video too, but I like the theming. I think it's pretty cool to have it in a castle-like setting. And plus, like I mentioned before, It's Gonna Be a Great Day is definitely one of my favorite songs, and it's inside this special. So, Yeah, that's why it's placed right there. Okay. Next, this one's actually bumped up from his previous position. So Hero of the Rails. So, and surprisingly, this is also the one that I've had in my collection ever since I've got this in Toys R Us since like 2009. So, honestly, for a good start on season 13, this was a great special. Not gonna lie. The narration was the only downside of it, but the story and everything leading up until like the start all the way to the end, amazing. Love it. Love the animations, especially for what it did during the CGI era, or at least when it started, I should say. And plus, all the new characters that they mentioned inside this were all great. Maybe with the exception of, say, Kevin, but dang, this was such a great special. I definitely underestimated this beforehand during the pandemic, but now I definitely place this a lot higher in my list just because of that. And speaking of, another one that I actually bumped up higher, I'll probably fix that later. The Great Discovery. Good gracious. Also one that I got from Toys R Us. So this is the one that's been narrated by Pierce Brosnan. And actually, this was like one of the lower spots that I have in my list. So from my original list, I believe I had it as my worst was of course Misty Island Rescue, then Calling All Engines, and then Big World Big Adventures, then shoot, what was after the Day of the Diesels, and then surprisingly this one was next. Uh-oh. Maya. Don't step on my DVDs. Don't step on them. Don't step on them. Don't step on them. Maya. Sorry. I don't know why I placed this one towards the bottom of that list previously. I just didn't think straight. Because like I mentioned before, I got into humongous props to like all of the model works that's been done in this special as well. And plus, with like this being like the send off to the model series in general, I love how they try to implement as many of the models as they can as possible, and they did a great job. And like what I mentioned before, Thomas, You're the Leader is one of, if not my favorite Thomas songs of all times, and it's inside the special. But yeah, I also love the inclusion of like Stanley and stuff. Like, and plus Pierce Brosnan has done a great job as the narrator. A part of me wishes that he could stay longer in the series, but you know, things sometimes aren't meant to be. But it is what it is. But yeah, great discovery, hands down. I can't believe I bumped this, or I had this low in my personal rankings before, but now it's bumped this high, and I humbly appreciate it for what it was. So it belongs there. Have any of these changed? Let's see. Yep. The Great Race would be next on my list. So I know a lot of people in the fandom don't really like this, but for me personally, I actually do like this one. I know it's weird too because a lot of, at least when it came to like this era of Thomas, this is like when like Mattel's like shoving Thomas down our throats when it comes to like marketing and merch and stuff. But for me, I try to focus on it as the special wise. And for me, the reason why I love this special so much is because of the songs. Because like when I see this, I think of this as like the Thomas musical of the bunch of specials, and I think it's done a great job at it. Look at songs like "Will You, Won't You," or like "You Could Only Be You," "Six Small Wheels," and then of course streamlining. Good gracious, they all hit, and yeah, I do agree to very high standards that they should have done a story about Gordon instead of Thomas. But all in all, it's still a fun special to watch, in my opinion. Here we go. This hasn't changed. Thomas and the Magic Railroad. So this is my fifth position on my original list, and it's still my fifth position here. The reason why is because number one is nostalgia. That's the reason why. But at the same time, too, this movie has a special place in my heart because Alec Baldwin was one of my favorite narrators during that time. So hearing him and like play a role in this movie, I think is fantastic. Um, like yeah, he tends to overact, but it's not to the point where it's like, oh, he's gonna shove himself down his throat, because at least there are like other characters that are being given spotlights to in the movie. But a majority of times, like for me, I just focus more mainly on like the model stuff with Thomas and stuff. And absolutely, this is such a fun movie to watch and to revisit again, especially like this version in general, where you have like the access to like the different special features, with the interviews of the cast, as well as like the different behind the scenes stuff during like the original production, when they cut out like the original antagonist PT Boomer. My gosh, this is such a great watch, honestly. But that hasn't changed, and I believe also the rest of these also haven't changed as well. Yes, so I believe this. Yeah, this won't change as well. Blue Mountain Mystery. I absolutely think this is one of the greatest films that Mattel, or not Mattel, but Hit Entertainment has ever produced. It tells a great story. The lines, or the repetitious lines, have been obliterated, thank God. And it focuses more on like an actual story about learning about like the mystery about like the engine Luke. Um, and then plus it brings back to like one of the characters that was mentioned as early as season 13, and he gets a lot of character development in this special. I don't want to mention who it is if you haven't seen the special for yourself, but please, if you haven't got a chance to, give this a watch. This is such a great special. Honestly, this one and this next one that I'm gonna bring up, yep, Tale of the Brave, are interchangeable. There's a very specific reason why I have this movie so high on my list. Actually, this is the third, if I'm not mistaken. Um, is because of the message and the meaning behind the end of the special. Because surprisingly, after this release, the same thing actually happened to me literally just a week after this special came out. And after watching this special and then like realizing like the same things happened to me, I felt that this really means something special to me around that time. And this special came out in like 2014, I believe. So that's that really touched me in a very personal way, which is the reason why I have this higher on my list than intended. But because of what happened in my personal life as well, I'm not going to disclose any information about that. It's the reason why now I could say that these two can be interchangeable from time to time depending on my mood. But now I'm feeling like this one's very special to me. So, and that means I have two more specials, and these two also haven't changed as well. This is still my second favorite. A lot of Thomas fans would actually place this at their number one, which is understandable. If not, I also seen like the Great Discovery as well, but this one I see majority place as their number one. And I understand why, because this does everything that a Thomas fan is looking for in a special. They introduce new characters, they introduce new sets, they reintroduce some of the past characters that we haven't seen in ages. And not only that, it tells a wonderful story from Thomas's perspective. And also Thomas is just perfect throughout the entire movie. So honestly, it's very cinematic and the music is great too. Sailor John is one of the best characters in this special as well. I wish they would have done more with Ryan, but he's just there. But this is such a great special. If you haven't got a chance to watch this, this should be one of, if not your only special that you need to watch to understand why a lot of Thomas fans really love really love Thomas the Tank Engine a lot. But honestly, that's not my personal favorite. If you guys already know, And it still hasn't changed for me to this very day. But my favorite Thomas special of all times is The Adventure Begins. And yes, this is due to bias and nostalgia, but I don't care. Again, this is my list, and I really, really love this special. Has a special place in my heart because again, it goes back to my childhood and rewatching the old Thomas episodes in the classic series and stuff. But there are some moments of this where they actually made the CGI special a lot more fun and a lot more captivating than either of the classic series versions of of the episodes or even the actual Railway series books. Let me give you an example. Thomas Saves the Day. This is part of it too. It features Thomas chasing after James. They haven't done that in the classic series, let alone in the Railway series books, which I think adds the cinematic value on it. And plus, not only that, my favorite crash ever in the Thomas series is inside the special with James coming off the rails, and you see a close up of him falling off the rails. You don't see that in the normal episode in the classic series, and you don't see that happen in the Railway series, but you see their aftermaths. But man, the one that you get to see in this special is so devastating. Good God. And it makes you appreciate how much they really cared about this as well. Of course, not all the characters hit. Like, for example, like Henry is in his new form. But like in past specials, like in Blue Mountain Mystery, they shaped him in his old form when he hid in the tunnel. Which I don't know why they would do that in the first place. Well, at least I meant to say like he should have had his old form in season 1. But no. And to be fair, I also love how they implemented like his CGI character in this version of like the original Thomas stories too, because of having him actually literally being afraid of the rain. Once an engine attached to a train is afraid of a few drops of rain, and he actually like hid inside of the tunnel, screeched inside his funnel and never came out again. Gosh, I loved it. I thought it worked fine because there are people that are scared of stuff too, and Henry being the worrywart that he is, I mean, it makes sense. And plus, at least for like all the other characters, it makes sense for them to be in their specific roles and stuff. Like, yeah, you wish that Thomas would be more of his cheekier self, which I could see why, but at the same time too, I love the kinder version of Thomas. This is why I prefer season 3 Thomas onwards, because of his like kinder demeanor, and plus it helped matured him as a character. Like, yes, you still see some of that cheekiness here, but from the start of the special all the way to the end, you see Thomas mature even more here, and I absolutely love this Thomas. You say what you will, but majority of times, like, yeah, we see Thomas as like the brat, the jerk or whatever. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, I love that Thomas too, but there's something special about this Thomas that I really love. So that's why it gets my number 1 spot. And if you guys want to watch it for yourself, it's actually free on YouTube. But in my personal opinion, I have the US version, by the way. Watch the UK dub. It's a lot better. It's literally played by like the voice actors are all just like one guy, except for the main character Thomas himself. Dang, he voices every single engine, and then only one, and then the new voice actor of Thomas in the UK dub voices him in that special. Good God, it's such a great watch. If you guys haven't seen it for yourselves, please give this a watch. I guarantee if you want to get yourself into the Thomas community, but you don't know where to start, especially that if you don't want to like, revisit the classic series episodes and you want like a long-term story of like how Thomas came to be, 100% watch this special. It's free on YouTube. It's only 45 minutes long, and I guarantee you'll love it. It does more, in my opinion, than it does the classic episodes. And if you don't want to read the books or whatever, just give this a watch. I love this. This has a very special place in my heart, and it's still my favorite Thomas special to this very day. Like I said, I'm a sucker for nostalgia, so it's the very reason why this is number 1. I could say the same reason for like Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure as well, but it can't hold up to this, honestly. I'm sorry. But yeah, those are my favorite Thomas episodes. My favorite specials from worst to best. So now you guys know that. There we go. I love Thomas to death, guys, honestly. Kuma. Come on, my baby boy's at the top. Come here. Kuma, come here. You sleepy? Come here. Come here. Come here. No, he's just gonna stare off into space. Okay, so I've done a couple things that I wanted to do. So I talked about my interest in Thomas in the first place. I've ranked songs. I talked about Thomas episodes, my specials ranking, and now I want to switch on focus to the Unlucky Tug. Cause I don't know if you guys know about this too, but yeah, like I mentioned, he uploaded a very special video that he said he was going to upload today to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the Railway series, let alone Thomas the Tank Engine. So he uploaded Sodor's Finest. If you don't know what that is, basically it's like a character analysis about like each of the Thomas characters separated into like the three different eras of Thomas. So the Railway series, or the books, the model series, so classic series all the way until season 11 or season 12 in technicality, if you want to say that too, and then the CGI series, where they focus on the CGI aspect, and then you get to figure out like which version is your favorite by listening to how he explains everything too. So I'm really gonna enjoy this too, because like I said before, Thomas, or this Thomas YouTuber is one of, if not my favorite. Actually, you know what? Before I give this a watch, there are some Thomas YouTubers that I do end up wanting to mention as well, because they also help gain interest on why I love Thomas in the first place. Let me scroll through my channel, and then maybe you guys have like maybe heard these names before. Maybe it might help you out as well. What did I just say? Okay, let's see. Besides the Unlucky Tug, Thomas Theorist, he's another one. White House Films, so this is Michael White, aka the guy that actually writes the good episodes of seasons 22 through 24. Who else? Smurfy Dan. I also watch him. Then again, I'm a fan of the analysis channels that talk about Thomas. So Smitty G513. This one I actually learned from a friend of mine that actually like listens to Thomas music, and when I heard his covers, good God, they are amazing. Let's see. Yeah, I really gotta scroll through my list. I gotta find like because it's just mixed with like everything. Like for me, if you guys know me, you know I'm into VTubers and like Hatsune Miku and stuff. So look at a mixture of all those stuff. Let's see. And then there are other like Thomas YouTubers that I see on my list, but they're not like the hardcore Thomas YouTubers that I watch. Oh, Usual Bloke Luke, he's also a really good one. Oh, I used to watch Roll Along Thomas a lot. to get like to learn about like the episode order and stuff. Back in the day, now I don't really follow them as much. James is here. I also see him from time to time. What else? Joe Jenkins. He's not really a Thomas YouTuber, but he did a rendition of the Thomas theme, and it's really good. Let's see who else. Gosh, I'm also trying to remember the names off the top of my head, but I can't remember. That's why I'm trying to like scroll through my list. I'm not gonna get through all of them. I know that's one thing's for sure. Oh, Thomas Fan 2002. Yes, so the ones that upload the tracks to Big Adventures, he's the one. I definitely follow that. Oh, Thomas 1, Edward 2, Henry 3. Very classic YouTuber that I've seen too. Helped me get interested in stuff. James A. Williams, also very underrated in my opinion. Especially when it comes to like the Thomas analysis stuff. Like when he did the Thomas specials, like that version, but in UK. I thought that was really entertaining. A great watch, honestly. So if it was like something that I need to put in the background, I listen to his video. Rob the Green Engine, I think he's also a little underrated in my opinion. I see him from time to time as well. Let's see. Oh, RNF Productions. That one's also really good. Nah. I know there's some like other Thomas stuff that or other Thomas channels that I definitely miss, but I'm not 100% confident that I really do follow them a lot. I just have them just so that I see from time to time. But like the ones that I'm mentioning, I actually really do like watching them. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna run out so fast. Holy moly. Oh, Piece of JVA. He was also very underrated, very funny. Tons of Track Masters. That one's also a really good channel. Oh, Train Boy. How did I forget? Jeez. Train Boy. He's good. Let's see. Did I run through everything? Oh, underrated TTTE guy. He's also good. Oh, not really a YouTuber, but I'm gonna shout him out too. And technically today's his birthday too. Happy birthday to the late great Thomas narrator and one of my favorite narrators too, George Carlin. George Carlin, Alec Baldwin, those two are my favorite narrators. Happy birthday, George Carlin. Good gracious. Thomas Shorts, he's funny. Steaming Along, I've seen him from time to time. I'm also trying to remember like any of the original, like do you know JC Sheps, I think is his name. He also does recreations of Thomas episodes, but in Tommy Thomas and Friends form. Jay Louvier, he does reviews on Thomas Wooden Railway. trying to remember off the top of my head. Mavis M and Afro Sudrian. I know they do Thomas music. Very great to listen to. I know I'm definitely missing a lot. Thomas Cynic, also really, really underrated in my opinion. Gosh, there are others that I'm forgetting too, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Those are like my favorite Thomas YouTubers though. Like any names that I literally just mentioned, those are my favorites to watch. But my all-time favorites, if you don't include Miss Oliver and Blossom and Train Number 476, is definitely Unlucky Tug. You can't go wrong with Nick. He has the best when it comes to Thomas content and stuff. So, say without further ado, see we get started. Watch his complete history of Thomas the Tank Engine.
This video was brought to you by my loyal patrons. Pledge today and receive.
Might as well. And you hear my reaction, what I think about this too. By the way, this is the longest that I've gone streaming for. Holy moly. Is this how much I love Thomas the Tank Engine? I guess so. And yes, rest peacefully, Britt Alcroft. Ooh. I love this. Oh, I love the voices. I'm trying to figure out like who's like voice acting them though, because sometimes I do like listening to like the original voice actors come back and redo their lines, because I know that's what he did, or like what Unlucky Tug did with Donald and Douglas. That was awesome. I also love the mixture of like the hit entertainment stuff and the OG Thomas stuff too, or classic series Thomas, I should say. That's cool. Dang. Dang, Thomas. I love this. I love this. The jump cuts. I love that. That's amazing. I love that. Dang. I swear you could turn all of his like specials into like mini episodes. This is cool. Again, I love how it's just back to back to back of these Thomas episodes. Or these Thomas stories, I should say. Wow. I know it'd be a big struggle if Unlucky Tug did like everything all together at once, but I respect I respect him for this. This is what happens when engines actually work hard.
You go to lie. Whatever is this railway coming to? No, he's going to come down.
You'll get used to that. Come along now. We're rather late. We're right behind you.
Now Thomas runs his own bank. With his two faithful daughters, Annie and Clara.
Oh, I love this.
On his line for many years. But even so, he still has much.
Oh, I love it. It cuts back to the intro. The Thomas.
Celebrate the big 80th anniversary.
Wow.
10 years since the very first book of the Railway series was published in 1945. And in honor of this momentous milestone, this perfect opportunity to
Finally, we talk about Thomas the Tank Engine. Oh, Railway series, let's go. There can be a lot to mention. Here's your friend Thomas the Tank Engine. He wanted to come out of the station yard and see the world. These stories tell you how he did it. I hope you like them, because you helped me to make them. Your loving daddy. I love that.
heard this forward hundreds of times.
Mm-hmm.
It was used as a bumper before the show's intro for many years.
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean? Who is Christopher? And how is Thomas his friend? Let's go back to the very, very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas the Tank Engine's origins date back to a wooden toy train that Reverend Wilbert Audrey crafted in 1942 for his son Christopher, who at the time was only 2 years old. The design of the engine was
Oh, like me when I got interested in Thomas.
side tanks that reached the front of his smoke box. The tanks were slanted, which gave it the vague appearance of a J-50 class tank engine, or some type of industrial. Wilbert gave it a 1, because, as he states in the Thomas Tank Engine Man, I was an inexperienced painter, and 1 was the easiest number. I certainly couldn't have managed a 2. The NW, at this point, simply stood for nowhere.
Nowhere.
Make-believe engines.
It's not even Northwestern.
Any known railway. Christopher loved the engine.
Mm.
Christened it with the name Thomas.
Oh.
After the success of the first Railway Series book, The 3 Railway Engines, in 1945, Wilbert was encouraged to write another one. As characters of that book were all based on runs that he had made up in his own tales to Christopher, the topic of the next book was obvious to him. It would be focused on Christopher's
Thomas.
Thomas the Tank Engine. As stated in the Thomas the Tank Engine Man, unlike Edward, Gordon, and Henry, Thomas was inspired by a real engine, or rather, a real toy engine. Wilbert's original sketches of Thomas reflected the toy, long, slanted side tanks and all.
Oh, I love that original design too. So cool.
New illustrator for the series. However, Payne took some creative liberties with Thomas's design. Payne was a Southern man, and decided to base Thomas's look on a Southern engine. The engine he chose was the E2 class tank engine of the London, Brighton, and South Coast Railway. Initially, Wilbert was understandably annoyed with this change, but after finding out that Payne had used a real-life locomotive for reference, he was content with it and allowed it.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas's iconic design that we know today, with his token extended side tanks and distinct dipped front running board, are all characteristics of the E2 class, and can all be attributed to Reginald Payne. The story of Thomas the Tank Engine is one that we all know well.
Yep.
Thomas was a station pilot at the big station who yearned for northern life. He grew bored being stuck in the yard, and through several misadventures attempted to leave it. He tried to pull coaches, and full trucks, neither of which went well. But eventually he proved himself when he saved another engine, James, after he crashed. As a reward for his hard
Humongous
work,
props to
the
Thomas.
controller gave Thomas a branch line. Much is established in this book, including Thomas's ongoing rivalry with Gordon and his friendship with Edward. I think Thomas the Tank Engine has a perfect structure.
That's
It
true.
uses its four-story format exquisitely. The first story, Thomas and Gordon, is all about just establishing who Thomas is. We learn what he's all about. He's cheeky, he's kind of rude, and he thinks he can get away with his bad behavior. We're essentially introduced to Thomas at his worst, and so we laugh at him when he gets his bunker handed to him by Gordon. The audience knows exactly what Thomas is all about by the story's end. The second story, Thomas's Train, right away clearly establishes Thomas's main goal.
Thomas often grumbled because he was not allowed to pull passenger trains. The other engines laughed. Rubbish, said Thomas crossly. You just wait, I'll show you.
He wants to leave the yard and pull trains like the others. He gets his first chance to when Henry is ill.
Yeah.
And he fails as a result of his own impatience. We, the audience, laugh at Thomas's misfortune here, as he's still pretty inexperienced at this point.
But for a long time afterwards, the other engines laughed at Thomas and said, "Oh, look, there's Thomas, who wanted to pull a train, but forgot about the coaches."
But the magic occurs in Thomas's persistence. The third story, Thomas and the Truck, sees him try a second time, this time pulling trucks for Edward. And he fails again, but this time much worse. He gets reprimanded by the Fat Controller. Thomas has hit his lowest point of the book, and we, the audience, now feel some sympathy for him. We get that he's not screwing around anymore. He really wants this.
Yeah, he personally wants to push his hardest, yeah.
And all of that comes to a beautiful close in the fourth and final story, Thomas and the Breakdown Train. The story starts showing Thomas has grown a bit since the last, getting in good graces with the Fat Controller. One day James races through and crashes. Third time's the charm, for Thomas fully proves himself
And
rescues
works.
poor James in need. And as a reward for his heroism, the Fat Controller fully sees Thomas's potential and gives him his own branch line. Thomas the Tank Engine ends with Thomas in a much different place than where he started. He got what he wanted in the end, and he had grown as a character. A very happy, satisfying ending.
That's why we love Thomas.
Fine experiences in our new Kentucky home, where amazing nature and authentic bluegrass inspire you, where world-renowned bourbon and horses wow you. Kentucky, find what moves you. Final destination, Bloodlines.
Good gracious. You play the ads that are actually like relevant to me, especially in regards to the videos that I'm watching, please. Final Destination, Lemonade, the trip to Kentucky. Oh, I mean, I have friends in Kentucky, so. Pandora, nah. That's not my type. Show me stuff that like Thomas relates, please.
The moral of this book is one I think all kids can take something away from. Never, ever give up on your goals. Keep trying, and you will achieve them.
Yep.
And it won't always be easy. You'll make mistakes, and it may take some self-reflection and self-discipline to get there. But if you persist, you will succeed. You'll gain life experience from it.
100%.
Its message is timeless. And I think that's why this is the most popular book of the franchise. And why Thomas himself quickly became the most popular character of the series. It's clear to see why. Thomas is very relatable to the target audience. Thomas is a small tank engine, and here he is positioned in a world surrounded by big, pompous tender engines that don't take him seriously. I think kids can relate to that. They see themselves in Thomas. They may not see themselves in, like, Edward because, well, they're not old enough.
Yeah, Edward's old,
They
yeah.
may not see themselves
Gordon's
in
big and
because,
pompous.
well, no kid wants to be the bully. They understand who these characters are, but who they see themselves as
Is this smaller version
kids
of,
all
yeah.
want to do big things, leave boring routine, be noticed by the adults, get the big reward for doing good, and ultimately have a big adventure. It's fantasy fulfillment for them. Thomas continued to be popular, and by the fourth book, already came a sequel to his, Tank Engine Thomas again.
Oh yeah.
Here we see what life on Thomas's branch line is like, and how things have changed for him. His coaches,
And in
Clarabelle,
Clarabelle,
are
yep.
properly introduced here. A push-pull set that Thomas runs backwards and forwards with. While they are old, Thomas loves them dearly, and is rather protective of them.
Very
Thomas
sweet of
sings
Thomas.
little songs, and Andy and Clarabelle sing too. When Thomas starts from the station, he sings, "Oh, come along, we're rather late. Come along, we're rather late." And the coaches sing, "We're coming along, we're coming along."
But even though Thomas has grown up a bit, he's still the same flawed, cheeky tank engine. Getting the branch line gave him a sense of responsibility, which made him quite cocky.
Thomas the Tank Engine is very proud of his branch line. He thinks it is the most important part of the whole railway. How can I run my line properly if Henry is always late? He doesn't realize that the fat controller depends on me.
Rubbish. You're too fat.
As evidence,
You need exercise.
and leaves his cars behind. When he meets Terrence the Tractor for the first time, the first words out of his mouth is an insult.
I'm Thomas. I'm pulling a train.
What ugly wheels you got?
Damn, Thomas, okay, calm down. Bertie the bus gets introduced here, who proves an effective enabler to Thomas. He's the one that feeds into Thomas's competitive side.
I've come to help you with your passengers today. Help me? Said Thomas.
Help me?
Feeling blue.
I can go faster than you.
I can go faster than you. You can't.
You can't, said Bertie. I can, said Tom.
Race you, said Bertie.
The two have their famous race to the end of the line. Thomas and Bertie is a rather significant story in the Railway Series lore. Wilbert's children often asked Wilbert how it was possible that a race between a train and a bus was fair. Clearly the train had the advantage, and so Wilbert drew up a map of the route that Thomas and Bertie
Oh.
faced a number of obstacles on their journey. The logistics of the race led to Wilbert carrying out the first ever map of Thomas's branch line.
Oh, that's so clever. Just because of Thomas and Bertie's race, that's so cool.
The Railway Series' incredibly deep lore really got its start here.
Wow.
A simple story where Thomas and a red bus race each other.
That's so cool.
When it came to figuring out the eventual lore, Wilbert was usually very big on not changing established canon in the stories as written. As Thomas was depicted as an E2 class in the original illustrations, that's what he stuck to.
Yeah.
Thomas's official backstory became that he was an E2 class tank engine from Brighton, built for the London, Brighton, and South Coast Railway in 1915. As a result of a wartime mix-up, Thomas found his way north to Sodor, and ended up staying there on loan to help build the Northwestern Railway. Among the several other loaned engines there was Edward, and the two helped build the railway together. Let's explain Edward's sympathy towards Thomas and Thomas and the trucks. The two had a pre-established friendship. After the railway opened for traffic, Thomas was kept as a station pilot at Vickerstown. Top on the Hat eventually expressed interest in purchasing the engines. The paperwork for Thomas went through first, and so Thomas technically became the first engine officially owned by the Northwestern Railway, hence his number one. In 1925, the Farquhar Quarry was established on the west of Sodor, and the branch line from Knapford was extended to it. A larger engine was needed to run the new line. This coincided with Thomas rescuing James. As Thomas was available, Topham elected him.
Kuma, are you okay, baby boy?
This is all very technical, and admittedly it does kind of diminish the significance of Thomas proving himself in that story. It makes it all kind of seem like it was a wild coincidence, and Thomas
Hold on.
was likely gonna have him.
I'm gonna pause the video real quick. I gotta go help out the dog, so you guys just stay tight. I'll be back. I'm not gonna take too long again. Baby, it's okay. You wanna go back outside again? You wanna play outside again? It's okay, yeah, bring that toy with you. It's okay. There you go. Go ahead, buddy. There you go. Go play, go play. Alright, let's continue.
None Nonetheless, Thomas was promoted to work the branch line. Over the years, the line gained other engines, including Toby in 1951 and Percy in 1955. While Wilbur was very big on not changing established details, that did not mean he wouldn't write new stories to change the characters that were a point of contention for him. We saw this occur previously with Henry in The Flying Kipper, a story he wrote where Henry crashed specifically so he could be sent away to be rebuilt into something prototypical. The same kind of occurred with Thomas. Wilbur never liked how inconsistent Thomas's running board was between illustrations.
Oh.
The real E2s had dips at the front and back. Thomas lacked the rear dip, which in Wilbert's eyes meant his front and rear buffer beams were at different heights. So he wrote a story where Thomas crashed and had to be fully rebuilt to amend this issue. The story became Book 16's Thomas Comes to Breakfast.
Oh yeah,
The notorious
okay, that makes sense.
story where Thomas attempted to drive himself, only to not be able to stop, and crashed into a station master's house. It is so fascinating.
I love this story.
A story that was birthed from the author simply wanting to change a detail became a story that embodied the character so well.
Dang.
Yes, Thomas does crash in this, just so his front can be changed, but it all occurs in a very Thomas way. He gets cocky from his driver's compliments.
You know just where to stop, laughed his driver. You could almost manage without me. Thomas had become
Seated. He didn't realize that his driver was joking.
Driver says I don't need him now.
Driver says I don't need him now.
He can drive himself. He tries to when no one's looking, and it all ends in calamity.
Dang.
With Thomas learning a lesson in humility. Wilbur was just a genius like that. I think this story's popularity is a real testament to his writing abilities.
Mhm.
This was one of Chris Audrey's favorite stories.
And one of mine too, honestly.
Certainly one of my favourite stories, and I believe it was one of Father's favourites too. It's called Thomas Comes to Breakfast.
And
Dang,
that
it's
is
my favorite season 2 episode too, so I don't know.
In 1961, Chris would have been 21 or so then. This is a
21,
story
jeez.
from his childhood
Oh.
that would have been more sentimental to him, and yet it's one of his favorites.
Dang, that's
Quite
crazy.
possibly might be the most definitive Thomas story out there. This is all to say that Wilbert didn't change details just to change them. He worked those changes into the world naturally. It kept things interesting.
I'm gonna check on the dogs, I'll be
When Thomas
back.
returned from the works, he gained
Oh no, they're still in the back. Those two puppies can't make up the bonds. Hi. You go keep playing, okay? You wanna go inside now? Now they're at the door. Okay, we'll be back. Again. Okay, come in. Alright, let them have their fun.
a new look, complete with a totally flat running board from front to rear.
Hey.
Remains consistent in pretty much every book following.
Flat running board. Wait. No, it's not the same with the model stuff. I turned around just to see how it looks like on my Thomas model. It's not the same.
In action with Rogan, the #1 dermatologist recommended brand, Rogan.
Cause you see, like the running board's actually flat, or it's flat in the back here, but it's dipped on the side here. So yeah, it's not the same.
The future of trading is here on Robinhood.
Following this, Thomas's next major appearance is in Book 18, Stepney the Bluebell Engine. In this, he becomes offended after being sidelined on his own branch line, so the visiting engine Stepney can pass through. Though after being topped up so much by Stepney, he forgets to be angry.
Ah, well, said Thomas modestly. Perhaps when you know the road as I do. Exactly, put in Stepney. You're such an expert. Thomas, flattered, forgot the across. Told Stepney all his branch line.
It's not hard to convince Thomas of anything. Just feed into his ego a bit, and he'll agree to whatever. After this point, Thomas essentially stops being used. With the exception of a quick mention in mainline engines, Thomas does not appear in 7 consecutive books.
7 dang.
I've always deduced that Wilbur kind of got bored with Thomas around this time.
Oh, that makes sense. I can see
Other
why.
Characters that had more going on with them. Characters that he had more to say about, like Gordon, Henry, Duck, and the Scarlowy engines. And I think this sort of embodies a quintessential flaw with Thomas in the Railway series. Now this is just my opinion, of course, but unlike Gordon, or Henry, or Duck, Thomas doesn't really have a big character arc. He does...
His big character arc is in the beginning, though, but that's it. Like, after the beginning, like, they didn't really do much with Thomas's character.
He never changed much or was given any sort of big status quo change. He's always been kept in his little bubble of Sodor, and that's really it. And maybe that's why Wilbur got bored of him. There's only so many stories that can be written that essentially use the same formula. Thomas gets boastful, or is rude to someone, or disobeys an order, and then gets his comeuppance. Now that's not to say that there aren't any nuances with the character though. One of my favorite status quo changes of the series, as minute as it is in the grand scheme of things, is between
Thomas and Gordon themselves, yeah.
Down the mine. After Thomas falls into a mine after deliberately passing a danger sign, Gordon comes to his rescue.
Yep. I'm forming the alliance, yep.
Disgrace at this point in time, and they have a laugh about their situations. They agree to form an alliance.
We're both in disgrace. Shall we form an alliance? An ally, what was it? An alliance, Thomas. United we stand, together we fall.
You help me, and I'll help you.
How about it? Right you are, said Thomas. Good, that's set. But the allies are code.
Gordon's the one who suggested, and I think this admittedly says more about Gordon than it does Thomas, but still. From this point onwards, Thomas and Gordon never are rude to each other again. Both characters grew out of their infancy. There's the occasional teasing here and there, but it's always good.
It's playful, yeah.
Two undoubtedly have a mutual respect for each other.
As the tank engines moved wearily away, Gordon looked at Thomas and smiled. Then he took 3 deep breaths and winked. He didn't need to say anything. Thomas knew exactly what he meant.
The big rivalry introduced in Thomas's first story was followed up on and given a proper resolution. And they stuck to it.
Thank God.
Thomas is brought out one final time in Wilbur's last book, Tramway Engines, in 1972. This was a push from the publishers and his own wife, Margaret, who insisted Wilbur write one more book and put his most famous character in it. Wilbur was, as the Thomas the Tank Engine man states, a bit fed up with it all at this point. This is reflected in the book's foreword.
Dear friend, Thomas has been
Pestering me.
after all, he said, we are the importantest part of the whole railway.
Thomas pestered Wilbur.
We are the most importantest part of the whole railway.
Is a slate at the publishers pestering Wilbur for more Thomas. And hilariously, Thomas only features in 2 stories here, both of which are focused on Percy.
Yeah.
Final contribution to Wilbur's works was him laughing at poor Percy's appearance.
Thomas being a jerk to Percy.
Talk about hairy caterpillars, puffed Thomas as he started away. It's worth being late to have seen you.
So very appropriately, Thomas.
Wow.
Even after the series ended, Thomas continued to be the most popular character and the face of the franchise. The series was commonly known as the Thomas the Tank Engine books, rather than the Railway series.
Makes sense.
Marketing played into that. Look at the cover of the 1979 annual. It's literally called the Thomas the Tank Engine Annual. And this was well before the TV series was a thing.
Dang.
It was pretty clear that even this early
Oh,
on,
1979, yeah? Yeah, because the show came out in 1984.
despite not
The
being
pilot released 1983.
the TV series got greenlit in 1983, which was
There we go.
unsurprisingly titled
Thomas the Tank Engine.
I'll of course talk more about Thomas specifically in the show in the next section, but I do want to touch on how the show's popularity affected the trajectory of the books. Chris Aubrey took over as author that same year and continued the Railway series.
Hmm.
Publishers, Hay and Ward, wanted more Thomas. And so, Thomas appears in a lot of Chris's books. Of the 16 books that Chris wrote, 8 of them have Thomas in the book's title and have him on the cover.
Dang.
A couple of which Thomas barely appears in. Thomas's increased popularity from the TV show at the time meant Chris was kind of stuck using Thomas for a lot of his stories, and thus several other characters were sorely underused, like Duck, Oliver, Toto, Bear, and the Scarlet Indians.
Dang.
Chris was allowed some creative freedom, of course, but he has expressed frustration about the demands for Thomas to appear so heavily and having to discard some of his own original book ideas
Aw.
in favor of Thomas-focused ones. That being said, I think there's a good number of interesting Thomas books in Chris's run. Book 30, More About Thomas the Tank Engine, a very creative title, was deliberately written in a rush to tie into the TV series, so the show would have more Thomas-centric stories to adapt in its second season. The book overall is a little unimaginative. Chris himself even admits so.
He doesn't like that, yeah.
But it does give us a little bit more to the best frenemies dynamic between
Thomas and Percy, yeah.
Until this point, I always look at the two as work colleagues. Like, they're clearly friendly and they trust each other enough. Thomas has trusted Percy with Annie and Clarabelle on occasion in the past, after all.
Percy's
But
promise.
it's always been kind of out of courtesy. If you're forced to work with someone that you don't really like for several years, you will grow to like each other over time. Toby is the medium between the two, but it's pretty clear that he and Percy are much closer, while Thomas
True.
is more often individual. The
He's just there for the ride.
is actually very funny to me, because both are so evenly in their own ways. Percy is naive, so he takes everything he's told as true, or is always asking questions.
I say, Toby, what's a trick? Do you know? I had a boy on the platform called his friend one this afternoon.
Thomas knows better, but he's a hothead, so he never has the patience.
Of course, it's Thomas. That's not surprising.
He just thought his friend was being a coward, or silly, or a spoiled sport.
But Percy outmatches Thomas in wits, and can always clap back at him with the perfect comeback.
If you stopped me from doing something nice, would you be a drip, Thomas? You're the drip, answered Thomas crossly.
Two evenly matched nitwits arguing over nothing. While good old Toby
Just sits in the side. Toby, oh my gosh, he's amazing. He just chills on the side. That's it.
Percy falling out over an incident with Cole in his first story, which isn't resolved by the story's end. Their friendship is finally mended in the last story, Strip Tank, after Percy rescues Thomas.
I'm sorry I was rude, said Thomas, as Percy helped him back to the shed. That tank of mine turned me into a bigger drip than we expected, didn't it? Can we be friends again, please? Percy was delighted.
Oh.
It's nice. And I felt the two are a lot closer after this book. I don't believe they have another
Kuma.
argument or ever tease each other again.
Come here.
after this. Book 33, Thomas and the
Come here.
Thieves, is a pretty inspired volume, in which Thomas is sent to work on Edward's line, while a bridge on his line is strengthened. This is one of the first times in a
Come here, Kuma.
time we see Thomas working in a new place on Sodor.
He's my baby bear.
For the first time with Bill and Ben, characters that have always been there, but never met. I quite like how this touches on his friendship with Edward again, something I feel was sorely underused in the book. I love how after Bill and Ben get Thomas all riled up, Edward breaks up the commotion and leads Thomas away.
Thomas let off steam.
Kuma, come here.
Let me tell you, he began. All right, you two, laughed Edward. Go move.
It's okay, it's
There
okay.
won't be room for any more.
He knows Thomas well, and he knew to get him out of there before things got ugly.
You just don't have to take her too seriously, explained Edward. Thomas smiled ruefully. I wish I knew how you deal with them, he said.
I also quite like book 35, Thomas and
Yeah, the Great Railway Show.
which was written to promote the National Railway Museum in
That's,
New York.
yeah, that's interesting.
Thomas is asked to visit the famous TV
I need to read that story though. I don't have Chris's books though. I only have the Reverend W. Audrey's. It's my collection up there.
And Toby tells him it's because of the TV show.
Why me? Thomas asked Percy and Toby. They've never even seen me. Yes, they have, said Percy. On television, added Toby. The Fat Controller told us about it.
The book follows the misadventures that Thomas has on his way to York and during his stay there. It's a fun concept for a book, and I love all the real-world tie-ins. While Thomas has the biggest appeal of all the characters with the book's main audience, I will say, I don't think he is exactly the most interesting. He lacks that larger
Yeah, Gordon.
character arc that some of the other mains have. He does have an arc, a pretty great one, but it's all contained mostly to his first book.
That's the downside of Thomas in the Railway series. Yeah, he wasn't like more looked upon, unless it was like the beginning portions of his stories.
And maybe that's why, of the whole cast, Thomas was the one who stood out. Not every character needs some grandiose, deeper meaning to them, or an all-encompassing, series-long arc. Sometimes they can just be simple and fun. Simple and fun is easy to understand. And I think that may be the major appeal of this character. Everyone immediately gets who Thomas is just from his design. You see that hitting grin, and you just know what this guy is all about. Thomas is cheeky. He's impatient. He's easily offended. He's impulsive. He's quite cocky. And he's rather competitive. But he's sympathetic. Flawed to be sure, but ultimately good at heart. A hard worker, and always does the right thing in the end. One could say that he's really useful.
That's my favorite side of Thomas, though. I understand why people would like the cocky side, but I prefer the kind side of Thomas. That's why I love. That's why I said. I think he's gonna mention it in the season 3 retrospective too. But I love that version of Thomas onwards. All right. So this is Thomas and Bertie's Great Race. I love that. I love that. Birdie pants. What are they barking at?
How it's done. Finally.
Okay, give me a second. Sorry, guys. I gotta tend to the puppies. Why? Well, why you cry? Why you shout? Why you shout? You go back outside. It's okay, please. Be right back. Leave them at be. Let them have their fun.
Never again. Well, look who finally decided to show up. You know, Bertie, I would think after a dozen losses, you might actually try to win for once.
Dang, Thomas.
Thomas, we look, buddy. You might bloke, but one of these days I'll finally beat you. You just wait and see.
Sounds like loser talk to me.
Dang, Thomas!
See you, loser. Beat you later.
Mark my words, Thomas. I'll get the last lap one day.
Big talk from such a small glass.
Dang, Thomas.
Listen to him. He's cockier than ever. I agree.
That's funny though.
He's heading for trouble. You know I can hear you, right? You both worry too much. The fact he thinks he even stands a chance against me. He said he
Toby.
could one day.
He's just sitting there.
Yes, don't be daft, Thomas. You couldn't do all the work here on your own.
You don't think I can handle it? I can handle anything.
Dang.
You
Challenge
must
accepted.
watch yourself, Thomas. You best be careful with all that sliding you're doing.
He's right, Thomas. You're both just jealous is all. I can handle myself. I am the number one, after all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
No point in talking sense to him, Percy. He's beyond help.
I'm sorry to say that Thomas's confidence streak only worsened from there.
Oh my
Silly
gosh.
Percy, silly Toby. They don't know what they're saying.
Oh, Thomas, please be careful today. Yes, watch yourself.
Ha! Everyone's against me. One day they'll learn.
Their journey started.
Oh, good gracious me. Hold on. Dogs are at the door. Can you get your ball? Kuma, can you get your ball? Good. Yeah, get your ball. Get the ball. Babies. Yeah, do what they want to do. It's okay. We'll just get it later. Okay, back to the video.
To move every part of the branch line. But today, he was more careful than ever and wasn't paying attention to the path ahead. Had he been, he might have noticed the telegraph pole that had fallen onto his line the night winds.
Oh, interesting.
What's that? It looks like... Oh, grapes! Grapes! Thomas, grapes!
I love how they mixed in the hit entertainment stuff too. That's actually pretty cool.
Well, that's thorny. No more work for us today. I'll walk back and tell them to the breakdown game.
Real good going, Thomas.
Soon, Edward and the breakdown gang arrived at the police. Thomas remained unusually silent. Luckily, Thomas and the car weren't on the damage, but the crash had bent the rails. The Fat Controller closed the line while it was repaired, and in the meantime, he put Thomas back in the yard. Thomas didn't take the news well.
He demoted me. Me. Can you believe that? All because of one little derailment.
Well, Thomas, I don't think he demoted you.
Demoted him, huh? I love how in this particular Unlucky Tug version of Thomas, he's actually a lot more cheekier and a lot more cockier than what they depicted in the stories. Dang, Annie Clarabelle be preaching to him. And now, let's hit the model series. One I'm familiar with the
In
most.
1983, Brett Allcroft received the green light to produce a TV series based on a railway series entitled Thomas the Tank Engine, starring Thomas as the main character.
Yeah.
The series first premiered in October 1984. As the show was named after Thomas, it should be no surprise that Thomas's first story, Thomas and Gordon, was moved forward to be the series premiere. The first words of the show are,
Thomas is a tank engine.
Lives in the big
Station yard.
on the
Island of Sodor.
He's a
Cheeky
cheeky
little engine with 6 small wheels, short stumpy funnel, a short stumpy boiler, and a short stumpy dome. Yeah!
tells us all we need to know. Season 1 kicks off with Thomas and Gordon, and firmly establishes Thomas and Gordon as the two main characters of the season. The show basically starts showing Thomas at his worst, being cheeky, rude, and picking on the big engines just because he can.
Wake up, lazy bones, do some hard work for a change. You come and catch me, and off he ran laughing.
And Gordon ain't no saint either, and puts Thomas in his place pretty swiftly.
Ha.
I just love how the first episode of the show follows the adventure of two characters. They just kind of follow. Following this, both engines go
Dang, it's just the first episode too.
Thomas's journey follows the stories of his book, him trying again, and again to prove himself, and eventually receiving his branch line.
Yeah.
For a really useful engine, you shall have a branch line all to yourself. Oh, thank you, sir, said Thomas.
We see the misadventures that he gets up to on his branch line, including leaving his guard behind, going fishing,
Yeah.
out in the snow, and running into trouble with a policeman.
Where's your cow catcher here?
But I don't catch cows, sir.
Don't be funny, snapped the policeman.
Gordon, meanwhile, has his own separate journey on the mainland. More than once, he gets his comeuppance for being pompous. He leads a strike that fails horribly,
Ha.
and inadvertently runs himself into a ditch. Both journeys come together in the season's penultimate episode,
Down the mine.
a story where the two characters have a laugh at each other's disgraces,
Mhm.
decide to put their differences aside to form an alliance.
Shall we form an alliance? You help
Me and I'll help you.
Right
Right you are.
agreed,
Listen.
Thomas. Good.
When I say whistled, agreed, Thomas.
And buffer to buffer
The allies puffed home.
I love the decision to have this as basically the wrap-up. It puts into perspective
Yeah.
just how much these two have gone
That's what I love about season 1, though.
A series of mistakes and comeuppances for each of them, culminating in a wonderful, humble moment of mutual self-reflection and forgiveness.
Mm-hmm.
Season 1 feels so complete as a result, as if it was all leading up to this moment. This alliance is eventually forgotten as time goes on, of course.
Thanks.
But does get a nice mention in season 4.
Remember Thomas called Gordon Ridley.
Together we fall. You help me, and I'll help you.
I still stand by that this episode, Paint Pots and Queens, would have been a way better season 1 finale than Thomas.
Yeah, I agree. Thomas Meets the Queen or Paint Pots and Queens a lot better than Thomas's Christmas Party. I think that's sort of true though, because in my opinion, I think Thomas's Christmas Party is the weakest episode of season 1 anyways.
Bring out the bomb.
I'm trying to think about like what else is there too.
It's just like our new house.
Hey, Meta, remind me where I parked my car.
You're parked in lot 19A.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, Evans.
Season 2 kicks off with
Yeah!
Thomas, Percy, and Nicole. A story that is technically out of order as the season premiere.
Mm-hmm.
This episode erroneously shows Percy working on the branch line well before he was moved there. But I think the reason they chose to open with this is simple. It's our first ever Thomas and Percy episode.
Mm-hmm.
This season really put Percy in the spotlight, and having this as the opener establishes right out of the gate.
It makes sense, yeah, with Thomas and Percy's dynamic relationship with each other.
Series moving forward. Even though they're friends, they're clearly not best friends.
Yep.
Which is ever evident by Thomas's comments.
Percy's had an accident, cried Toby.
Poor edition. That means I'll be late.
Season 2 shows Thomas at his most savage. It really
Well, yeah, that's true.
He has a bone to pick with pretty much
He hates everybody.
every episode that features him involves him being skeptical or complaining to someone about whatever's grinding his gears that day.
Well, anyway.
Hop Thomas. Blue is the only proper color for a really useful engine. Everyone knows that.
It's those main lines.
And engines.
They dither about
I don't remember that one.
and they blaze the top and hat's workmen. It's just an excuse for laziness if you ask me. I'm green caterpillar.
Red stripes.
You crawl like one too. I don't.
Dang.
Thomas, calm down. Go drink some water, man. You might be wondering at this point, why on earth is this jerk the main character of this show? Like we talked
He's
about
great.
before, Thomas is no saint. He is littered with flaws. But flaws are what make a good main character.
Mm-hmm.
How boring would this show be if its main character was just perfect all the time, and never made mistakes or got in trouble? That's what we have Edward for. He's the show's example of that perfect character the others should strive to be, and is also probably why he doesn't get as much time in the spotlight as everyone else. What would Frasier be if its title character wasn't pompous and neurotic? What would The Simpsons be if Homer wasn't aggressive and unprofessional?
That's true.
SpongeBob SquarePants be if SpongeBob wasn't overly optimistic and naive to the world around him? And what would Thomas and Friends be if Thomas wasn't cheeky and impulsive? The
Mm-hmm.
answer to all of them is pretty dang boring. Flawed characters make for good stories. And it's why Thomas works so well.
Is this the reason why I prefer season 3 Thomas onwards? Because I have humongous respect for him ever since he matured himself as like a character?
In that sense, he's a good role
Probably. Maya agrees.
follow. Ultimately, I think making Thomas the main face of the series was an overall smart decision. Television is a different medium to books. I think TV viewers instinctively desire that singular main face to connect with. Going into season 3, Thomas lightens up quite a bit. You get this feeling that some time has passed since season 2, and he's chilled out. He's quite a bit nicer, and a lot more willing to help others.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, said Tom.
Because he's more mature. That's why I like this Thomas.
It's probably not a coincidence that this nicer Thomas is mostly present in the episodes this season, not based on railway series stories. But there's still plenty of old cheeky Thomas left in him.
Yep.
You look as if you had a mud bath.
Be a sensible engine. Have a shower instead.
Like how silly we look when our phones turn into icicles. That's not fun.
I would say
That's not funny.
around the time that him and Percy are really presented as best friends. You get a good number of episodes.
Yep, Thomas Percy in the Post Train. My favorite season 3 episode.
Team up to accomplish something, from their escapade with the dragon, saving the mail train service, and rescuing a snowbound
Mhm.
village. Season 3 is also the
Gosh, why do I like the Thomas and Percy episodes of season 3 then? Interesting.
that he probably shouldn't be. No longer is he mostly contained to his branch line. Now Thomas appears, well,
Everywhere.
And this
Thomas is everywhere.
a deliberate change on the show crew's part to ensure their main character stayed relevant.
Mhm.
Wilbur Audrey rather infamously hated this.
They're so obsessed with the popularity of Thomas that
They shove him everywhere.
call home shouting Thomas to all sorts of unlikely places in order to force him into a particular story, whether the story was written with Thomas in mind or not.
Wilbur, in general, was very critical of season 3. I think some of his criticisms are a little unfair, personally.
Yeah.
But I do get where he's coming from with this one.
Understandable,
Creating
yeah.
An entire world that works in a certain way, only for the show crew to come in and change it for essentially marketing reasons, to keep Thomas himself relevant. I get it. I'd probably be a little upset too if I were in his shoes.
Yeah.
I think this is the difference between a series with an ensemble cast, where you can go 10 books without a character appearing, and a TV series with a singular main character. If your main character doesn't appear in half the episodes, is he even the main character at that point? I'll just say this. If Wilbur thought Thomas popping up at Tidmouth Sheds, or Brendan Docks, or a random sawmill this season was bad, just
Oh, gosh.
his reaction to the hit entertainment era.
Yep.
I don't think Thomas even
Hit entertainment, man. Reverend W. Audrey would be rolling in his grave.
Aspect of Thomas in these early years that I absolutely love is his subtle character evolution over the
Thank you.
Very subtle, and it's not directly stated at any point, but it's something that I've always noticed and appreciated. In the first season, Thomas was young, rebellious, and at his worst. And over the course of the show, he gradually mellows out.
He became so nice and mature, yeah.
Thomas was mean to Percy in season 2, got his comeuppance, learned from that interaction, and so that's why he's nicer in season 3.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't mean it so literally. We are talking about an episodic TV series for kids, not some profound linear character drama like Breaking Bad or something.
Say nothing.
What?
Say nothing. Thomas the Tank Engine? Goddamn right.
Thanks.
Over time, into a respectable character. Season 4 saw the episode.
There you go, Thomas and Special Letter.
This was
100th
the
episode.
100th episode of the series, and so it featured most of the established standard gauge casting. As the 100th, it also featured a big Thomas crash, probably one of his funniest ever.
Mm-hmm. One of the greatest Thomas crashes too, in my humble opinion. Being an idiot and crashing through the brick wall.
Now, I have always seen this as the last big time that Thomas screws up. His final big crash that was completely his own dumb fault.
Mm-hmm.
And following that, moving on into season 5, Thomas doesn't really make mistakes anymore. He still has his flaws,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah, yeah.
Still somewhat cheeky and teasing.
We can see what's been put upon you, said Thomas.
Still a little impatient.
Come on, Percy, this isn't time to have a rest.
And he takes joy in messing with the others.
Beware of the ghost, Toby, Thomas said.
What ghost?
Asked Toby.
The old warrior ghost.
Every night he lights his fire, then goes hunting.
Dude. Goodbye.
Still the same old Thomas at his core. But most of the time this season, Thomas is presented as respectable.
Yeah. That's why I love this Thomas.
Crash this season was one that was
Season 3, 4, 5, my favorite version of Thomas, hands down. I love the cheeky side of Thomas too, don't get me wrong, but there's just something about the mature side of Thomas that I appreciated more as a kid.
depicted as a voice of reason.
It's good. He makes me feel down. Just ignore him, puffed Thomas. We engines must pull together, whatever the weather. Come on. Your driver says it's time for a nice washdown. Then you'll feel much better.
I will always champion this moment from Make Someone Happy, where he's the one to tell James off for being selfish and rude.
Percy or Oliver should do it. I'm too important. Thomas was cross. James, why don't you think about something or someone else for a change?
Dang.
You'll be surprised at how much better you'll feel if you do.
Oh, how...
The irony,
If we hurried across the viaduct, it might collapse, and then you'd have no passengers at all. What would you do then? Run my train on time, for one thing.
Again, it's a subtle evolution.
Dang.
It's not in your face or anything, and some could argue that it may not have even been intentional. But I feel Thomas seems so much more grown up by this point.
Mm-hmm.
He and the world of Sodor seem so aged and mature. It really feels like the events of season 1 are many, many years behind us this year.
Amazing stuff.
I feel this evolution is also emphasized greatly with his theme.
Yeah, the orchestra, or the music. Yeah, his theme throughout the entire years.
Each time being portrayed in a way that sums up where the character is that year. In season 1, Thomas's theme, as well as the rest of the score, is very synthy. It's very fast-paced.
I love that theme. That's still my favorite my favorite version of Thomas theme to this day. Yeah, I love this theme. This is hands down my favorite Thomas theme from him. I love the orchestral theme, but there's just something so bright and peppy about this one that I really
By
love.
season 3, Thomas had started to cool off and lighten up, and his theme is arranged in a way that's
Bright.
slower.
I love this theme too. Do 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 do.
It uses more harps and
Yeah, the harps and the strings. Yeah, I can hear it.
larger world that season. With more instruments, it's more filled out, just like Thomas by this point.
Mm-hmm.
And by season 5, Thomas has
Full on orchestral.
and his theme is arranged completely differently. It's orchestral, it's so grand sounding, so much slower and atmospheric.
It sounds more cinematic too, if you think about it.
Climaxes at the end there. There's such a feeling of finality.
I don't know, but for me personally, I'm always going to be a fan of Season 1, Season 2 version of his
This
theme.
has always been my interpretation of it. 2000 saw
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Thomas and
Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Yeah, things are gonna go downhill.
I don't have much to say about Thomas in this. I like the voice actor they went with.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn. He does a really soothing Thomas voice, I think.
Do big things, especially. Yeah, I can. I don't remember that line. But
Problems, but I can't fault how Thomas is written in it. He has a fun energy to him.
Mm-hmm.
I like how cheeky he is to Gordon.
who do we appreciate? Practicing your numbers again. That's a big engine.
And I love how we
Good engine.
stand up to Diesel 10.
We're really useful engines. You won't dominate us, and you won't destroy them.
Mm-hmm.
We won't let you.
When Diesel 10 first arrives, Thomas seems more annoyed by him than scared, which is a funny juxtaposition to Gordon, who's trembling in fear. If I were to change anything, it'd be to make Thomas a bit more active in the
Yeah, make him more
Ultimately,
persistent.
He doesn't contribute anything substantial until he takes Lily back from Knuckle Mountain, and that's a whole hour in. Until that point, he's just kind of
There.
doing his own thing. He pops up to say stuff to other characters or makes remarks.
He isn't even the main character of his own freaking movie.
Super integral.
Good gracious. But I still respect what they've done with Thomas. At least try to do something. But at the same time too, yeah, like what he's mentioned too. I wish they would have done more to Thomas in particular.
Following the movie, changes were made on the show staff. Brett Allcroft stepped down from her role as director of the company, and a team of new writers were brought in to help write more episodes so they could churn out a new season every year. Season 6, as far as Thomas is concerned, was pretty decent, I think.
Thank you!
Classic Thomasisms were at play this year.
I like Thomas in season 6 too. Or at least when it comes to Thomas standards, I should say.
Which he does.
Bye Gordon, bye Gordon.
A big head from being chosen to collect a famous
Cheeky. Move aside, Dirty Percy.
but at the same time,
He has his soft side too.
the cool off Thomas we saw in season 5. He consoles Harvey when the others put him down, and he feels bad for Cyril the Fogman.
Mm-hmm.
Gets fired.
Is this the reason why I like season 6 over season 7?
I think, for the most part, they found a good middle ground here, keeping Thomas in his more cooled-off state,
Dang.
but also keeping a lot of his classic Thomas-isms intact.
Thomasisms, yeah.
This is around the time, I would say, Thomas's gradual backward aging starts to
Yeah. 100%.
The Engines, I think, was our first real glimpse at the return of a more mean-spirited Thomas. In this, he gets a jolly out of making fun of Percy.
Yeah, if this was like around season 2 for Scaredy Engines, then it would make more sense.
But I've always felt that this was a strong Thomas and Percy story, so it's really bothered me. It's more apparent in season 2.
Oh god, yeah.
It does have some great selfless moments this year. 3 Cheers for Thomas is probably the best example of that.
Yes, thank you. I love 3 Cheers for Thomas.
To help the children at Church Day, but his naughtier, more mean-spirited ways are the focus of quite a few stories. Twice this year, he played a mean prank on 2 different engines that backfire horribly.
Ugh. Thanks, Thomas.
Fun of a fellow friend behind his back.
Again, is this the reason why I prefer season 6 over season 7? Because Thomas is still my favorite character. Gosh. I never really thought about that. Thank you, Unlucky Tug.
I feel like these are the sort of actions that season 1 Thomas would do. The thing is, though, I do get it. I get why Thomas had to be related to this more mischievous state as the show went on. If the show was intended to end at season 5, then that character evolution would have been fantastic.
Thank you.
Thomas and Friends is not a self-contained story with an ending. TV series may continue on until, well, it stops making money. And as we discussed earlier, a perfect, no-mistake-making main character that has learned everything to be learned is just kind of boring. As much as I love season 5, we do see some limitations with this portrayal of Thomas in it. Thomas features in many episodes, but there's really only one Thomas-centered story in that season. Thomas and the Rumors. In this,
Oh.
rumors spread about Harold.
Dang.
Thomas is depicted as the only one of the cast thinking rationally.
And that's weird too, because season 5 is my favorite series or season in the series, but Thomas is barely even mentioned in that season.
Solving the mystery of Harold and a special visitor came first.
The episode makes a notable shift of focus onto the other characters as it goes on, though, all of whom are not thinking clearly and getting into their rumors.
Oh,
Harold wants to get rid of Oscar. He doesn't need tunnels, added Henry.
Now, even though this is a Thomas story, the story doesn't fully focus on him.
that's more unlike the other characters, but Thomas.
Not the flawed one.
And then
He's not the one.
in the end, yeah.
This episode, I admit, may not be the best example to illustrate this, since it's apparently adapted from a magazine story that had both of all characters in Thomas' role. I think my point still stands. I'm not saying writing a story for a mature Thomas isn't possible. It definitely is, and they've done it. But if you've reached a point where you can't keep the focus of the story on him because the others are more entertaining, then you
Oh,
have
that's
to
just sad.
It's what you can do with your own main character. There is absolutely more creative freedom with a main character who is majorly flawed and has a similar mindset to the main audience watching. Kids mostly watch Thomas, so logically...
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, logically. Well, season 6, season 7 standards too, let alone hit entertainment.
I think there can be a happy middle ground between the two that pleases everyone.
Yep.
And season 6 did it pretty well in my opinion.
Thank you.
There is, of course,
Uh-oh.
one big major pitfall with keeping Thomas
Seasons
in
8 through
this
12.
stagnant
Uh-oh.
childlike state. And that is seasonal rot. Enter season 8. Start and hit entertainment.
Yikes.
During my rewatch of the series for the retrospective, it was around season 10 or so that I really started getting sick of Thomas. Thomas becomes a very boring, repetitive character in these later
They don't do crap with Thomas.
stories over and over again.
Well, then again, what I mean by that is that they barely do anything to change his character, because it's literally the same thing at every single episode.
Thomas learns to slow down and be aware of his surroundings. It's very rinse and repeat. I wouldn't say he's majorly out of character in these types of episodes, but he's definitely dumb.
Yeah.
None of what he learns
They dumb Thomas down a lot in this era.
watching all the episodes in order. Now, we talked about earlier how Thomas was fairly stagnant in the books too, but it never came off as repetitive because Wilbur devoted so much time to other characters and all new parts of Sodor that kept things interesting. In the show, though, we keep returning to Thomas over and doing the same plots over and over. I mean, really, do we really need 13 Thomas-centered episodes in one 6-episode season? Wouldn't like...
Thanks, Thomas. I still love you, though. Just not this version of you.
I get he's the main character, yeah. But yeesh, let some of the others have the spotlight for a bit. Because Thomas is so much dumber and overused in these seasons, it makes the sparse moments where he is portrayed as a voice of reason feel very out of character.
You should try asking nicely for a change.
Yeah.
It's simple, Whistle Thomas. Look at where you want to go, then follow the track that will take you there. Sometimes the thing you want is somewhere you wouldn't think to look.
This fortune cookie saying is coming from the same guy who earlier this same season did not know what a rainbow was.
Look at all those colors, Edward. Yes, Thomas. That's a rainbow, puffed Edward wisely.
Thomas is not exactly the most consistent character in this era.
Well, that's not surprising, huh?
Moments would be much better suited for a wiser character. But that would mean one less Thomas appearance in a season.
Yay.
You can't have a season where Thomas isn't in every episode, right? Now, my criticisms aside, the hit era is not without its gems, though. Every so often would give us a really good Thomas story.
Yeah.
I'll always champion season 9's Thomas and the Statue.
Yeah.
My favorite Thomas episode of this whole era. It's the first episode in a long time at this point that Thomas's cocky side reappears. In this one, he thinks a statue is of him, and begins bragging about it. No one really pays him any mind at first. It keeps going on and on about it until finally they all have
Snap.
enough. Even Edward gets annoyed with them. First, he flat out tells Thomas what everyone is feeling.
Stop talking talking about the statue. No one wants to hear about it anymore. No one wants to talk to you anymore, Percy added.
Dang.
And neither do I.
After this, Thomas feels so guilty that he offers to plow the lines so that all the others can reach their destinations. This, of course, carries some weight because we know just how much Thomas
Hates his snow, man. But this shows character development.
Four elements of Thomas's character together to create a meaningful story, complete with a rather heartfelt ending.
Yep.
I think this statue of us all is the best statue that could ever be. And all the engines agree.
Mm-hmm.
Season 11, Hector the Horde.
Yes, Hector the Horde was great. Good grace. Coming from a season that had like really poor downfalls when it comes to repetitiveness as well as like boring storylines. Look at Thomas's frosty friend. Good gracious, Hector the Horde turned things around, especially for Thomas's like bold and like determined side, especially when trying to help out a friend that's having a hard time trying to deal with Hector. Good gracious. By the way, I'm still debating whether if I actually want to upload the stream onto YouTube later or not. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I love the relationship of Thomas and Rosie, though.
But as soon as Hector threatens Rosie away, Thomas gets defensive and finally stands up to him. You mess with my little sister? Well, you deal with me. A powerful moment for him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I'm going to give saving Edward a shout, too. Now, this is a pretty good Edward episode, honestly, that gets him totally on. But Thomas is really good in this. Edward fears being scrapped after finding it hard to build steam. And Thomas looks up to Edward so much that he offers to do all of his work for him
Oh.
out of trouble, even if it means lying to the Fast Controller.
Where is Edward? Edward took on the wrong sort of coal, sir. The
Oh.
wrong sort of coal? What nonsense, Thomas.
I love the lengths that he's willing to go to help his old friend out. Rare instinct
That's awesome.
these two share. The hit era did consistently put a spotlight on an aspect of Thomas's character that I really enjoyed, that the show didn't do much with prior. And that is his rivalry
With James.
They
Yeah, I completely forgot about that.
And it makes sense. Thomas and James are similar in a lot of ways. They're both pretty cocky, they're both competitive, and neither of them are the brightest bulbs in the box.
Yeah.
They essentially bring out the worst in each other. And that creates some fun moments, such as Thomas.
Thomas and the fireworks display. Yeah, that one's actually a really good episode.
Thomas. You know what's very useful now? Thomas trying to sabotage James so he can collect the football team, which horribly backfires. Or their petty competition in keeping each of their rake of
Oh, that episode.
which doesn't end well for either of them.
The truck bumped into the back of Thomas. And the coal spilled all over the tracks.
Way to go.
Then Franklin's cable snapped.
Again, way to go.
Large crate of melons.
I love me a good Thomas versus James episode, and I find them to be some of the entertaining ones of the hit era. Put these two knuckleheads together, and chaos is guaranteed to ensue.
Mm.
While the model hit era overall wasn't great, it did sure go out with a bang.
Oh yeah, Great Discovery. Oh yeah.
The model era, being the final project to use an all-model production. This movie brought out everyone's joy. So many engine characters appear, all the narrow gauge engines, even the pack return.
Yeah.
But even with such a bloated cast, at its core, The Great Discovery tells a story entirely about
Thomas.
One day, Thomas gets diverted onto old tracks and stumbles across the
I'm so glad I put this higher on my list now.
Upon his discovery, Sir Topham has the town restored. He puts Thomas in charge of the project. This major responsibility, of course, goes to Thomas's head.
Yay.
A engine called Stanley arrives to do Thomas's work while he's away, and Thomas, of course, becomes jealous of him. Seeing him bullying Clarabelle, getting compliments from big engines, and having fun with Percy. It's almost like the amazing discovery he made, and the honor that he was given doesn't even matter to him anymore. All because someone else was having fun with his friends.
Mm-hmm.
eventually goes too far and tries to sabotage Stanley by deliberately giving him too many trucks, and disaster occurs. Everything crumbles, all because
Thomas messed
couldn't
up.
handle someone else having the spotlight. It's a clever story, honestly. I think Stanley is the antagonist when we first meet him, but he's really just a nice guy.
Yeah.
The real villain here is
Thomas
Thomas's
himself.
own ego, and how he lets it control his actions. This is really a story about Thomas's own battle with himself and his inner
Yeah.
conflict. His
Honestly.
ego is his biggest obstacle to overcome, and only once he's fully humbled himself can Thomas allow himself to be happy and content again. This movie was a big goodbye to the model era, of course. But it feels like a big goodbye to Thomas himself. He went through such a big arc here.
Yeah.
It really feels like a big finale.
Yeah.
I could go into season 12, but
Who cares?
honestly, I have nothing to say.
Does anyone even care about season 12?
This section with the Great Discovery. It just feels more appropriate. I think the model series overall really justified Thomas being its main character.
Yeah.
He has so much range as a
I
character.
freaking love the model series of Thomas.
Relationships with the greater
Even for the dumb side of the hit entertainment era of Thomas. Hey, at least they've done something with Thomas.
Later seasons started to meander, there were still bright spots.
Mhm.
We did also see some of the side effects of making Thomas the main as we got into those later seasons. Some character backtracking, and he was in general very overused.
Yeah.
A lot of repetition there, and frankly, a lot of episodes that you can just skip and not miss anything. But
Baby boy, Kuma boy.
brought it home beautifully with the Great Discovery. Thomas
Great Discovery all the
was a
way,
great
yeah.
character.
Give me a second, I gotta go. How about the dogs again? It's okay, I love them though. Let that roll.
Thomas shunted trucks in the yard. He felt his position deeply, and he took his anger out on the trucks.
Get your ball, get your ball, get your ball. Kuma, get your ball.
Take that.
Well.
Get your ball, baby.
A lovely point. Oh, it's the tank engine back in the yard.
Oh, hi, Bertie.
I heard about your accident. Shame about that. Guess what? I've been assigned to take your passengers.
Dang, the smug look on Birdie's face though.
I'll take good care of them. Oh, good.
Dang.
You never want to ride your bike
Dang, that
until they
smug
get
look on Birdie's face though. That's funny.
like this. See you, Tommy. Enjoy your retirement.
Real funny, Bertie.
Dang.
Later that day, Thomas returned to the sheds for a rest, but he wasn't alone.
Looky here, Henry. So it is true. James told us you were back in our yard. We heard about your little accident. Not your finest moment, was it? No matter how long it's been, you're still that silly little pink engine that got stuck behind the express all those years ago. No, sorry, Thomas.
Oh.
I was a little carried away there. Only teasing.
Oh, it's not you, Gordon. It's just everything. I don't want to be stuck in the yard again. All these years, and I'm right back where I started.
Oh.
Well, if you want my take on it, every funder here has been promoted to go work on some line for working hard. You, Percy, Duck. We would know. Every time you all left us to shunt our own coaches. Anyway,
Gordon.
you got your brand line from working hard in the yard before. Oh, do it again.
Yeah, Thomas, be the best shunter you could be. The fact that Charlotte will surely come around. He always does.
Show him you are the
I love that support from the big engines. That's cool.
That's just like you used to say. Hard work pays off, right?
Ah, you're right. That's what I'll do. Thanks, you two.
Wow. Yeah. All it takes is that just that convincing.
Thomas J has Gordon and Henry at Farms now. For the next week, he worked very hard. He shunted trucks in the yard. He pushed coaches for the big engines. And he even took good strides years.
Oh,
All without complaint.
see, this is what I love about it. Able to mature, able to grow up.
And to his delight, the plan worked. The Fat Controller was very impressed.
Right on time, Thomas. A great effort. I've noticed a big turnaround in your work ethic. And I have to say,
Thank you, sir.
as you've been so
gotta get the bells.
I have a new job for you. Our new Kuma Oliver has just returned from the works. Before he goes off to Duck's Line, I'd like you to teach him how to shunt coaches. Show him how we do things here. I trust you with that.
Oh, yes, sir. Of course, sir.
That's a good engine. Waiting in the hard boil.
So Thomas showed Oliver how to shunt coaches.
Oh yeah.
Thomas enjoyed being in charge of this. But the responsibility, unfortunately, went to his head.
Oh no. Yep, his cocky side.
For being really useful. I hear you auto tags are fast kids. I'm pretty fast too, you know. I often race this bus called Bertie along my line, and I always win.
I love this. I love this.
Just whoosh through the tunnel and stop an inch from the buffers. Want to see?
That's alright, Thomas.
Just like this. Watch.
Oh, is that the same voice actor who did Oliver in the CGI series? I think he did more than just that. Interesting. They went over the top on this one. Good job.
Luckily, no one was hurt. But Thomas was in quite a state.
What a stretch on this one. That's awesome. Let's go to the CGI series, baby.
After a couple years of experimentation, Hit Entertainment officially switched Thomas and Friends over to full CGI animation in 2009. This new medium presented the world of Sodor in a way that had never been depicted before. Now the engines could be shown from new angles. Their mouths finally moved, and they permanently gained their
Yeah, they all have their individual voices.
Fans are going to get to hear you speak in your own voice for the very first time. How do you feel about that?
Bubbling boilers. Every useful engine has their own story to tell.
Before we get into
Yeah, Thomas, yeah.
let's talk about Thomas's many voices through the CGI series.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Small first voiced Thomas in the UK, and Martin Sherman in the US. I think both had some growing pains finding their groove with the character at first, but it all came together as time went on.
Yep.
They each gave a very different performance. Ben Small voices Thomas with a younger, higher-pitched, childlike voice,
Good morning, James. Good morning, Henry. Where are you puffing to?
which suited the sort of stories that they were telling with Thomas at the time. Sherman gave Thomas more of a teenager voice. I believe he himself said that he envisioned Thomas as a 15-year-old.
I will meet Spencer at dawn. And
I could somewhat go with either or, anyways.
And, I don't know, I like it. I
Oop.
like seeing a slightly older kid like Thomas, and I appreciate how natural the voice sounds. He sounds so normal compared to some of the other characters.
hello.
That's sort of true.
Thomas? Yes, I am.
In 2014, the cast was overhauled.
Yeah, I sort of agree with that take. Because it makes him sound like more mature, more older. That's why I could see Thomas like sounding more deeper in his voice rather than childlike. I think that's why I took the US dub of his voice a little more seriously. But then again, I think like Hassler's voice and even May's voice when they did their versions of Thomas in the latter of the CGI series, it works so well. Oh no. I don't know if this ever happens to you guys, but like I'm watching on the TV right now and I can't even skip like a skippable ad.
And Small and Sherman.
Oh, whatever.
Series. John Hassler and Joseph May came in to voice Thomas for the UK and US respectively, both making their debuts in the special, The Adventures.
Yeah.
John Hassler is like the perfect in-between of Small and Sherman. Thomas still has that higher-pitched voice that we
Yeah,
associate with
I agree. That's why I prefer John Hassler's voice instead of Ben Small's.
Pleased to see me. Didn't see me pulling a train before. Oh, it's nicer than the rain.
Hassler is fan of this take. His voice doesn't really suit Thomas very well, in my opinion. It just sounds, I don't know, generic, forced, especially with that Pillsbury Doughboy-like giggle he does for him.
It makes me look as if I'm going on safari.
He's alright, depending on the episode. I think he did a great job in Lost.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But overall, it's a Thomas voice that doesn't really work for me, personally.
That's fair. I don't know. I like his voice.
Alright, let's get into the seasons themselves. The first 4 seasons of the CGI era were animated by Nitrogen Studios and headed by then head writer Sharon Miller.
Yay.
Things kicked off with the special Hero of the Rails. And
This was great.
This is the most likable Thomas ever was in this era. In this,
Yep.
he comes across an old abandoned engine called Hero.
Unless if you don't count Blue Mountain Mystery, then Hero of the Rails was great.
I will make you a really useful engine once more. I will make you master of the railway again.
His loyalty and his promise to Hero is commendable. It's a shame that this side of Thomas is hardly pushed on again after this.
They have to dumb Thomas down even more than the hit entertainment era.
This system going from this to the seasons that directly follow it. Because, to put it bluntly, Nitrogen seasons
Suck.
are not good. Writing is lazy, and I would go as far to say it was Thomas the character's lowest point of the franchise. For the overwhelming majority of these 4 seasons, Thomas is portrayed as an absolute stupid.
Buffoon.
The dumbest thing imaginable.
Take the truck to the wood. Don't worry, hero. I will.
So, Thomas didn't take the track through the wood as Hero had told him.
Thanks, Thomas!
Make sure those crows stay away.
So Thomas puffed after the crows, leaving the field behind.
Yeah.
That's perfect. I can ride to the mainland on that.
But change your rusty.
Don't worry. I make good decisions.
Oh my gosh. I hated this version of Thomas so much.
You're telling me that Thomas can't hear how messed up his vocal is? You're kidding me, right?
Oh my gulai.
I'm currently rewatching the Nitrogen seasons for the retrospective. I gotta say, Thomas is just unbearable in these. He is easily my least favorite character of the main cast. He's just too stupid to root for. In the model hit seasons, he was repetitive and overused.
But not to the point where he's like completely dumb.
Repetitive, overused, and unlikable.
Thomas felt terrible.
Of course.
Thomas felt terrible.
Of course.
Thomas felt.
Of course.
Thomas felt.
Of course.
Thomas felt.
Of course.
Thomas felt.
Of course. Of course.
Thomas.
Of course.
Thomas felt terrible.
Of course.
Nitrogen seasons admittedly have their little moments here and there. I thought season 16's Happy Officer was rather decent. An episode where Thomas and Winston try to find an old carriage as a birthday gift for Topham. But these nice moments are so scarce and overshadowed by the dumb. There was also such a heavy focus on Thomas and Percy's best friendship in these seasons, which isn't a bad thing per se, but not exactly the most interesting thing to focus on.
No.
So many other hallmarks of Thomas' character have seemingly been forgotten by this point. Like, by season 15, when was the last time Thomas had a racist version? When was the last time he dealt with fish, or was shown disliking wearing his snowplow? Does he even still talk to Annie and Clarabelle? When was the last time it was even mentioned that
They obviously didn't care. They only just pushed Thomas for like marketing.
in 2012, when a man named Andrew Brenner
We think Andrew Brenner for the Renaissance era.
Thomas as a
Great stuff.
late 80s, and was brought onto the show writing team in 2010. His first job was editing the script for the 2012 special Blue Mountain Mystery.
And it was so freaking good.
Boy, it is immediately evident that someone else was in the writing room when you watch this thing. Dialogue feels natural again. No repetition or rhyming, and the characters are all quite memorable.
Yep.
The biggest scene to me that screams Brenner was here is the opening scene with Thomas and
Annie and Clarabelle, yeah.
a scene that, in fact, takes place on Thomas's branch line.
Yes.
Holy crap, it does still exist.
Love hearing their voices, jeez. Mm-hmm.
He is the protagonist, but it's a little different this time. He's not the
You feel him change.
who observes all the patterns and connections. Also, super accurate. At least, not so so. It's so wonderful Thomas that I actually want to root for again.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Brenner became head writer for the series following the Reranking mystery, starting with season 17. There were a lot of changes made behind the scenes this season, gaining an all-new producer and writing team. And right away, you can tell that
Yeah, drastic difference. Mostly.
the first episode of the season that came out, Gordon runs dry. And I will never forget that opening scene. Thomas strolls up to Gordon and he teases him.
Well, my conscience, I shouldn't be fighting.
Maybe you should let your own coaches go.
And I just got this cozy feeling of relief.
Love that.
Home again. The Thomas we love is back, baby. So brought Thomas back to his roots almost immediately. Spotlight on so many core aspects of his character that have long been forgotten. Thomas now primarily runs his branch line again.
Yeah.
Some of the adventures that take place on it. Thomas and Gertie actually race each other again.
Yeah.
Thomas hates wearing his snowplow. Thomas teases the big engines. Thomas looks up to Edward. Thomas and Percy are still best friends.
Mhm.
It's not the only thing they're focused on. They've greatly pulled back from forcing Thomas into so many episodes too. He is the star of a handful, sure, but they let a lot of other characters have the spotlight.
Oh, yeah.
Even the really obscure ones. The role of Sodor felt so much fuller again. But one of the greatest things that the Brenner era did with Thomas, at least in my opinion, is how much time they focused on the relationship between him and Annie and Clarabelle.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
Annie and Clarabelle were really just props in the previous eras. Like,
Now they're established as like a trio worth watching together.
Chairs are old and uncomfortable. Why don't you use them as beach huts instead? Thomas,
I should have brought my Annie and Clarabelle props here too. Shoot.
turn Annie and Clarabelle into beach huts, will you?
but they never really participated in stories. You know how many times Thomas pulled Annie and Clarabelle in an episode, and the writers either forgot that they were alive, or just chose to not have them speak? There's a number of times where them speaking up would have prevented a lot of trouble. No, they were just treated as props, essentially, and we never really learned much about them other than they exist. But ever since Blue Mountain Mystery, these two are now actual characters.
Mm-hmm.
The relationship
You actually respect Annie and Clarabelle more. That's why I 100% agree that they've done so great with those two during that era of Thomas the Tank Engine. Or at least I should say the CGI era, because good gracious, the establishment between those three together is just great. Definitely a lot stronger than I say that Thomas's friendship is with Percy. This is my opinion, though. Not so slow, coaches. Yeah, that was a great episode.
We start by seeing a glimpse of the daily life between Thomas and the Christians. Thomas always tries to push his limits, and Annie and Clarabelle always nag him. It's clear that they all love each other, but the girls fed up with each other too. Annie and Clarabelle don't like going back, and Thomas doesn't like always being told what to do by them. Things change one day when the coaches accidentally get coupled to Caitlin the Streamliner and get dragged on a high-speed ride to the mainland. Thomas catches them departing at the very last second without a moment's haste, sets face after them. He doesn't even think about it. He just realizes his coaches are in trouble and takes off to save them. But realistically, there is no way Thomas could catch up with Caitlin. She is a streamliner going at high speeds, but he doesn't care. His emotions overpower him and he races across the entire island to save his girls.
I love this. I love this.
Annie and Clarabelle, meanwhile, are in agony. They've never gone this fast before, and quickly realize perhaps they've been too harsh on Thomas all this time. Thomas eventually reaches the edge of the island, but the bridge is up.
I'll never be able to catch up with Chafin now.
All
Oh.
hope seems lost. Annie and Clarabelle are gone.
But
But thankfully, good old Hero comes to the rescue and brings Annie and Clarabelle back.
yay. Thank you, hero.
It wraps up with a heart-to-heart between the trio as they travel home. Thomas apologizes for pushing his limits, and the coaches apologize for nagging. Everyone learned a lesson.
Yeah.
The bond has never been stronger. They all know now not to take each other for granted.
Great
I've
stuff.
said in the past that this is my favorite episode of the CGI series, and I still stand by that.
That's fair.
It's just so
I love the relationship between them. I still think Over the Hill is still my personal favorite, but this is like really close, or like an even top 5 contender.
Let's talk backstory.
Yeah, adventure begins.
It
Yeah.
begins towards the middle of the Brenner run, and was made in honor of the franchise's 70th anniversary. Holy crap, this was 10 years ago.
2015 March. Dang,
This movie was a modern retelling of the first 2 books of the Railway
that's
series,
crazy.
or the first 7 episodes of the novel.
It's already been over a decade. That's crazy. I love this special to death too.
Any glimpse of Thomas's life pre-Sodor, showing up to the railway still painted in his original LDSC colors.
Yeah.
However, the story is altered a bit to fit this retelling. Instead of Thomas and Edward being the first engines on the railway, now Thomas shows up well after the other characters, and the explanation of why he is number 1 was changed to him inheriting it from Glynn, a coffee-pot engine that worked the railway previously before being the throne. While I can see some people being annoyed by this change, I get why it was done. It makes Thomas so much more of a fish out of water here. He is our protagonist, our audience standard, and it's more satisfying for the audience to experience and learn about this world for the first time through our main character's eyes.
Who are you? I'm Thomas.
We learn what Henry's deal is by Edward explaining it to Thomas, aka us. Or we learn who the coffee pots are by, again, Edward explaining it to Thomas, aka us. It also creates a better underdog story. Everyone puts their noses up at the new guy, and that makes us want to root for him from the start.
Mm-hmm.
I do think an unfortunate side effect of writing the story this way is how it changes the span of time that Thomas was actually stuck in the yard for. Prior, it was implied that Thomas had been stuck in the yard for years, hence his desire for a change of scenery. Whereas here, he's been there for like
Weeks.
a month, maybe, and then he gets his branch line. He yearns to
Dang.
see the world.
I want to go places and do things. I want to
See the world.
Just recently trekking across the UK from Brighton to get there.
Brighton on the mainland.
Now you think about it, it makes sense. Regardless of the changes, I fully accept it that this one of the best things the Adventure Begins really put a spotlight on, in my opinion, was Thomas's friendship with
Edward. Yes.
something that the book
Just like the original.
really missed out on using more. It's always been clear that Thomas respects Edward in the previous eras.
Why, Edward could beat you in a race any day. Really? Said Gabe.
Meh.
Thomas and Percy were cross. Edward was their friend.
But here we actually get to see why.
Mm-hmm.
Edward is his mentor. And we only have a bunch.
I felt like they delved into this more in this special than they did in the previous
Continue this after the
iterations of Thomas, whether through the model series or the railway series itself.
movie and mucking about. Edward looks out for Thomas when his sandbox fails and Cranky Christmas. And Edward compares the newcomer, Philip, to Thomas. when he
Yeah,
first arrives.
that was a great callback.
That little box scout can be very cheeky sometimes.
Yes, reminds me of a little tank engine who wanted to see the world.
Oh, I love that. Such a great relationship between those two.
Even before the adventure begins, Brenner was already playing with this friendship. In season 18's
Old reliable Edward.
Thomas and Thomas,
Yeah.
And Andy and Clara, I really get the impression that there were certain relationships that Brenner felt were missing within the show.
Mm-hmm.
Once he was head writer, he quickly pushed those to the forefront. I feel that there are basically two different versions of Thomas in the Brenner era that they switch between depending on the episode, both of which I think are pushed to each of their limits in two movies, The Adventure Begins and Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure.
Yep.
Ironically, both came out this year. Begins portrays Thomas as nice. A little too nice. Here he is
But that's why I like what I like about that Thomas.
they made him nice to contrast the big snooty engines, but it sort of feels a little untrue of the character.
Yeah, that was the downside.
Thomas was meant to be a
Beca-
twist at the start of that book. Him getting his just desserts from Gordon and Thomas and Gordon was deserved. He was essentially an unlikable protagonist, starting at a low point. When he messed up, we laughed at him. But over the course of the book, he improved himself.
Mhm.
He got to a
You get to respect him more.
and you wanted to see him succeed. Whereas here, he's already well mannered from the beginning. Like, he consoles Henry about his fear of the rain a couple times.
Rain is just water, the same as you put in your boiler. So how can you be afraid of it?
Total gentleman to Annie and Clarabelle when he first meets them.
I'm terribly sorry, your ladyships. You see, I'm new around here.
Etc. The most Thomas-y thing that he does here is wake Gordon up from his slumber.
Wake up, lazy bones. Why don't you work hard like me?
And then you pop in Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure, and you get to see the cheekier side of Thomas too.
Gordon needed a motivation to pull
Which again, yeah, it makes sense, but I don't know. I like this Thomas. That's just me personally.
He does
Oh, CGI Thomas, I should say.
become more patient and a little less clumsy.
Uh-oh.
Like I said, my favorite iterations of Thomas is seasons 3, 4, and 5 of him.
Of this nice Thomas, he's okay. He's certainly more likable here than he was in the nitrogen seasons.
Mhm.
And you still like The Adventure Begins for what it is. It's a fun time.
Yeah.
But I prefer Thomas with a little more spice to him, especially here in what is supposed to be him at his youngest. Lost Treasure. Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure is almost like an unofficial sequel to The Adventure Begins. It certainly feels that way watching
It's great.
Now we've shot forward to
100% great.
Thomas has been on his rank line for years now.
Pavarkar Corey.
Now he's way more cheeky, cocky, and confident.
Our Greg's line is the most important part of the whole railway. I'll always be Sir Thomas Bass, the number one engine.
Yeah, the symbolism of his number 1 throughout the entire movie.
Sir Topham had taken my branch line away and given it to some other tank engine called Ryan.
His overconfidence is his essential flaw in this movie, of course. And over the course of the
Aye.
story, he learns to check himself.
Did you see the UPS on that?
No. Give me a second. Let's go.
Get what they were doing there. Thomas has been riding his high horse on his branch line for so long that he's grown a big head. He needs to be brought back down to earth. Of the two, this version of Thomas feels a lot truer to me. Some of the
That's
best
100% fair.
use this cheekier, cockier side of Thomas. Not so slow coaches, as we already talked about. Thomas the quarry engine, Bradford the brake van, Thomas and the emergency cable, among others. But there's also plenty of great episodes that use that nicer, more responsible Thomas too. See Lost Property, Thomas the babysitter, Unscheduled Stops, Terrence breaks the ice, among others. In the past, I'd criticized this and called Thomas inconsistent in this era, but I now have a new perspective on it.
Good.
Both of these two takes being used interchangeably creates a rather well-rounded main character.
Oh, yeah. True. You always take two sides of the story.
Episodes have moments of his impulsive side looking through.
So, I won't stop at all.
They found a nice middle ground, I feel. It's kind of like season 6 Thomas that I thought that
Yes, exactly.
like the hit era and nitrogen seasons, where I feel Thomas's dumber side is just way overused. Which of course make the scenes where he's the voice of reason just feel out of place. They knew now to save most of the wise voice of reason stuff for characters like Edward, and save the really dumb plots for characters who are, well, kinda dumb, scatterbrained. You know, ones that they feel appropriate for. Thomas in this era, at his core, is a nice guy with a good heart, but he has his demons.
Cheeky side.
And he sometimes lets his impulsive side drive his actions. I can't actually think of an episode or movie in the Brenner era where Thomas was severely out of character. In all honesty,
No, it's all the same.
the
It's great.
might be the biggest offender here, and it almost feels wrong to say that. Then what happened?
Ugh.
The Adventure Begins might be the biggest offender here, and it almost in the Brenner era, where Thomas was severely out of character. In all honesty, The Adventure Begins might be the biggest offender here, and it almost feels wrong to say that.
What are we talking about, man?
Then what happened?
Yeah, they killed Thomas and Bubba. Oh, I was waiting for the play an ad. Yeah, and then Bubba was the exact reason why I didn't appreciate Thomas as much anymore. But then again, at least it was around the time when I started getting back into Thomas the Tank Engine. At least it was during the pandemic, so I knew like when to stop watching the Bubba stuff and whatsoever.
2018 was a year of big change.
Yep, 2018, yeah.
Soft rebooted itself into Thomas and Friends Big World Big Adventures, in which half of each new season saw Thomas visiting other countries.
Garbage.
This was done deliberately as an attempt to expand the brand to other potential markets of the world by catering directly to them in the form of bringing Thomas to them in the show. And their justification for this was Thomas's line in his first book, where he said he wanted to see the world.
I'm tired of pushing coaches. I want to see the world.
Obviously,
That's
this was just
taken.
literal
Yeah, they literally took that out of context and just expanded it to this.
The other half of the show took place back on Sodor, which also saw a ton of changes. There were cast changes, implementation of fantasy, sequence, green crap, and the engines all gaining the ability to gesture their bodies freely when they spoke.
Garbage.
By all accounts, the show pretty much did everything it could to become a cartoon, while still
It's so hot. Unless if it was written by Michael White.
two approaches totally clashed, and it really felt in these last few seasons that Thomas and Friends was having
It just died off. It's not Thomas anymore. It's literally a kid's cartoon. Yep.
played it for several years.
Turning into All Engines Go.
But how was Thomas himself handled here? Frankly, I find Thomas unlame in this era. It seems like a repeat of the same issues we saw before in the Kit era. He's just so overused. All the international episodes feature him, as well as having Sodor-centric stories devoted to him too. And on top of all of that, Thomas became the narrator in this era.
So he never shuts up.
in these countries is never explained, about how Thomas being in the Sodor episodes is confusing, and it's never explained if these take place before or after the international stuff, or how the Bubba movie proved the show could survive without a narrator, only for the show to shove Thomas in as one. But I don't know, I mean, these problems aside, I think my biggest issue with Thomas in this era is that it just doesn't feel like Thomas anymore.
Yeah.
He just seems like a generic cartoon character in these episodes. A fish out of water just to have culture stuff be explained to. He feels more like Thomas than the regular Sodor episodes. Maybe that's just because
But it still doesn't feel like eccentric as like any other like Thomas episode.
Nonetheless, the show's identity crisis led to its demise. Audiences weren't interested. And so
Boy, I freaking wonder why.
that season 24 would be the final season.
And thank God it ended on season 24.
So, how did they end things? They went out with a special. Thomas and the Royal
I do admit, Thomas and the Royal Engine though was actually so freaking good.
2020. In this, Sir Topham is to be presented an award by the Queen herself. And by
This was such a great special, I'm not gonna lie. At least I ended up watching this one, and it was actually really freaking good.
to the big city and all the scrapes that they have along the
Thank you, Michael White, for making such a great special.
The duo do make it to London, but in quite a state. You know, if you had asked me to write a finale for the series, I would probably try to think of something that involves all the main characters in some way. Some big event that can like
Yeah.
separate or something. But this
Their bowl was actually pretty full earlier today. Their bowl was full earlier today, so I think they finished it.
instead focuses solely on Thomas and Sir Topham. The Thomas and Topham dynamic is one that is very overlooked, I think. From day
Oh, that's
one,
true.
it's always been clear that Thomas has a great respect for Topham and wants to please him. He seems so
And to come in full circle, ever since season 1, to have Thomas and Sir Topham hat together in this final special, good gracious, it works so well.
trying to prove his
I love it.
Topham is the story arc that basically kicked off everything. And now we've come full circle. The show started with Thomas proving himself to Topham, and it ended with Thomas proving how invaluable he is to him again, one final time.
Mm-hmm.
I think
That's
the
great.
decision to focus such a momentous episode on these two specifically was very inspired. It's not
Mm-hmm.
the finale I expected, but
Oh, it's amazing. It worked.
happy with.
It is my pleasure to present to you a special crest, signifying to all that you have truly been
I do admit too, at least I'm happy with Sharon Miller being the voice of the Queen in particular. It works so well.
In order, the final ever production of the series, this stupid dumbass episode.
Nope. I'm gonna pretend that one doesn't exist. Thomas's Animal Friends? Nope, that does not exist.
Yeah,
That was racist, by the way. But not focusing on that, it's Thomas.
canon event, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh,
Wild ride, man.
it's Thomas and the Royal Engine. That is my finale.
Arguing of any character we've covered in Sodor's finest so far. He started out pretty solid in Hero of the Rails, then he fell to a new low immediately.
Duh.
Then for a good while he was great in Love of Holy.
Mm-hmm.
Then he fell to another new low, and somehow ended solid.
Yeah.
A real roller coaster.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe it just took one special just to love Thomas again. After he was hated from the Bubba era.
And so we reached the end of our Thomas deep dive. And now it's time to choose. Which of the three eras
Model.
do I think portrayed Thomas?
Personally, I prefer the model series.
Well, I love his backstory in the Railway series. I love the story of how Thomas originated and how he has such a purposeful place in the railway system. But I also love the subtle maturing arc in those first 5 seasons of the model series. Thomas grew as a character alongside the audience, and that's something I think is so cool in a kid's show. But then I also love the relationships between Thomas and Annie and Clarabelle,
Yep.
and Thomas and Edward, and Thomas and Topham.
Yep.
Pretty much everyone in the CGI series. And just how overall well
It's hard to choose, honestly. But for me personally, I choose the model all the way.
Each era has its pros as well as its cons.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm finding it kind of impossible to choose one. I don't think I really like one more over the other, to be honest. I think it comes down to your own personal preference. Which do you value more? The realism of the backstory, the character arc, the character relationship. I value all three pretty highly, so I'm going to do an all-time first in Sodor's Finest.
A triple three-way tie?
This. The best version of Thomas is a mesh of all three eras.
That's fair.
Give me a Thomas with the backstory from the books, who matures over time with the on-screen relationships he has with pretty much everyone.
Yeah. It's a great character.
Perfect Thomas. At least to me, anyway.
No, that makes sense. I could see it.
If there's anything we've learned from this long deep dive, it's that Thomas in any of his forms is far from perfect.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I don't blame Unlucky Tuck for choosing one. It is hard. But me personally, I would have chosen the model series. Again, I just love his arc in that.
He said it'll be a long time before I'm back at work. First he's going to bought Annie a caramel for me.
That's nice of him. Oh, don't be so down.
Oh, I love this.
You had an accident. It happens to the best of us. It's not the first one.
You're right, it's not. And that's just it, Edward. I always screw up. I tried so hard to be the perfect engine, I really did. But even when I'm good, I still manage to mess up. Maybe me getting a branch line was a fluke this whole time.
Oh.
Gordon was right from the start. I'm still just a silly little tank engine.
Thomas, there's no such thing as a perfect engine. It doesn't exist.
Right when Unlucky Tuck said that earlier.
We all make mistakes. We all slip up sometimes. We all have flaws.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, I can be pretty impatient myself.
What? You?
Oh, yes. I hate being tardy. You remember that day when they finally let me out of the shed again? I was so eager to work that I hurried the whole
Oh, I love this.
Oh, where is that guard? Aren't we ever going to start?
Have you seen the guard? No. Have you seen the guard? No. Have you seen the guard?
Yeah, I have. Last night.
I have last night. I love this. I love this.
166.7%.
The relationship that Unlucky Tuck has said with Thomas and Edward, I absolutely love this. And having the flashback of Edward telling Thomas about his past too, just shows how much of the relationship that they grow together. They grown together in the series. I can't speak English. Sorry, guys.
The only thing we can do is learn from our flaws and our failures.
Mm-hmm.
Try to be the best version of ourselves that we can. Our best meal forward. Think about it, Thomas. Think of all the good you've done in the past just from being yourself. Flaws and all. All of those that you've helped and saved.
Oh, that's so cool. And it shows a montage of all the stuff that Thomas has done to help his friends. Oh, that's amazing. Wow. Oh, I love this. And it's showing everything from the models all the way to the CGI. That's incredible.
So you see, Thomas, that's why you got your branch line. It was no fluke. You may not be perfect per se, but the rat controller saw something in you that you don't see in yourself.
Oh, I love that.
Now, but that will pass. Time heals all wounds. Everything will get better.
Do you really think so, Edward?
I know so. I promise you that.
That's so sweet.
And a few weeks later, when Thomas returned home from the work, he was back to the normal.
Oh.
Eventually, Thomas did
Again, I love this character development of Thomas. It's always this version of Thomas that I really love and appreciate him for. Again, this Thomas that made my childhood.
And he still sometimes lets his competitive side get the best of him. He is imperfect, but that's okay. Because that's what makes him Thomas.
I love that. He's the one. He's the one useful legend that we adore. He's the one. He's the number one. Thomas the Tank Engine. He's the really useful engine we adore. Wow. Great stuff.
In the spirit of the idiot, today's pick of the week is going to How to Write Good
Thomas Theorist, of course.
Thomas Theorist. I read a lot
Yeah,
of
that one's a good video.
Tank Engine Man in preparation
Good
for
grace.
this video. It really puts a lot of his stories and creations in a new light. This video talks about how Wilbur wrote the Railway series and the rules he abided by when crafting his stories. Continuity, realism, brevity, pruning paragraphs into shorter digestible chunks that were easy to read aloud. A lot of
Made it understandable for all families, for kids, for parents, and even for like a new generation of kids too.
taken from one of the talks at Audrey Extravaganza last year, so you know it's accurate. Give this video a watch. It'll give you a new appreciation of Wilbur's work, and it just may help you with writing your own stories.
No, I'm not that talented myself. I have wrote stories, but
I knew that Thomas was
not that
gonna
version
get
Thomas though.
uphill to climb, and I never expected this video to be nearly 2 hours long. I mean, I guess I shouldn't have been all that surprised. He is the main character, after all.
We love Thomas for that.
Project would not have been possible
But then again, when I wrote stuff for Thomas the Tank Engine, it was around the time when Miss Oliver Blossom and Train Lover 476 were popular, and I wrote stories based off of their humor and implemented into my characters of Thomas. So
really got into the character. Thank you, Robin.
if I end up finding those stories, I might read them on stream one day, but I'll probably save that for another time.
Annie and Clarabelle. I think she nailed it. She gave these two such a fun and thank you.
Yeah, by the way, the voice actors did a great job in this.
TFologist, as you know, Toby. And while his role was small here, he did great too. I heard his Toby voice in an I Love Trains 323 video.
Oh, yeah, Tom Marshall always delivers anytime he narrates.
Piper as Edward, Joe Mills as Oliver, and Trampy as Henry, James, and Birdie. You had a lot of fun with Birdie. And of course, can't forget Isaiah, aka
One tram band, yep.
who put his heart and soul into the score for this. There are so many good pieces here. I don't know which one is my favorite, to be honest.
They're all good. You can't
But
pick, honestly.
too hard to pick. The music, as always, will be uploaded in its own The Music of video soon, so you can all be able to enjoy the uncut score.
Yay.
And lastly, I want to give a shout out to those who helped me with writing this story. This is the first time I've written a story for one of these that was totally original. So when
Yeah, the story was great.
Kevin, or
I wasn't expecting it at first. I thought they were gonna go into like the timeline of how Thomas started, and then just like finish on like Breakdown Train. But no, it's literally just a huge story all the way through. I loved it.
and Trampy provided some feedback on character dialogue. All of your guys' efforts are
Yeah, I especially love the ending, especially in regards to like Thomas and Edward like reminiscing about their past.
still got a lot to talk about this time around. Speaking of the video, I'd like to point you all towards his new Instagram account.
Oh,
Sodor 1993. He moved into a house recently and has dedicated his basement to creating a
dang, that's cool.
Sodor model railway, complete Echidna, Catchphrase Junction, Wellsworth.
Everything, dang.
I just visited him recently and saw it all in person. It is massive. It is still early days, and this account
That's
covers
cool.
all his progress as he builds it. If you have
Best of luck, honestly, because that looks pretty cool. Oh, I'd love to go to an extravaganza too one day in the future.
Yeah, financially it's just
Visiting the Tallyclin Railway is actually like probably on my bucket list too,
and please post lots of photos and videos.
especially at an Audrey extravaganza. That would be amazing.
Crazy event from what I've heard. And lastly, next video. You've all
Ooh.
been very patient. It will be
Yes, yes.
Rescue season 14.
Yay!
I'm currently working on it, and my hope is to have that out by the end of the month.
Series 14 retrospective, yeah. Yay! You suffer through the movie again. Let's go.
3 times. No sane human being should have to bear this thing multiple times in 1 week. And I think that's everything. Wait. We got one more thing.
Huh?
Could it be? Why, yes,
Wait.
it is. As of today, May 12th, a Pure Scale announced Wilbur.
Oh no way!
I speculated about this
Oh, that's so cool.
a few months ago. A Pure Scale posted sample photos of their new
Oh, that's so sweet.
and way at the back of the boot shot was a blue one that wasn't specified. Judging by the shaded blue and the lining, I speculated that was Wilbur.
It was Wilbert.
Forest Railway, named in
Oh my god, that's so touching. Wow.
Railway series. Akira Scale waited till the big day to make the announcement, and they got in touch with me to help spread the word. It is due to be delivered at the same time as all the others in the range, and it will be coming in a fancy box with a letter of thanks
Oh.
from the family themselves. All proceeds from the sales of this model will go directly towards the cosmetic restoration of the real
Oh,
and
nice.
will on display at the Dean Forest to help tell the Wilbert Audrey story.
Oh.
Please support this model. It's a win-win for everyone. And hey, if this does well, it just may pave the way for more railway series inspired models.
Mm-hmm.
Zero Scale is making the real duck out there.
Nice.
Who knows what else is possible? You can bet your butt that I will be pre-ordering this. Link to their announcement video
That's incredible.
below. Okay.
I sort of wish I was able to get some, but it's okay.
Thanks for watching, everyone, and happy radio. Have a great day, and go watch some Thomas videos. Throw on a DVD, break out the complete collection, run some
I've been streaming for over 6 hours talking about Thomas stuff.
whatever you want. I will see you all in the next one, folks. See ya.
Thanks, Nick. I'll let his ending theme play off. Gosh, what a great video. Honestly, he said that this is his favorite project that he have ever worked on. I highly agree. In my opinion, I think that's his best video too. And I think with that, I've literally been streaming for over 6 hours now. And honestly, I think I need to stop. As much as I want to continue on talking about Thomas stuff and give my retrospectives on different stuff, I think I'll probably save that for another time. I've done so much as I can, anticipating my love for Thomas the Tank Engine. And honestly, it's a good way to, at least for me, to honor the 80th anniversary of the Railway series. I may not have grown up with the Railway series itself, but Thomas the Tank Engine has a special place in my heart. So all the more, it gives me a chance to talk about the engine that I love the most, my childhood nostalgia, and literally why I still love him to this very day. And I'm hoping for more stuff in the future in regards to Thomas and stuff. Like I mentioned in the past streams as well. The different types of Thomas merchandise that they're releasing, especially with the die-cast stuff, I really want to get in the future. Any future Mattel Thomas and Friends shirts I'd love to own in the future. And heck, hopefully if they ever do revive Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, like not all, as all engines go, but if they bring it back as like the original format of Thomas the Tank Engine and revive it as a TV series, I'd 100% support it all the way. As long as it goes back to its original roots and the stories and the writing fits exactly just as it was as I was a really young kid. I love to see that ever happen again. Otherwise, if not, the fandom's still going strong and we continue to support everything to this day. And like I said, I wish I could continue watching more Thomas stuff and reacting more, but I think I'm going to stop here because I need to eat too and I want to spend time with my family. In the meantime, thank you so much for joining me, and you know, always support our #1 tank engine all the way through. He's always been in my childhood and always will continue to be with me in my heart forever. No matter what happens. But yeah, I guess I can finish by saying this too. It's time for me and Thomas to leave. We've seen everything today. Take care, guys. Have a good one. And always continue to support our #1 tank engine. Bye, guys.